my fault you don't have headphones. How's that fall on me?
Wrong dog, bro. You're not talking. That's Aaron Schachter that doesn't have the headphones. I'm saying, come on, Brent, because I had the title to the show, and I didn't get a text that the title of the show needed to change until like 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago? About 15 minutes ago. That didn't give you enough time to change the title of the show?
I was making coffee.
Far too busy. Chateau Relaxo in here, feet kicked up, enjoying himself like he's on vacation or something.
I thought I gave you a heads up.
Nah, not enough. It's
I mean,
right,
we had
though.
a full-blown conversation on Twitter. On texting, I'm sorry.
Not
Aaron.
with me.
Casey just decided to put his phone down for 12 minutes before the show.
It's in my pocket, dog.
This is what my wife likes to call selective hearing when it
Yeah.
happens to her with me, I think.
Somebody get this guy some headphones. It's radio.
I'm good with, I can hear everything. I'm a dad.
Huh?
I'm a 40-year-old man.
Yeah, I'm a man. Say it to me.
Oh, everybody's in a good mood today.
Yeah, man, it's Victory
Hello,
Monday.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Right?
Looking up all these numbers today. Where's Travis Etienne ranking the rushing yards? Where's Trevor Lawrence now slide in? Jags points per game versus last year, giving up and scoring. That is actually eye-popping. You guys see my tweet on that?
Yeah.
You tweeted a lot, dude.
I didn't
What a
tweet that
difference
much
a year
today.
makes, huh?
How many tweets do I have today?
At least 40.
Nah, outside of the show.
Yeah, but you know how Twitter works, bro. I go on my thing, and it'll be like, Brent Martineau from 6 hours or 16 hours ago. I'm
Yeah.
like, all right, Brent
You going to blame
Martineau.
Elon for that?
Hopefully
or,
that happens to
why
a
not?
lot of people. Brent Martineau.
Does it? I hope it doesn't.
Hope yeah, that. How many people do you think I've been muted by?
How many people in this room do you think you've been muted
I don't
by?
know.
How many
don't care.
players
I
on
don't
the
take it personally.
Jaguars have you been muted by? That's the question.
I don't think the Jags care about that. I
Jalen?
don't think the players. I was actually anticipating. There's some old players in Jacksonville, like older players that played here in the past,
Right.
that would probably have said something to me after some of the tweets yesterday during the game.
Yeah, you were upset.
A little confrontational something?
My favorite people on Twitter, my absolute favorite, and I mean this with no
disrespect.
sincerity at all, are the ones that 4 hours after the game bring up the tweets from when they're down 17-0 and the world is caving in Jacksonville with this football team and they're hitting rock bottom, and they say, this aged really well. Great tweet. It's like, dude, don't you guys get the idea of live tweeting? I mean, come on, man. You don't just check it 4 hours later.
It's not just live tweeting either. Like, that whole platform is based on processing through what's happening in the moment.
Yeah.
Stop acting like you've had hindsight your whole life.
I mean, it's so amazing.
Settle
I
down.
don't know what I want to do with those people, but I want to do something with them.
That is very misleading. It feels like you should clarify, but okay.
I'm not clarifying.
All right, let's leave it.
You
Let's
got to
let
use
it
your
sit.
imagination if you want. I don't know.
Holy cow.
So anyway, this was the latest tweet by Brent. That's how we got here. Which, I am going to confirm one thing. I have tweeted since our show this morning at 10 a.m., 1, and then a retweet, and then 2, 3, which was a vote for our blitz, 4, 5, 6. That was a good one. 7 times. That's nothing.
That was a good one.
Oh,
he
yeah, that was a
says.
good tweet.
1 of 7 tweets has been good so
Now, I
far.
was going to say it about all of them, but
From Brent
we had some
AS
pretty
Jax.
good tweets today. Tweeted Demetrius, only incompletion during his 16-throw stretch was a spike. That was good. DeJuan Smoot, now top 10 in Jags history in sacks.
It's a good
You
tweet.
got educated on that tweet. You didn't know that.
I absolutely knew that. I just wrote a whole article about why you pay that man instead of the other man.
Oh, you wrote another artitle?
wow.
No, if you read the
Your
first one, it
articles seem
says.
to have a theme these days.
And if you read the first one, it says pay Smoot.
A little promo for Ospreys and Jacksonville Dolphins basketball. They get Duke and Gonzaga tonight to open the season.
That sounds easy.
I'm going to get to the one tweet. I want to get Ballard out of there. We're going to talk about the Indianapolis Colts. I have this. I don't even know Chris Ballard. He's probably a great guy, but I'm just like, this guy is
Yes, Saturday.
ruining their organization, I think. Okay, so here's a tweet I wanted to mention. Can you believe this? The Jags are 14.2 improvement over last year if you take the points per game that they are scoring and giving up, and you add it together. So, like last year, this is how it works.
They're
right?
saying they're giving up less and scoring
They're scoring
more
a touchdown
to the
plus
tune of
more,
2 touchdowns.
and they're giving up a touchdown less.
Wow.
That would be second in the history of the organization. The other one was 16 and 17. So 16, they go from 3 wins and obviously go to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
The problem with this one is you are getting that kind of production versus last year, and you have one more win.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
It's been a tough one.
Gosh, this season. They lost to the Colts. The Colts have just hired Jeff Saturday. The Colts just hired an analyst off the... The Jags lost to him. They lost to the Giraffe, Davis Mills.
Why you gotta do that?
Which, by the way, Kasey would buy a Davis Mills if he would have won that Powerball last night.
How did they lose to Houston and Indianapolis? That's just going to be so much fun around here. I actually think yesterday's win's a bit of a steal game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, down 17-0, man. Game's over. Plus, if at the early part of the season, the Raiders were going to be a tough one. They're playing in the AFC West. They added all the talent. They're coming off the playoffs.
It was definitely one of those games where we weren't going, oh, this is a win.
So the Chargers and the Raiders are actually 2 wins that
no one saw coming.
I don't know, but few people expected. Let's say that.
Yeah.
But Houston is a loss not many people nobody anticipated.
Sure.
Washington at the first game of the year.
You know, some of us picked the Texans, but yeah, just keep going.
I also remember
You picked the Texans in the early part of the year, like when we did the schedule?
No, when we did the picks.
No, I'm talking when we did the schedule. And so, like, Washington and Houston are 2 wins people had for the Jags, right? They had no respect for those 2 teams. Well, the Jags kind of made up for those with the wins over the Raiders and the Chargers. Mm-hmm. They split with Indy, which I think a lot of people would say, okay, that makes sense in the start of the year. Indy has been atrocious, and I don't think it's a good thing. And then I guess the only other loss right now would be the Giants. That was probably at the beginning, you know, before you knew the Giants were 6-1.
People didn't know the Giants were good, yeah.
You would have thought the Jags could get that one and would get that one. Mm-hmm. So they're really, I guess, not that far off, but, man, it feels like they should be so much better. Look at those numbers I just gave you. And 5-4 should be really where they're at. And we could still argue they should have more wins than 5 at that point if they had them. But 5-4 should be where the Jags are at. Even with a couple of steals and disappointing losses, if those even out, I still think they should have got another win or 2. So that's disappointing. I mean, you look at those are significant numbers now. When you turn around 14 points, I couldn't even come close in franchise history to find it that. It's not close.
Yeah.
Like I think 2000, maybe 4 and 5, I think was another one that was pretty good, but it was like 9 points.
It's pretty substantial, yeah.
I mean, 2 touchdowns. A touchdown on both sides of the ball. They're averaging through 9 games. Man, that's good. Doug Peterson must be like, he must go in his office sometimes and just bang his head against the wall. Like, what more can we do here?
Or feel a little solace in the fact that the record's not where he wants it to be, but the team is playing well, except for in these small stretches.
Yeah. Well, Dom says they're 2 games out of the wild card. What are they now at behind the Texans? 2.5 games? I'm sorry, the Titans. 2.5? Right there, baby. Bird in hand. You get them twice, sweep the Texans. Sweep the leg.
Titans.
Tommy Titans, sorry.
Thank you.
I hate the Titans.
You hate the Texans.
I hate the Texans.
Too, right?
But
Colts,
this year I hate the Colts more.
Yeah, the Colts.
The Colts, yeah. I hate the Colts.
Yeah.
Colts, Indianapolis people are nice people too.
Are they?
But I hate the Colts this year. I am so mad at the Colts for having more wins than the Jags. Well, now the same amount, but they have a tie.
They do have a tie.
I wish the Jags had a tie.
Do you, though?
Yeah, I wish they were 3-5 and 1.
You know what? I wish they had a tie, too. That would have been a fun show. What do you talk about in a tie? Like
it's the opposite of a fun show.
No, it's
you get
better
frustrated about every little play
like
that could have contributed to the win.
We could have done all kinds of cool tie things. I don't know what they are exactly.
Oh, that's us.
Yeah, no, we could have wore ties that day.
And by the way, yes, 2 games out, but also tied with 7 other teams in that slot.
Easy. Don't have to tell us the whole story.
I'm just saying. Before we get really excited about the playoffs, I mean, there are lots of other teams who are having the same thought this morning.
Not the Raiders.
I did.
Raiders are actually right under them.
Yeah, them boys are trash.
Yeah, they're not good.
Yeah,
they're a mess.
Raiders are bad.
I'll give you one more thing, okay? And I like Brent Sports Bureau. It's a very small operation. Cool. It only spends a couple hours a week actually doing this stuff.
And I've already got layoffs coming this week.
And as you know, I've reached out to Elias to actually get the real. I think it could be the stat of the week in the NFL if Elias and ESPN want to pay attention to Twitter. Because I'm telling you, I can't imagine there's been another week in NFL history that has more rushing yards from a quarterback in totality as this week.
All quarterbacks.
All quarterbacks.
Yeah.
715 yards at least. I might be off a little bit. I was kind of doing the math on my way home last night. And so that might not be totally accurate, but it's close. And then you got Lamar Jackson going tonight. And the way this week has gone, he's going to go for 100, right? So, I mean, that's a lot of rushing yards if you think about that from quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not just, I know Justin Fields had the big day, but it's like everybody chipping in at 50 yards. Trevor, 50-plus yards. Mm-hmm. Was that a career high for Trevor in rushing yards?
It's got to be close if it's not a career high.
I should have looked at that.
Certainly felt like he ran more in the game than we've ever seen him run before.
Okay, so one other note, right? On the, you guys like Pro Football Reference at all?
I do.
You do? Yeah, I like that too. And so they do this thing where they do like expected wins, losses.
Yes.
And I'm assuming they put all those numbers in versus where they are in the league, you know. Well, the expected wins of the Jags right now is 5.1. Well, they have 3.
Mm-hmm.
I think I did that right. The expected wins of the Titans is 3.9.
Wow.
They have 5.
That was really
that drives me nuts.
The forecast on the Titans?
No, it's because the way the numbers have shaken out now. Like if you look at their numbers, points per game and points allowed and other things, you would say the Jags have 5.1 wins right now.
I understand. Yes. Okay.
So it's not like expectation from the beginning of the year. It's expectation right now. It's like these numbers tell me that the Jags should be 5 and 4.
Yes, this kind of team would have this record. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the Titans, and I told you this, Kasey, yesterday on ESPN 690 Game Day Live.
Uh-huh.
The Titans, there was an article I saw. There's somebody that does like this lucky metric, and they say the Titans are the luckiest team in the NFL right now.
Better to be lucky than good. By the way, Trevor career high in rushing yards, yes.
Yeah, it was. Mm-hmm. See that?
By like 20 yards.
That much?
Yeah, though he had one last year, it was like 37. So, close.
Wow. All right. I think he should do that more. I know people have talked about that, but I'm telling you, I think there's something at quarterbacks, and I think we're seeing it this week. I think they feel better about themselves when they've got a nice run under their belt. Like it gives them some extra juice.
Huh.
You guys don't buy that?
Not necessarily. I do think that there are some quarterbacks who would much rather find the pass than run for 8, and not because they don't like running, but because they like how the pass feels. But I think Zach Wilson is one of these guys also. And I think this week a lot of quarterbacks kept the ball and hit the ground with it. It was great to see Trevor run, especially when the pocket would collapse and you have this huge open gap in front of him, and instead of just trying to force that ball into the tiniest of windows to Christian Kirk or Evan Ingram, you just take off and get the first down, moving those chains.
That boy was moving.
You know what else was good about it? Well, first of all, it looked like he was going to just like take a hit and go down whenever he could, and then he just kept going on the one run, which was pretty crafty.
He covered the ball, and then he's like, okay, I'm going still.
But you know what else he did, I thought there is? He made his decision early on to run. He didn't sit back and wait. He was like, okay, there's nothing here. They're coming at me. I'm getting out of here. And it turned out to be really good.
It helped.
Okay, so here it is, guys. 3-6 right now, the Jags are. This is expected win-losses on Pro Football Reference, 5.1, okay? The Titans, by the way, I must have looked at this yesterday before
the
game because they're 5-3, and it's now down to 3.7. So they're like a game and a half better than their numbers indicate. Yep. The Jags are a game and change less or worse than their numbers indicate.
Like, low-key, that makes sense, not from the numbers point of it, but if you think young team with new coach, yeah, they might underachieve versus veteran coach that is obviously a good coach, veteran players. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that. And the culture is probably worth a win right now for Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
They figure it out. The strength of schedule is the same. It's like Jags have the 16th strength of schedule. The Titans have the 18th. So there's nothing big there. It's not like, one played this enormously tough schedule. So there's a lot to like. We talked to Shad Khan in London last week. You talked to Doug Peterson. We had Tony Khan in a couple of weeks ago. And when they're losing, the fans hate to hear this. But maybe it's good to bring this up like during a week when they win. And I can see why they're excited about where it's going. Mm-hmm. Like, there's a lot of stuff to like. But it's also infuriating that they're just 3-6 because I feel like they should be so much better.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit of a spoiled feeling, though. Don't you like beginning of the season? We're talking about incremental steps, important games come December, being involved in these games, not getting blown out. And, that's what you're getting this year. And maybe you're not winning the games you could have won or even should have won in certain scenarios. But in the NFL, any player will tell you that there is no should have won or could have won. It's if you won or didn't win. And here's a team that has a good foundation that is going to grow into a good roster. And as long as you keep these players here and stop shipping them out, I think you'll have a pretty fruitful roadmap in front of you.
Here, this is an interesting one, too, if you look at the roster of the Raiders. Raiders should be so much better. I mean, they really should. When they were scoring 17-0, Kasey, we said that, right? Like, look out. They've got the ability to pop.
Yeah.
Like, really on offense. Defense is still not great, but they really can score on. They've got guys on offense that Derek Carr can be very good. Josh Jacobs was whatever he was, 5 point whatever yards a carry. Devontae Adams put on a clinic in the first half. They didn't even throw it to Renfro much. He made a terrific catch on the sideline. They don't have Waller right now. Yet you can't figure out why they couldn't score in the second half. Like, they could not score. They could not complete a pass. Derek Carr was antsy. He should have thrown 2 more interceptions, really, in the game against the Jags. And there's like this missing link. And I almost wonder if they don't, or they haven't figured out, Josh McDaniels hasn't figured out how to make Derek Carr, Devontae Adams, Renfro, Josh Jacobs, and others, when Waller's in there, I would put him in this category, happy. Because didn't you feel like it was Derek Carr force-feeding Devontae Adams yesterday?
He gave him 17 targets.
17 targets.
That's not normal for that team.
But, Kasey, how should you beat the Jaguars yesterday?
By force-feeding Devontae Adams?
No. I think how you beat Jaguars is when Renfro run the middle of that field and make them look silly like the Indianapolis Colts did. They couldn't defend it.
I'll tell you what, they force-fed Devontae Adams and they didn't win. So, Kasey, you have failed this exam. You need to go back and study.
And by the way, Josh Jacobs, they were bullying the Jags defense. Josh Jacobs was breaking tackles left and right.
I didn't think Josh Jacobs had a good game when I was watching. I thought he struggled to get anything going, really.
Oh, that's not what I felt. I didn't even see the numbers on him. What did he do?
Well, final numbers were 17 for 67. That's 3.9 a carry. But even then, I remember watching the beginning of the game and their throw. They're up 17-0.
Yeah.
But, like, they weren't using Jacobs the way they had this whole time. And maybe that's part of the reason why they were scoring. Because, at 2 and 6 or whatever they were coming into the game, they had used Josh Jacobs all over the place, throwing, running, wherever. He was a major cog of that offense, and it just didn't look the same to me in that first half.
There were some negative runs by Jacobs in that game that I think hurt his average a bit, but I thought he was running off some pretty good chunks. Did you say there was like a 5-point-something average in the second half, Kasey?
Yeah, in the second half, he was like 5.8.
Yeah, and they didn't give it to him a lot. Now,
7 times.
Devontae Adams thought they gave it to him too much. Did you see Devontae Adams post-game? He was like, why did we stop throwing it to me? Like, well, they threw it to you 8 more times, buddy, and you caught it once for 0 yards. Yeah. Like, he dropped 3 footballs.
I'm with him, though. Why did they stop throwing it? Look, accurately.
Well, because the Jags did make, I don't know about accurate, but the Jags did make an adjustment. I mean, Cisco was helping shade quite a bit in that second half. But, again, I would say how many targets for Renfro? Do you have that?
I don't have targets. Let me pull it up.
Here's what I would have done if I was them. How many ever targets Renfro got? I would have given them to Devontae Adams.
Really?
Yes.
But you said it yesterday on the pregame show with me, man. You were like, he could beat him up all day in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I'm saying give him the targets, but put him in the middle of the field. You said it earlier today. They lined him up in the slot. They lined him up in the backfield.
Yeah.
Line him up on the slot and run a slant. And if Chad Muma can figure it out, good for him. That's what I mean. I understand that he dropped a couple. Okay, he's still a great receiver. And Derek Carr, I think, was the problem in the second half. He was inaccurate. Now, granted, he didn't have much time to throw the football, and when he did, there was nobody open. But I don't know how, if you're that good of a receiver, I get the drops, but I think you see what happens in the first half. You're Josh McDaniels, like, all right, we're going to keep doing that, but we're going to line you up in the slot now, and we're going to move you around even more and get you the football any way we can, because when you're open, bro, you're open.
I think you hit on something, though. Derek Carr, if you go watch that game, you could tell he got a little jumpy. Like, he got antsy, and I think the Jags were better on the pass rush, but I don't think they were, like, dominating on the pass rush.
I mean, it's not like he had a clean pocket that often. Yeah, he was getting chased out there.
There's a play I got on Twitter, Coach Phil, he tweeted at me, he's a Raiders fan, and he shows, like, I don't even know who it was. Maybe it was Matt Collins or somebody else, wide open, like waving his hand. And it's right. I don't always love these videos because it's right as the quarterback's throwing it to a check down to Jacobs. So Carr is like in motion. Well, of course, like he's not even looking at him. So like, how's he supposed to throw it to him, right?
Yeah.
And Cisco, I think, is kind of looking that way too, so he's ready for it. But he has a clean pocket and he checked down really early. And so it really was that part of it to me that was like, well, couldn't he have let that play develop a little bit more? Or was he kind of in his own mind? There was a mental clock there because this was in the fourth quarter when they were down 24-20. And was it sped up? And again, that's the book on Carr now. You hit him, you get to him, he starts to get a little skittish there. And I think we saw a bit of that out of him in the second half. He was definitely not as accurate. When he feels good about himself, he is extremely accurate. He's a very accurate passer. The Raiders are weird.
Renfro, by the way, 4 targets, 3 receptions.
Yes, I don't think. I mean, I get the 17. I get it, I guess, for Devontae, but you get to a point where you're force-feeding a guy and taking away from others.
Jacobs, 3 targets, 3 receptions. Hollins, I think it was 3 targets, 2 receptions. Like, it was alone out there. It was Devontae and nobody else.
And I understand the Jags don't have a Devontae, but look how they spread the ball around. It was like 8 catches for Kirk, 5 catches for Zay, 5 catches for Marvin. Obviously, 28 touches for Travis Etienne. I mean, they had 4 guys touch the ball at least a handful of times. They didn't go to Kirk 17 times. They went to him 9. Maybe a big difference. But he's also not Devontae Adams. I do understand that. We'll be back on ESPN 690. Brent and Friends here on a Victory Monday. Oh, yeah, that's fun. Give us a call, 904-362-9901. What do you think?
The First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly sunny and breezy, but mild today with daytime highs in the low 80s. There will be some isolated showers, mainly south of Interstate 10, with a little more of that wind out along the beaches. And we stay partly cloudy tonight with an isolated shower along the coast. Overnight temps in the mid-60s. Have a great Monday. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sema.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Right now, get 42% off everything in the store. Don't buy until you get our price.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
It's tournament time this month at Best Bet Jacksonville, Orange Park, and St. Augustine. The GOPO 500, a $500 no-limit hold'em tournament, will be on Saturday, November 19th at Best Bet Orange Park. Then the 10th annual Turkey Bowl Deep Stack Bounty, a $200 no-limit hold'em tournament, will be on November 24th, Thanksgiving Day, at Best Bet Jacksonville at 7 p.m. There are also weekly no-limit hold'em tournaments going on at Best Bet St. Augustine every Wednesday and Saturday. Go to bestbetjax.com to learn more.
Boss, wait till you hear this.
Whoa, hang on. We just found 6 houses without Safe Touch security, so let me enjoy my good mood for a little bit, will ya?
Sorry, boss, but Safe Touch is running a buy one, get one free special on their 24/7 recording perimeter guard cameras.
A BOCO on cameras?
Yeah, listen, get 5-star security surveillance with Safe Touch's 2-way communicator, free installation, and lifetime warranty. Plus, add a doorbell camera for just $99.
Oh, that Lester Jackson! Why is he doing this to me?
It's just another reason we have the Crooks and Us Golden Rule. Stay away from Safe Touch houses.
Yeah, so much for my good mood.
Crooks know to stay away from Safe Touch houses. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of Safe Touch Security Systems. No one beats our technology or our price.
Monitoring agreement required with approved credit. Beat the holiday rush. Cameras are going fast. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
I'm about to give you even more to be thankful for this year, thanks to our friends at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. You got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What are you waiting for? This sale won't last long. Shop in person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/thankful for full details.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At CDW, we get the right network makes remote locations seem less remote.
Great, because my data is lagging out here.
CDW can orchestrate the Aruba Edge Services platform, bringing computing closer to where data is created. It automates, unifies, and secures the edge, fixing problems before they impact your business, giving your network a sixth sense. Someone at the door?
Just a moose. He works here.
Aruba and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Aruba.
Okay, can I have everybody's attention for just a second?
Morgan's media planning firm just landed a multi-million-dollar client.
Because we won the pitch.
She needs to staff up before trafficking hits a traffic jam.
So we're going to need research, planning, buying, obviously, and probably data analytics.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jacks on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
Just the belief. I think the whole energy this week. We kind of knew we had to go get this one this week. Obviously, you don't try to put more pressure on yourselves than you need to, but everybody knows that. You know where we're at right now in our season. We really gotta turn this thing around and get some wins. So we felt that and just had a lot of confidence in our prep. And I know offensively, obviously, we didn't score first 3 possessions, but I mean, honestly, it wasn't really anything they did that stopped us. We just kind of shot ourselves in the foot. And obviously, they made the play, but so we knew offensively once we could just eliminate some of those errors early and keep a drive going, we were going to be fine. We thought our plan was great, and you could see today everybody we were rolling, so it was awesome.
That is Trevor Lawrence. I love reading the numbers on a Monday when they win. I can spit these things all out at you. The metrics are ridiculous nowadays. Like, you can find anything. Brent, Martineau, Kasey, Kuhrts, Aaron, Schachter. We call Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Usually joined by Maurice, Drew. I can't believe he's not joining us for a victory Monday.
Might not get another one.
Easy. But maybe, I mean, we could have really got on about the Raiders, and he picked the Raiders in this game. So did I. Don't worry, Mojo. But
me too.
He's not feeling too well. So I said, don't worry about it. We'll get you next week.
Did I pick the Raiders in this game? I forget.
Probably. I think you
check on
homered
that,
up.
Casey. Go ahead.
I think you probably homered up.
Homered up, huh?
Which is a good thing.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate that.
All right.
But Trevor
You picked
Lawrence.
the Jags, yes.
Oh.
You also went 0 for 5 in your other picks.
All right.
I don't know if that's true or not.
It
That'd be
probably
fun.
is. It's most likely true.
All right, Trevor Lawrence has 3 games this season where he's completed 80% of his passes. That is most of the NFL. Take that, NFL. Take that, Brady. Take that, Josh Allen. Take that, Patrick Mahomes.
Nice.
Take that, Rodgers, Stafford, Lamar.
Okay.
Justin, Geno. I'm surprised Geno actually isn't on that list.
Is there Malik Willis in there?
Kyler.
Okay.
Tua.
Anybody else?
Yep.
Mariota.
No, it's not even worth mentioning.
He's not an NFL
Andy
quarterback.
Dalton.
Zach. Matt.
You want to talk about non-NFL quarterbacks?
Yeah. Not going to debate.
And just got another one, Daniel Kilkenny.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Throw him some free stuff.
Is that our Daniel?
Yes. The reason I know that is because of caller ID.
He said 13 missed tackles, which I had seen this. He asked me if I saw this, but Travis Etienne had 13 missed tackles forced. That's like the new one this year, isn't it? Missed tackles forced. Like, did we have that last year in the NFL? Don't remember that. Maybe we just didn't have anybody that could do that, so it never got brought up.
Yeah.
Well, talk about a shock, though. This guy was supposed to be the speedster who jetted around people, not through people.
He is good.
Yeah, man.
Like, he is good. Really good. And I just, before the show, retweeted last week Dan Arnold talking about him. Dan Arnold was raving about him. Loves him. And you saw it, Kasey. Were you there for Etienne?
I was there for Etienne.
In the locker room?
When Dan Arnold came running.
And
yelling,
Arnold's Arnold's chanting MVP, like, while he's talking.
Yeah.
Of course, a pretty loud locker room. They're happy they won, a comeback fashion, everything. And Arnold's MVP. And he even kept going. He's like, this guy is special, man. Like, I think he said something like that,
so
right?
that he said, that boy special.
Oh, is that what he said?
Brent said, this guy is something special, man. That's what Brent heard. He said,
the boomer caption.
Well, isn't it the same thing?
That boy special.
It's translated.
Oh. I mean, why wasn't that funny, Kasey?
Yeah, Kasey.
It wasn't that close. You added a bunch of you added a bunch of unnecessary words, bro.
Well, at least he didn't say that boy's mid.
Oh, there would have been a fight. I would have fought Dan Arnold for him and lost. Hey, when you had Dan Arnold on the TV show, did you say my guy, Dan Arnold? Like, did you let him know that was kind of a thing?
I might have. It might have slipped, but it was after a loss. We had to be a little careful. But my guy, Dan Arnold, did get a 19-yard catch, and he still leads the team in yards per catch.
It's a nice catch.
It was a nice
showing
throw.
off that stash.
He got hammered on that throw, Trevor did. Travis Etienne, seriously, guys, I mean, this is like way more than anybody could have expected, right? I mean, you couldn't have seen this coming.
And it's nice to see Etienne have a good day on a day where James Robinson hits the end zone for the Jets.
Like James who?
What you didn't want is James Robinson throwing a touchdown or two on the scoreboard, and then you're looking at your team going, what happened?
It was great for James. Like, that played out the way we kind of discussed it that week. It was good for James, and Etienne now gets the carries, and it's good for the Jags.
I mean, the more you see Etienne, the more you realize how comfortable everyone was moving on from the J-Rob
How mad
era.
would you be right now if James Robinson was still here getting 12 touches and Etienne's only getting like 16?
It didn't seem like people would have been that mad about it when it happened.
But we wouldn't be seeing this Travis Etienne.
You might not be winning this game.
Fair.
So, I mean, but what were our expectations for Etienne? I kind of forget about him.
At the beginning of the season?
Because he hadn't played in a year, and he looked good in camp. And we know what he could do, but it's like, well, Urban picked him, so who knows?
We made a clip out of this. We talked about what his possible fantasy comp would be if healthy. And we thought it would be similar to Miles Sanders when Doug Peterson was his coach. So we were talking like 450 yards rushing and 400-ish yards receiving.
That's exactly what I was going to say that as well. That's kind of where we were coming off the injury and everything. So
blow that away, isn't it?
Yeah,
well, we thought he'd catch the ball more than he is, though, right?
Yes. Well, I also thought he'd need to catch the ball more than he is. I didn't think the Jags would be able to move the ball like they can move it.
In fairness to us, too, I mean, we thought James Robinson would be here carrying as well.
Sure.
So he would be getting some of the carries.
Well, he probably would be if every time they put Etienne on the field, he didn't pop off the screen. You guys are confused. Okay.
But meaning in a good way, pop off the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm saying they put Etienne in, they couldn't take him off the field. If they would have put Etienne in and he was mid, James probably wouldn't have been traded.
Well,
no, of course
not.
not.
That's true. Yeah, it opened the door for that to happen. But, I mean, I said this morning on Monday Morning Madness, I don't think we've seen the evolution yet of Travis Etienne. I think we still have a lot more to see in the passing game.
This is still the debut, I guess, yeah.
Well, I mean, the passing game hasn't fired. I did ask about the wheel route earlier today, and then somebody reminded me against the Commanders that was a wheel route when Trevor missed him. And then also remember he dropped the ball near the goal line, might have been a touchdown. So there's been some not so great moments in the passing game. They tried the trick play against the Giants. He stumbled over his feet. Travis also had a bad moment with a fumble. That had nothing to do with catching the ball. But man, outside of that, I mean, he still has to take care of the ball now. That ball popped loose at the goal line on the touchdown.
Yeah.
Another one popped loose later after a big run. A guy coming from behind, I think it was Martinez, the linebacker. So, but gosh, he's a special talent. Like, I agree with Dan Arnold. He is the MVP right now, and he makes them different. And it's been a long time since we've had somebody in Jacksonville that can do what he does. I mean, I guess you would go back to Mojo.
Yeah, he was the last guy who was a do-it-all back, right?
Yeah, and I'm even thinking, again, we talk receivers. You've got Allen Robinson had a really nice year, but he wasn't doing like crazy good. It was like very consistent, and he could go up and make 50-50 play and that thing, but not like this. And you got Etienne. You do really start looking at the team next year, and if Trevor will grow, which another step yesterday, you get Etienne if this is who he is, and you have Kirk as your number 2, and you have Calvin Ridley, and he is who we think he is. Ooh, that could be pretty good.
It could be a pretty dangerous offense, fast moving. The only thing that you got to worry about with Etienne is that, at any point he's got the football in his hands, you think something special can happen.
Yeah.
But late in the game, it becomes a little tougher, especially in that 2-minute drill.
Well, but I think for everybody. I'm not sure that was him. He did break the one now through there, too.
He did, but it's not like you're counting on Travis Etienne to score the touchdown from your own 30 when you've got a minute and a half left to go. Chances are these are all passing downs, and you want your wide receivers and tight ends involved in there, too. But this is where Ridley, though, will play a positive impact next year. The more you stretch that field, the more you take these linebackers off the front, then the better Etienne can do.
Yeah, it's true. The more people you have to disguise it. What I wonder is, I think we compared to say, hey, the bullish nature of Etienne could be Kamara. But again, I think we have to be convinced he's going to catch the ball like that in Doug's offense. And I thought he would. Thought he would catch more. Hasn't yet, and I'm waiting to see that. We've got 8 more games to see that. And I wonder if there's an evolution of that part of it. And then we would maybe say a little more Kamara. But right now, he looks more a runner than receiver.
Yes.
I remember asking this question last year with Urban Meyer when they drafted him. I think we're going to label him as more of a receiver, is what I said last year. Again, you had James and stuff. We never knew how that would materialize. Obviously, Travis never even played. So, man, is he good, though. He is good. 5.7 yards per carry. And he's got 120 of them. We're not talking like 30 carries.
Yeah, that's
a
thing.
big sample.
Who
now.
expected this guy to be a workhorse back? Because he's doing it.
24 carries last week, 28 carries this week.
And then you watch him in the fourth quarter, you're like, he doesn't look anything slower than he looked in the first.
Derrick Henry, I saw somebody say this today. I think fifth in the league in rushing is Travis at 680 yards. And Derrick Henry has like 890. Does this sound right? 890?
After yesterday?
Yeah. I think he does. I think he's like 890. Well, he has 190-something carries. Etienne has 120.
Yeah, so
70 more carries.
The updated numbers as of today, after yesterday's games, you got 183 attempts from Derrick Henry, and you got 120 from Etienne.
Okay, so 63 more carries, and how many yards for
Henry's
Derrick?
got 870.
870.
Etienne's got 680.
So 190 more yards for Derrick. What's his yards per carry, did it say?
Yards per carry. I don't have it up here.
Okay, it's okay. 190 yards per carry,
I have yards per
63
game.
more attempts.
Yeah.
63 more attempts.
Now, to be fair, Chubb's at 149 sitting in the 2-hole, 163 for Saquon, so Henry's getting the bulk of those carries. For a Titans team, by the way, that does not score.
Well, they don't score. They right now have a passing game.
Yeah.
Like, they did not hit a receiver yesterday for a
insane
completion.
That this team
and
is
they
in
still
first
almost
place.
won.
First place team.
Yeah.
I told you they can
Don't
play
get me
with
mad.
anybody.
Don't get me mad.
But I think, not to go off on the same tangent we went off on last week, but I think the way in which the Jaguars are way better than their record, the Titans are way worse than that record.
Yeah. But I think Kasey does bring up a good point. They can go toe-to-toe with anybody. And part of the reason they go toe-to-toe with anybody, because they can muddy it up. Like, they're that basketball. You know what they are? They're like, that isn't a good example.
The 90s Knicks that would just fist fight everyone in the low post?
I see this more like a collegiate. It's almost like, I was going to say Virginia, the way their style is so different that they'll play with anybody because they're going to slow it down. It actually reminds me more like Princeton in like the 80s and 90s.
Just slowing
when
down
they
the
would
game.
slow you down so they could compete with anybody because it was such a different style. You weren't used to it. Like
It's
everybody's trying to
frustrating
get
to some teams, too.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And like the Ravens are a physical team, but they don't really play they want to be explosive too. The Titans don't even want to be explosive. They just want to like grind you to death, have a rock fight for 60 minutes and see if they win at the end of the day.
Play with anybody, just like I said.
Yeah,
But,
I know
like, do
you
you
love
really
the freaking
expect
Titans,
them-
Kasey. They suck, all right? But they can play with anybody. They still suck.
But do you expect them to hang in there with some of these behemoths like the Jets
Did they not just
or the Chiefs?
They just hung in there with the Chiefs all night.
Bills?
They just hung in there with the Chiefs with the quarterback who can't throw.
Relax.
Who can't throw.
They got a little something with the Chiefs.
These boys are good.
That's the other part of that matchup. Like if they play the
Jets.
Did they play the Bills yet? Did they play the Bills?
Titans? I can look that up for you.
Do they play the Bills? I wonder if they do. Because they both finished first last year. Yeah, they must have.
Yes.
I don't know if
All
they
right,
played
so
the
we
Bills.
got
No, the Bills didn't
Colts,
finish first.
Commanders, Colts, Texans, Chiefs, Broncos, Packers, Bengals, Eagles, Jaguars, Chargers, Texans, Cowboys, Jaguars.
No.
That's a fairly easy schedule for the Titans, with the
Yeah,
exception of Eagles.
You can go through everybody's schedule and you would say that because there are no good teams in the NFL, like no really good teams other than the Bills we think, the Eagles we know, and the Chiefs we think.
I mean, the AFC East might be the strongest division in football. I'm just saying.
Well, who's better, the AFC East or the NFC East?
Both of them put up a good fight,
I would say
except
the NFC East.
there's one team in the NFC East that cannot play with the rest of them, and
Well,
you're not
they're
going to
4
find
and
that in
5.
the AFC East.
I'm not sure the Commanders are that much different than the Patriots.
Okay. That's your opinion. You're allowed to
There's
have
one game
ones, it's
difference
fine.
right now.
I understand. Teams are a little bit different than each other.
Would you take the Eagles or the Bills at this moment?
I would take the Bills
Okay.
with a healthy Josh Allen.
Yeah, he's not playing well the last couple of weeks.
No, and he's hurt supposedly.
Eagles.
You take the Jets or the Giants?
Jets.
Giants.
Jets. Jets can do what the Giants do, and they got a better defense. Let's
Giants.
Who's the other teams? Oh, Cowboys or Dolphins? Ooh,
go.
that's
Cowboys.
a good matchup.
I would take the Cowboys.
See, every question you just asked him was so biased.
It is so biased. He just hates the Dolphins. The Dolphins are the most prolific team in the NFL the last month. Like, they can't
At
be
cheating?
stopped.
At what? At what are we talking about?
They can't be stopped, and they sure as heck can't stop
They
anybody
can't
either.
stop anybody. You're right.
Give up 70 points a game.
As long as you score 71.
Hey, you know what? You know how they do like the ACC SEC challenge? I'd sign up right now for an AFC NFC East challenge.
It'd be interesting, for
It'd
sure.
be pretty good. Match those teams together. It'd be pretty good.
We'll work on it.
That's going to be our playoffs this year, folks. We're changing the system.
That'll be fun.
We'll be back on ESPN 690. What the heck is going on in Indianapolis? We'll get to that when we come back.
From Brent and Friends, and are you looking to make a difference for our community this Thanksgiving? Show you care and help local families this Thanksgiving by giving to the Basket Brigade Florida, proudly supported by Jack C. Wilson Roofing, the first name in Jacksonville roofing, who believe that one small act of kindness makes a difference to so many. To donate, go to ESPN690.com, and thank you for helping families in Northeast Florida. From Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Want a lifetime savings before the holidays? Who does that?
Beard's Diamond's incredible 42nd anniversary sale. Everything store-wide is on sale up to an unbelievable 42% off.
But it's only happening until November 30th.
If you're popping the question this Christmas, celebrating an anniversary, or shopping for the holidays, you do not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime sale.
Beard's Diamonds always has the largest inventory in North Florida, but now there's even more.
Designers have sent their best stuff, especially for this sale.
Loose diamonds, mounted diamonds, diamond earrings, necklaces, and more.
All on sale up to 42% off.
Beard's Diamonds has been family-owned and operated in Jacksonville for over 40 years.
And to say thank you, they're discounting everything in store up to 42% off.
Going on now until November 30th. A sale so big, nobody's ever done it before.
Because Beard's Diamonds will never be beat on price.
Beard's Diamonds 42nd anniversary sale. Don't buy until you get our price.
At the St. John's Town Center or at beardsdiamonds.com.
It's where I take my family to play golf, and you can take yours as well. The Golf Club at Southampton. It's the home of the Action Sports Jax Dream 18, and it can be your golf destination. Enjoy your golf experience by calling 287-PLAY, 287-PLAY. Play some golf or maybe practice some golf at one of the newest facilities in the area. Grab some lunch or dinner, too. Southampton has it all. 287-PLAY for tee times and more. The Golf Club at Southampton, the home of the Dream 18. My home course. Make it your home course, too.
Dear online threats, after all the time we spent together, I'm finally ready to say goodbye. I have to admit, I was careless. At first, I thought maybe you were not so bad. Then, after you moved into my software, I believed I was too weak to stop you. I was wrong. I can do better. So you know what? I have NordVPN now. See you? Never. Everyone can boost their digital confidence with NordVPN. All it takes is one simple click. NordVPN will block online trackers, hide your virtual location, and secure your device from malware-infected files during downloads. It will also detect malicious websites. So catch the Black Friday deal for a 1 or 2 year plan at NordVPN.com and get 3 months for free. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
The Red Cross responds to nearly 66,000 disasters every year, most of them house fires. Red Cross President and CEO Gail McGovern says you need to develop an evacuation plan and practice it, especially with your children. It takes just 2 minutes for a home to be engulfed in flames.
Practice those drills. We all think our kids know what to do. They don't. We need to teach them. We have started a large campaign where we're going into vulnerable communities and helping install smoke alarms. Already 92 lives were saved, and 4 of those lives were saved by a 5-year-old girl who remembered what we taught them during these fire drills, and she got her family out. We also have a slew of free apps that people can download onto their smartphones. It's what to do in every kind of disaster you can imagine, how to prepare and how to recover.
To help support all the Red Cross does and to make a financial donation, go to redcross.org. That's redcross.org.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at BrentASJacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN690.
The owner, Jim Irsay, not happy with the direction of this franchise, with the way the offense is performing, and to go into New England and to get blown out there and to have your record fall to only 3-5-1, frankly, was not enough to keep Mr. Irsay at bay. He got very antsy and very disappointed and decided to fire Frank Reich, who was in his 5th season as the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts.
So that's Adam Schachter, and the Indianapolis Colts have gone off the rails.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Irsay, I mean, he's kind of a bizarre individual to begin with, but I mean, this is wild. They bench Matt Ryan, which we think are because financial reasons, right? That was like a business decision.
Yeah, a contract thing. If they weren't going to be in it, they weren't going to waste the money on his roster bonuses.
And he fires Frank Reich, and I could see that coming anytime during the course of this year.
Called it a few weeks ago,
outside of the Jags, be honest, they played awful football all year. They played okay against the Chiefs. The Chiefs played bad that day. I'm not sure they should have won it. They beat the Chiefs somehow. The Jags game, they played well. I mean, their defense didn't, but their offense obviously did, and they found it for a day. But Reich has done a bad job. And you know me, I think Chris Ballard is like, how many quarterback chances do you get?
Well, maybe one more, it sounds like.
It sounds like he could. So, but the bizarre nature of this is Jeff Saturday?
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
Kind of reminds me of when I'm drawing a blank on his name. I got to look it up. 2 GMs ago, the Mets plucked a GM out of like a player agency. Not like a former coach or a front office exec, just a guy who was a player agent.
I mean, this is a terrible move on so many fronts. The guy's never coached.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't seem like they're too interested in it. I mean, they like him at the franchise.
Of course they do. I get it. But that's so disrespectful to everybody on the staff and also everybody in the locker room. Like, you know you're not trying. At least hide it.
Now,
and by the way, you've already got 3 wins and a tie. You can't even tank to the finish to get the number 1 pick.
You can come pretty close.
Yeah, they're comfortable with any of the top 3.
And by the way, they're in the top 3, I think. I have to look that back up.
Nah, they can't be if the Jags are 6. They have the top.
I think they're in the top 4, aren't they?
Jags 6 or 7.
Well, the point of the story is the Colts can't be above the Jags.
How crazy is it the Jags are two out of a wild card and 6th in the draft?
I mean, that right there is the 2022 NFL season, like macrocosm.
All right, so here's the deal. Jeff Saturday's coached high school football when he was 3-7 on the high school football front. Jeff Saturday is a tremendous player, had a great relationship with the organization. That's fine. So what? That's great. I mean, listen, this is the equivalent.
Oh, this is going to be wild.
It is. I think it's the equivalent of the Jags firing Doug Peterson, or he resigned, whatever, something happened, and then bringing in Paul Puzzlowski to coach.
Puzz is beloved.
I think Puzz is smarter, to be real with you.
Well, I'm just saying he has no experience coaching.
I get it.
Yeah.
And
Look,
by the way, Saturday's
the team.
well-liked. Saturday's well-liked. I'm
Very
sure
well-liked.
Puzz has coached.
College or high school.
No, I
Warner.
mean some Pop Warner stuff along.
Yeah.
He's done camps, okay?
You get the idea. You know.
Well, there is a name floating out there, and it's funny because there was a story just written on him over the weekend. But Sean Payton is telling his close friends he plans to coach again, and he's saying he wants to be picky. He wants to avoid dysfunctional teams. So, I mean,
So
these
he's
are the
gonna pick
teams
the
essentially who, by the way, these are the teams who will be firing their coaches, right? The bad teams who are firing their coaches and can't win games. People look at them like they're dysfunctional. But the Colts are one of those teams who might not be that dysfunctional. I mean, you think they are because you're not a big fan of Irsay, but
Bro, they just hired Jeff Saturday. That's dysfunction.
to lose games, maybe.
I mean, they're
but
playing this kid. They can't function on offense with Ellinger in there.
compare the Colts to the Texans is what I'm saying.
Well, they're cleaning up. They got rid of that guy.
Finally, yeah.
They did.
But I think this is what
They got
Sean
rid of
Payton
Watson
is talking
and that
about.
guy.
So maybe there are franchises that we don't understand or know the depth of the dysfunctionality. Maybe the Colts are one of them. But if I'm looking at that team going, all these Pro Bowlers and you got talent on the roster, it's just not working out for them this year. If I'm Sean Payton, I'm licking my lips going, that could be real easy to turn around.
Maybe.
Especially with a big quarterback.
Yeah, with a big quarterback. I mean, there might be other options for Peyton. Like, I get what you're saying. But by the way, let's not also overlook the fact that this is a terrible look for the Indianapolis Colts, Jim Irsay, in the NFL, in a league that has an issue hiring minorities.
Yeah.
And
That's not even looking at coaches.
This
to
has
go
been
get 'em.
a theme and a topic and a storyline the entire offseason, the last couple of years and others. And they are hiring a white coach that has zero experience.
None.
And we've already discussed this a little bit with the Josh McCown thing in Houston. The people thought he was like, well, he wasn't he like a front runner for that job?
Yeah, I forgot about Josh.
Oh, the Colts job. He got hired.
And so just on that alone, Jim Irsay looks like tone deaf, and Goodell's going to be like, you're doing what? Like, you can't tell him who to hire. But he had to been like, you're doing what?
The tank is on.
Doesn't it
And
seem
again,
that way?
I'll repeat myself. This is a slap in the face to every coach on that staff and inside the building, the people that work in scouting and other places, and also the players in the locker room. Like, that is listen, Jeff Saturday is a good guy. I'm not saying he doesn't know football. You don't bring a guy in to do this at this time. And also this, you basically put him in a terrible position.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why he would take it.
Now he's got to win this team over with everyone looking over their shoulder. Like, how do you not have a coach on staff to do this?
And the story is that he's basically in there to report back to Irsay because they're close. Like, that's the story around.
So he hired a narc, and now nobody's going to trust this guy.
Dude should have stayed on First Take, bro. He was making bank. Just wearing a suit.
I don't know why he'd take it. I think it was a terrible situation. If you really wanted to get into coaching someday, this is a bad move.
What's he going to call? The offensive line? Like, all right.
Did you
Hold
see
the guard.
one last
that was-
thing? One last thing on this front. Did you see last week? He is an analyst.
Mm-hmm.
He one of his last tweets. Raiders look horrible. Guess who the Colts play this week?
That's fantastic.
That's kind of funny.
Just one more of those NFL scheduling little coincidences.
Yeah, true. Another quarter. Yeah, Goodell said, hey, if you're going to do that, can you make sure it's this week? I don't know hey, you know what? I'm just glad the Jags don't play them because I'd be fearful they'd beat them. Still mad the Jags lost to the Colts.
It's crazy looking back now, yeah.
We'll be back. Rasheed Mathis. Mathis on Mondays. Up next on ESPN 690.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine.
If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
Main office, Jacksonville.
Hello, you have reached the Crooks Arrest Training Center tip line,
where we give expert advice for crooks.
You may have recently heard that Safe Touch Security is running an insane special for business owners. A 2-for-1 deal on 24/7 perimeter guard cameras.
Yeah, these cameras are game changers.
Correct. They are compatible with a Safe Touch system, a different system, or no system at all, giving business owners a lot of flexibility.
Plus, Safe Touch offers free installation, free storage, and a lifetime warranty, all for less than $1 a day.
So, don't be surprised when you see more and more Safe Touch signs at businesses.
And if you're a crook, be afraid. Be very afraid.
Only one security system is truly the best. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of Safe Touch Security Systems. Nobody beats Safe Touch.
Buy one, get one free cameras are limited and going fast. Beat the holiday rush. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
For survivors of domestic violence in Duval and Baker counties, Hubbard House provides free, confidential emergency shelter and services. Call our 24-hour hotline at 904-354-3114.
Thank you for calling Navy Federal Credit Union. How can I help you?
Hi, if I'm in the Army, not in the Navy, am I still eligible for membership?
Yes, you are.
What about my sister in the Air Force?
Her too.
And my dad's a Marine.
We serve all branches of the military, veterans, and their families.
My dog is a retired military working dog.
I'll see what I can do.
Find out if you're eligible at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Yeah, we're replacing the carpets too, so don't worry about that.
No fresh powder yet, but Dan's Ski Lodge has an avalanche of projects.
4 rooms are getting hot tubs.
He needs a staff engineer to navigate a flurry of new requests.
And all of those will be fully ADA accessible.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
The only place to hear Maurice Jones-Drew in Jacksonville is on ESPN 690 every single Monday.
I believe that you can't continue to get rid of talented players in Jacksonville. How many times do we have to go through this? You got rid of Jalen Ramsey. You got rid of Fowler. You got rid of this guy. You got rid of that guy. You let Calais Campbell go, who's still playing. Are we going to continue to let talented players go and go ball out for other teams? And then be like, well, they weren't good here because they were a distraction or they had a horrible attitude. Like, no, he's a talented player. Talent wins in the National Football League.
Every weeknight at 6 p.m., it's Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. And check us out right here on ESPN 690.
In the middle of his 5th season as head coach of the Colts, Frank Reich is out. Indianapolis fired Reich a day after the 26-3 loss to the Patriots and one of the worst offensive performances in franchise history. What plagued Reich's Indianapolis tenure? The constant turnover at quarterback since Andrew Luck's retirement in 2019, points out our Chris Canty.
The objective is to get a franchise quarterback. Until you get that guy, it's going to be hard to have sustained winning. Frank Reich is a decent coach, got a winning record, couple of playoff appearances in there. But why have they been on uneven footing? It's because they haven't been able to have stability at quarterback.
Chris Canty of Canty and Carlin. Reich had a different starting quarterback in each of his season openers in Indy. Former Colts center and ESPN analyst Jeff Saturday named Indy's interim coach. The Giants will be without safety and defensive play caller Xavier McKinney for several weeks. He injured his hand in an ATV accident in Cabo during the bye week. NBA LeBron James out for the Lakers tonight against the Jazz with foot soreness. He's also recovering from an illness that affected him last week.
Halloween is over, but hiring is still a bit scary? Indeed's end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
ESPN690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kuhrts.
Yo! But what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
4 o'clock hour here on a Monday. Jags get the win 27-20 over the Las Vegas Raiders. And by the way, I know you've heard this by now, but I mean, how incredible is it that was only the second time in franchise history out of 118 games the Jags have rallied to win when down 17 points. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kuhrts. How incredible is it that the Jags have been down 17-plus points in 118 games in franchise history?
So not that it's the second time, but that there have been 118 times.
I mean, think about it.
That's like
a staggering somebody did the numbers for us. It was 26.6% of the time.
Wow. Of all-time games in the history of your franchise.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's got to be like super high relative to others.
I mean, it's got to be the highest. Think of another
well, because they have been bad, like the Browns, right? The Raiders.
27% of your all-time games.
The difference between all those is there's a lot of games to pick from. Like we're still kind of in the Carolina,
infancy,
right? Houston,
relative infancy.
Like those teams, they haven't had that. Like I doubt Houston definitely hasn't had that many, and Carolina I doubt has had that many. Yeah, it's probably not even close. But even if you went over the last 25 years in general, you took every franchise. Like, who would be in the mix? The Jets?
Jets would be there.
The Browns?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even the Bills before they got good. Remember, this was a Bills team for 20 years, didn't do anything.
I guess.
The Rams were really bad for a while. The Titans were actually really bad for a long stretch. But that is a lot. That is a lot. Maybe the Lions. On that note.
Might be on that list.
Sorry, I thought about it because I was about to welcome in Rasheed Mathis. I'm like, well, he's played for both.
You should ask him how it feels.
But they have a long history as well. Rasheed Mathis on Mondays. Rasheed, we get to talk about a W, man. Hope you're doing well and had a good weekend.
Yes, all is well, all is well. Yes, a W. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Definitely a good thing.
But improbable, man. I mean, I thought this was rock bottom for the organization this year. In that second quarter, I was like, uh-oh, this is just not going to be good. We kind of waited for it. They had battled, and then what if it goes bad one week? And it looked like it was going bad this week.
And not only that, but in the second and fourth quarter, this team has definitely left a lot of that on the field. So you look at that 17-0 going in the second quarter, Rashean, and you're like, what next?
Yeah, you had to be a little bit of that feeling.
Yeah, you could look at it like that, but you can also look at it that we've kind of been in every game. We fought to stay in games. That was going to be a question that I had once we started today. I wonder how many people, once we were down 17-0, kind of like threw in the towel for us. It goes to show the type of team that they're building. Like it's no quit, so that's a good thing.
Well, I mean, you obviously weren't looking at my Twitter at the time.
Go ahead. Easy, Brent. You got old man shoulders and elbows. You don't want to break them patting yourself on the back or anything.
Oh, no, I'm not patting myself on the back.
Going the other way with it.
Yeah, don't look at my Twitter from about 2 o'clock on yesterday to about 2:20. Please don't. Delete. I mean, listen, we felt it before. We know what it looks like when it's just like listless. And I will give them credit, man. They kept it together. They had two ways to go. You either just fold the tent, or you keep battling and make them play the game, and they did that. And I know everybody says that's what you're going to do, but it's hard to get 53 guys on the same page feeling that way when you're in a 5-game losing streak.
Down 17.
And you're down 17 points, and not a lot's going right on your home field again. I mean, it's hard to pull yourself out of that, Rashean. I know you've been there before as a competitor, but, again, you might be able to do it, but can the guy next to you do it is a bigger question.
You're right, and it came from up top, meaning the leader of this team, and that's Trevor. And I think, I don't have the statistics, but he probably had one of the best second halves he's had. He looked great. He was making all the throws, all the reads. It was a 3rd down and 3, and someone ran like a quick out route instead of throwing that an interception and trying to complete that pass. He realized he didn't have it and threw it and kind of threw it at his feet. Like, those are the plays that good quarterbacks make, and they don't try to force and understanding if I punt and my defense give me the ball back, then I have this next opportunity to capitalize on.
It was a big growing moment for Trevor Lawrence yesterday. I mean, just actually the idea, forget about the 17-0, but coming back from last week where he made 2 huge mistakes and obviously the one in the interception and had all week to think about it. The noise was picking up a little bit, Rashean, on Trevor, and you said it. I mean, you're right. He had a terrific second half. I mean, he didn't miss a throw until the play you were talking about. I think that was even partially deflected if we're talking about the same one. But, I mean, he was on the money. They couldn't stop him. The 3rd down conversions were good. He was in rhythm. He was accurate, and he led the charge. I mean, when you're down 17-0, your quarterback does have to bring you out of it. Yeah, you need your defense to play well, but your quarterback really has to rally you out of it, right?
Definitely, it was all on Trevor. Which way we were gonna start trending. It was definitely on him, and he clicking on all cylinders. Etienne busted a couple plays, so but it's all on completions. I think he went one time. It was like 10 or 11 passes in a row. It's just getting that momentum back and getting people to start believing. Like, okay, we have the momentum now. Now let's rally. And they definitely did.
What kind of moments can this be for the team? I've been wondering, and I don't know because we still have a long way to go, and I can't make next Sunday happen and the next Sunday after that happen right away, although the next Sunday will be a bye week, so I can kind of make that one happen already. If you win, you've lost 5 games. They've all been tight. You've kept it together. The locker room is still together. You come back from 17 down. You finally get a close win. You make stops. You make the plays. I mean, I'm just trying to feel like, how good do they feel today? How good are they going to feel this week at practice? And how good can feeling good be to a football team?
Well, they needed this. It was no doubt. You could say you needed one a week prior. You can make that argument as well. But this was a must. Meaning just for the morale. Just to start trying kind of trend, cut the leak off. Cut the leak off so we can kind of plug this gap and let's start moving forward. So you got to win 1 before you win 2. And this was definitely a great step in the right direction and playing like we did the second half and really controlling the game and not letting them do too much as an offense either, right? The defense played well. They stepped up and they started playing well. So, on all cylinders, I think. And it was a kickoff return. Was it the kickoff return?
Yeah, second
we
half.
had a big kickoff return as well. So it's in all phases. Like you said, it's not just you. You might get yourself up to be ready to battle against this, but can you get that next man or the next team? And we did it on all 3 phases of the game, which definitely was a plus. And it shows that the leadership that they have around the team within the players, but also the head coach at the helm. It shows how he has his guys playing for him.
I like where you just went there. Good segue. Rasheed Mathis on Mondays here on ESPN690 with Brent and friends. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kuhrts. And Rasheed's been in this league for so long, and then he kind of has taken a step back, and now we've got him back into it, watching it from a different lens. And when you watch it from this lens, I really thought this was a culture win for Doug Peterson. Last year when the Jags were 2-6, they didn't like their head coach. That thing was a mess. How much was this Peterson? How much did Peterson help get him over the line by maybe not going for it on 4th and 1 a couple of times late and kicking the field goals? And I know one missed, but I mean, how was from your view, was this a big-time culture win for what Doug has done so far since he got here in February and where he's trying to take it?
Yeah, it was. And I say it was because it just shows that he can rally his team together. And not all coaches can do that. And you can see week in and week out, you get guys around the locker room or guys on the sideline, they're trying to rally you, but a guy is going to play for who's in charge. He's going to go for bat for who's in charge. And if you don't have it as a coach, it's easier for you to lose the sideline because we're not always on the same page. We could be mad at the offense. The offense could be a little upset at us because we're not holding, or they're not holding special teams the same way. But when you believe in the coach and your coach believes in you, you can feel that on that sideline. And it's just a word here, there, or a look from here and there to the right player as a coach, and that's what gets the guys going. Like, get a pat on the back, hey, get your guys going. Like, and if your coach can't tell you that, if your head coach can't give you that and tell you that, then that's where you lose that sideline easily.
I want to just double up on what you just said there, because I would think these guys get hired, Rashean, and you've got to have that trait. You've got to be able to have a team that believes in what you're preaching. But I guess what you're telling me is it doesn't always work that way. I mean, you guys are grown men too. You know what to buy into, what not to buy into. And I guess that happens more than I would think.
It definitely does. And Jim Caldwell, when I was in Detroit, like, that man was amazing. Like, just an amazing man, amazing coach. And he had all 53 bought in because he treated everyone the same. Megatron and Matt Stafford probably was the head of the snake at that point in everyone's career. But that 53rd man that was on that roster felt the love too and felt the respect from it. So when your number was called, you was willing to show up and do whatever it took to help your team win. And not everybody can rally the troops like that. And you can ask player after player after player, like, they can point out those coaches who have made that impact on the team and how it catapulted the team to be a better team.
One of the things Doug has brought with him to Jacksonville is this penchant to not be scared to go for it on fourth down. But during this Raiders game, it was one of the first times we didn't see them really go for it on fourth outside of bringing the kicker out there. Meanwhile, Josh McDaniel across the sideline went for it 3 times. Do we think Doug was kind of shaking on the sidelines, jonesing for a fourth down? Was this purposeful from Doug, or do you think it was just game script?
I think it's just him learning. Like, not saying that he doesn't know already, but you kind of learn your team, you feel your team, and you kind of have to, you can't be, I'm going to do this regardless of the situation. Like, you have to make in-game adjustments. You have to be audible ready. And although he is an aggressive coach, this is him being audible ready and be like, okay, no, 3 points will help us. And in reference to going forward and not getting it, it could hurt us. So this is him pulling back when it was time to pull back. And not to say that, in a couple of weeks he won't go for it again, which, I think when you make those calls, whether you go for it or not, you'll have your team backing you more instead of thinking like, okay, we're going to go for it every time and get everyone guessing.
It's an interesting way for you to put it about Doug learning, or even evolving would be another word maybe that I would use in terms of his roster, the way the season has gone and how he likes to be. It's not just Trevor and Travis and these guys who have to get their education up. I mean, Doug's out here still being a student.
Yeah, and how they're going to react, I would imagine. And, I would say, I think I said this a lot last week. I think Doug needs to get this team over the finish line when he has the opportunity to. And sometimes that's not just being kamikaze style, go after it every single time. There's a nature of, hey, this is a young team. We're going to be dangerous to people because we have a little more rope to play with. There's not as pressure on us. So let's just let it hang out and go play and see if we can surprise you in times. I get that nature. The Jags didn't have a high expectation. But when you have 5 games that are so close and it's really stinging your locker room, you have got to find a way to put points on the board. And I think he could have made the case in both situations. He could have gone for it. And I think if it was week 3, he might have gone for it.
Yeah, I think he has previously gone for it. That's why it was so shocking to me.
But I think he also made the right choice, and that helped them. Again, I mean, the kicker's got to make the first kick, to be honest with you, and not boink it off the field goal, off the post. But I just thought that was good for Doug. I think what Rashean just said is a great answer, too. It's like, hey, we're going to go for it because we like to go for it as players, but we also know when he does go for it, it means something. It's not just every single time that he's going to go for it. So I thought it was a big deal for Doug Peterson to get that win, and I think it said a lot. And now we'll see what it does. See if it pops the balloon, lets the air out, and these guys just go play. There's some good stuff there for the Jacksonville Jaguars that just hasn't materialized into wins just yet. I got to ask you, Rashean, I can't believe it's been 15 minutes, but Davante Adams, that first half. I mean, All I can still see is that route he ran against to get wide open on the second touchdown. And it just shows you how good this guy can be. And he was excellent on the one drive, 6 catches, 88 yards. I mean, that guy is a really good player, right?
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player. You know, I was in Detroit when he was young, and he thought he was good when he was with Green Bay early in his career. And it's actually impressive to see him blossom and grow as a stud receiver and as a stud athlete. You hear nothing but good things about him. I played against him twice a year, so he has an edge and a competitiveness about him that not too many athletes have. Only the great athletes do. And they made an effort to give him the balls and design plays to him. And when you have a guy like that on your team, that's what you're supposed to do.
Well, it's interesting. We were looking forward to the Tyson Campbell and Devontae Adams matchup. And what I said a lot last week is when you have a matchup like this, I think you know this best, when you have a really good player on the other side, you're going to win some and they're going to win some. It's really hard to shut out a really good player, especially if you're Tyson Campbell and you're a young player. But I also didn't think all that was on Tyson Campbell. Now, the touchdown was, and there were other plays, but they really did move him around, Rashean, to get him the football in other ways. It wasn't like all 9 catches were against Tyson Campbell. And did you notice if Tyson did anything different in the second half that kind of went the Jags' way instead of the Raiders' way?
Well, you made a good point. When you have another playmaker on the other side of the ball and that is skilled and a vet like Adams, it's almost impossible for a young stud, in our Campbell to stop him because he's going to get his touches. And they did move him around a lot, and they did design plays where Campbell had to be in the slot or outside in different levels, and they put different levels around him to get him up under the defense or ran players off and threw a little swing pass to him. So they did an amazing job because the week prior I heard that he only had 1 catch, right? Mm-hmm. So this was the week to get him off. But at the end of the day, we didn't allow him to beat us. Even though it was the first half and he got off and was doing his thing, I think they did a great job of buckling down in the second half and not allowing him to beat us.
Yeah.
And I don't think Campbell did anything different. It was just going up against a real veteran receiver, and it showed him what it takes to cover great receivers in this league.
Yeah, Tyson is a fascinating guy for us to watch because he has really grown up in front of our eyes, and there's not a lot of players that do that. I'm sure you did it back even before I got here, and you could see some of that growth. And I'm almost wondering this, Rashean, do you remember a moment early in your years, maybe year 1, year 2, and maybe it took to year 3, where you went up against somebody like this and you're playing well, you're feeling really good about yourself, you know your talents, but then you get taken to school a little bit for maybe a couple of series or a half, and then you come out of it. And I just wonder how much growth that gives a player like you back in the day or a guy like Tyson Campbell going forward now.
Oh, it definitely gives you growth. I do remember, because I had Marvin Harrison, and I had Andre Johnson in my division, right? So
those were guys who were okay.
It was 2 division games. I was going to see 2 monsters 4 times a year. So you definitely had to be on your P's and Q's. You definitely had to cross all your T's and dot your I's, or it was going to be a long day for you. So, yeah, I do remember being off a little and learning from it and understanding, watching film and being critical of yourself and understanding what you need to do better. And that's just going back in the lab, right? Like that's part of sports. Going back in the lab and be like, okay, this is a veteran guy. This is what he did to me. This is what I could do better. And that's how you learn, and that's how you get better as an athlete.
Did you notice in the game, too, again, you watched that secondary maybe even more than us, Buster Brown played a lot, the young man, the rookie for the Jags, 7th round, I think it was 7th round draft pick, and Trey Herndon came out. I mean, he actually had more snaps than Trey Herndon, so it looks like they're trying to work in a possible change at that other spot, Rashean, which I think also could be a very dangerous thing to do when you're playing the Raiders and also you're in a game that's really tight in the 4th quarter. But they were kind of tweaking and playing with that, weren't they?
Yeah, they definitely were tweaking and playing with it. But being that they had Campbell following Adams all over it, you can kind of tweak and play with it a little more, being that the Raiders was kind of one side dominant and didn't really have a huge threat on the other side. So if it was a game to do it, this probably was it. Being that, they knew Adams was going to be their premier focus, their main focus for the game. So they're looking for something. We don't know what because we're not inside the walls. But for him to have as many snaps as he did, it does say something.
Yeah, you might not have an answer for this too, but I wonder, because we saw some different guys in. DeJuan Smoot, now he's getting more snaps. Production has earned that. He's now way up in snap count yesterday versus the rest of the year, and he should. He's earned. He's leading the team in sacks. You want a guy that's being productive. I get that one. Buster Brown's working his way in. Why? Well, because he's probably he might be a better athlete, might be a better skill set for today's game at the corner position than Trey Herndon. Just doesn't have the experience. And then we saw Chad Muma go in there a little bit more than we've seen him. And Devin Lloyd's a guy that's really been good at times, Rashean. But the last few weeks, I feel like we're not seeing great play out of him. I know he ends up with a fumble recovery late. But are you noticing anything in there from the young linebacker that has him, maybe his head spinning, him not in the right places? Is that hard? I don't know if you can pick that up off TV.
Well, you have to kind of dissect the film a little bit more, and I'll keep an eye out for that. But you definitely have to dissect the film a little bit more, see if he's missing the little small assignments that you really don't see. His head could be spinning a little bit, could be getting down, and you know, with losses, this is one thing about the NFL or any professional sport. When you lose, everything is glorified, right? Like, so all the little things that you didn't do well, there's going to be an X, because we have a grade sheet at the end of every game. You have a grade sheet, and it's going to grade you how well you played, whether you're in the 90th percentile, the 80 or the 70th or the 60, how many MEs, mental errors you had. Everything is marked down. So when you lose these games, your coach has to be a little more critical and put these X's by your name, saying that you didn't do this, you false stepped here, you false stepped there. So you never really know the ins and outs of it until, you know, the film is watched and everything is graded, and you know, and it's gonna show up on Sunday because you're gonna lose snaps because of it.
Yeah, and I think he did. And by the way, we have sound with Lloyd in the locker room after the game, and he's like, "Yeah, this was not my best game." But that's a couple of them now. You go back to the Indianapolis game, and so I think it's part of the inconsistencies. We talked a lot about Monday Morning Madness this morning, inconsistencies of these young guys that they're really leaning on. Before we go to break, Rashean, I mean, you don't ask teams to lean on so many young guys with inexperience. Again, right. I'm not a young guy. Like, the league is young. So it's like, young is different. Inexperience is really the key here. These guys, they're being at Trevor, Trayvon, Lloyd, Etienne, who am I missing? I mean, Tyson. Other guys are being asked to do a lot, where if you're playing for Baltimore, if you're playing for maybe it's the Patriots, if you're playing for the Eagles right now, there's no way they're asking all these young guys to do this much to help you win.
Brent, that's an amazing point, because as you said, you can have one stud on your team that's young stud, or maybe two young studs that are ready to play. But when you have a handful, or a little more than a handful, that you're asking to play 65 snaps or 40 snaps out of a game, that's a lot of snaps for a young guy. That's a lot of snaps for a young guy, because they're playing against experienced vets that are year in and year out used to making plays and used to getting up under skin and knowing how to cut off angles and things of that nature for you not to be able to make for you to be able to false read and false step and things of that nature. So it's a tall task. It's a tall task, and that's not really talked about a lot with the Jags. So kudos to the young guys for standing in there and trying to make the plays, but it is a tall task.
Well, and you're talking about a team now that's been one play, 2 plays away from W's. Right. And those guys are the ones that are sometimes making those misplays. And so the big deal here is, okay, it's infuriating. We get what's going on. It's just the reality. But hopefully in 2023, they've played enough where they don't make those mistakes, and now those plays are turned into winning plays. Like, that's what the organization hopes happens, and that's what Doug Peterson hopes happens. That's why probably Doug Peterson, who knows it like Rashean knows it, is more patient than everybody else in the River City right now when it comes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are 3-6, though, after a big win. We got more with Mathis on Mondays. Rasheed Mathis, former Jaguars corner, joins us each and every Monday in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll keep him for another segment and talk more about a situation happened in Indianapolis. I want to ask him about what just happened up there and how a player would react. That's coming up next. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690. Partly sunny, breezy, and mild on this Monday with isolated showers mainly south of I-10. It'll be a little breezier out along the beaches today. We stay partly cloudy and mild overnight tonight with an isolated coastal shower. And Tuesday, Election Day, a repeat. Partly cloudy and breezy with isolated showers. Have a great Monday. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Right now, get 42% off everything in the store. Don't buy until you get our price.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. See better and stay safe on the road with our visibility event. Right now, you can earn up to $20 in bonus rewards when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades and Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights. Take advantage of the rewards from October 31st until November 13th, in-store or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
We're ready to deal at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting table games, and a sports bar with the NFL ticket, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located on 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjax.com.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Put their experience to work for you. Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. We did in our house. Absolutely love it. Have had it for years. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call today and save hundreds, even thousands, on a complete home solution for city and well water. Financing available with approved credit. And because the professionals at CGC Water are committed to being your go-to water experts, you can trust their master plumber with all your plumbing needs as well. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I've been a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment for more than 5 years now. CGC Water Treatment, your local independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Boss, wait till you hear this.
Whoa, hang on. We just found 6 houses without Safe Touch security, so let me enjoy my good mood for a little bit, will ya?
Sorry, boss, but Safe Touch is running a buy one, get one free special on their 24/7 recording perimeter guard cameras.
A BOCO on cameras?
Yeah. Listen, get 5-star security surveillance with Safe Touch's 2-way communicator, free installation, and lifetime warranty. Plus, add a doorbell camera for just $99.
Do that, Lester Jackson! Why is he doing this to me?
Boss, it's just another reason we have the Crooks of Us Golden Rule. Stay away from Safe Touch houses.
Yeah. So much for my good mood.
Crooks know to stay away from Safe Touch houses. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of Safe Touch Security Systems. No one beats our technology or our price.
Monitoring agreement required with approved credit. Beat the holiday rush. Cameras are going fast. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
I'll second-guess dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREON info.com.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690, and you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe.
I mean, the first half, obviously he had some big plays there, and we just regrouped really at halftime. I don't think there were a ton of changes. Quite frankly, the guys were in position in the second half, and that's part of what we're trying to teach these guys here, and how to win and to stay within themselves, just do their job.
That's Doug Peterson. I was thinking of him yesterday watching this press conference, and I'll give him credit. He doesn't get too high or low either way. And he's not like, oh, yeah, Trevor was unbelievable. Here he comes now. He doesn't. The rest of us are. Or some of us are.
Right.
But
Well, it's our job.
Yeah, but he doesn't. And and it's almost like, I actually watched his news conference because I was in the locker room. And so last night, before we did primetime, I was like editing some sound. And I watch it. I'm like, Doug, I kind of wanted you to be a little bit more happy about this comeback.
He's not going to give it to you. Yeah.
He wasn't giving it to us. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey, Kuhrts, Brent Friends on ESPN 690. Mathis on Mondays, 4 o'clock hour. And Rashean, did you see the news up in Indianapolis? I'm not sure if you saw it over the last couple of hours.
I did.
I
did
okay,
see the news.
Frank Reich gets fired. That's one thing, and we probably saw that coming. They're obviously trying to not win right now because Sam Ehlinger's in instead of Matt Ryan, and there's a vast difference between the two quarterbacks. But Jeff Saturday gets hired? I'm just really curious about a player's reaction to this because, well, I'll tell you how I feel after. I don't want to put anything in your mind. How do you feel about it?
Well, one thing I know Jeff very well. We were, on the PA together, on the board together. With the Players Union. So I know Jeff very well. An amazing guy, great football mind. But as a player, if he hasn't been involved, so I don't know the backstory of it. If he hasn't been involved with his team in any type of way, it was a shocker when I seen his name. I didn't out of all names that's out there, he gets the nod. I know he has tons of history with the Colts. But with the Colts, but as an experience as a coach, he has none. Mm-hmm. So that right there blows me away. That right there does blow me away. And like I said, I'm friends with him and I know him. But there's definitely more names out there that should have. I know this is an interim guy, and I don't know. Like I said, I doubt that he was involved with the organization. You can correct me if I'm wrong. If he had any other involvement with the offense.
He's being like doing a show. I mean, he's doing a show on TV. He's basically an analyst.
Exactly.
They've called him a team consultant, though.
I thought maybe I missed something.
They describe him as a team consultant, but you're right. He hasn't had substantial coaching experience whatsoever. What does it say to the players in the locker room?
That's the thing, right?
When you make this move, though,
their locker they don't have a locker room. So Jeff Saturday is of the age. He was before me. So Saturday, he doesn't have any camaraderie with the guys in that locker room to pull guys together. So I would say their season is a wash, and they've lost their locker room. This is surprising. I would never say that a team is trying to do anything, trying to tank, but this is shocking.
Rasheed Mathis with us here on ESPN 690. Okay, so I'm going to share a couple of my thoughts, too, on it, and I agree with you. I think it's disrespectful to the locker room. I think it's disrespectful to the coaches on the staff. I think it's disrespectful to the scouting, GM, everybody else that works in that place. And I really think it's disrespectful, actually, to Saturday, too. I'm surprised he took it because it doesn't set him up for any position of success if he someday wants to do this. It actually puts him in a very awkward position. And I'll add one more thing. And I said this in the first hour of the show. We're talking about an NFL, and a big topic when it comes to hiring coaches is hiring minority coaches. And a white coach just walked into a position as a head coach in the NFL for 8 games for the Indianapolis Colts, who has never coached in college or the NFL. It's a horrific look, I think, for the NFL, Rasheed.
It definitely is, and it goes to show that the owners, at the end of the day, you have players, and I've said this to a million of people before. You have the players that is comprised and supported by the players' union, and then you have the NFL, which is ran by the owners. And the owners are billion-dollar owners who have been doing things for a certain way their entire lives, or since they have had these franchises. And they are unfamiliar with anything that doesn't look like them and are uncomfortable with anything that doesn't look like them. So it's not surprising from that standpoint as an African-American man sitting up here telling you that I'm surprised they hired a white coach. I'm saying I'm surprised that they hired someone with no experience. But to put both of those variables into the equation is mind-blowing.
Yeah, so the Indianapolis Colts move forward with Jeff Saturday. And I'll tell you, one other thought here. Everybody thinks they're tanking now. They are, and they're not trying to win. Well, Aaron, what did you say earlier? We were doing the draft position. Right now, the Colts are in 14th draft position.
At 3-5-1.
If you really do want a young quarterback, and like one of the top 3 quarterbacks, we all kind of believe they'll be the first 3 picks.
Or the top 5, yeah.
Potentially. Well, that's a long way to go.
Yeah, you got to do some work. You got some work to do.
You got some work to do, even if you're not trying to win, to get to the 3-hole. So it's a bizarre situation in Indianapolis, Aaron.
I'm also kind of curious about what this says, not only to the players on the team, the locker room, but the existing coaches on the team. A guy like Gus Bradley, defensive coordinator, their special teams coordinator, Bubba Ventrone, or any of these other assistants on the team that you might have put in there as the interim, not only to see what you got on staff, but like give these guys the respect of working this hard this way through the season. I mean, the record does not reflect the hours these guys put in. At least respect that team and the staff enough to allow them to finish out the year.
Yeah, it's a bizarre situation. I don't know how else to say it, and it's a weird one for sure. All right, let's get back to the Jags, Rashean, before we let you go. That Travis Etienne guy's pretty good, isn't he?
He is pretty good. It amazes me, and I see defenders all the time not really accumulating their angle, not really trusting their angles because of the burst and the speed that he has. So it's a generational talent.
What is are you impressed with the ability to carry it the way he has? I think that's what's got everybody's attention right now. Everybody thought they saw the speed and the burst in college. Listen, this guy scored 70 touchdowns in college. He ran for 5,000 yards in college. He's an experienced player in the backfield. But 24 carries and 28 carries in the tough runs. I mean, he had a day. If I said 28 carries, 109 yards, if I said that at the beginning of the season, everybody would be like, oh, that was a good day for James Robinson. That's what Travis Etienne just did. I mean, I think that's the significance, right, Rashean? He has proven that he can take the hits and keep going, fall forward, gain positive yards, and then break it open and wear a defense down, even as a speed guy.
Yeah, he's a hard-nosed player. That's what he's proven. He's a hard-nosed player, and he's just not a one-trick pony. Like, we see him bouncing balls outside, and sometimes at the beginning of the year I'd be like, maybe he shouldn't have bounced that. He shouldn't have bounced that. But I think he's learning as he's continuing to grow as an NFL running back that I have the speed to bounce it, but not everything is made to be bounced. Mm-hmm. And that's the growth that I'm seeing week in and week out. And that's why he's plugging, and then he'll hit you for a 25, 40-yarder.
Yeah, Rashean, while you were playing with the team here, you got to play with a couple of special backs. And while Travis Etienne and Maurice Jones-Drew are built differently, they do some of the same things, whether it be that pass-catching ability or even the home run ability. Do you have anyone, when you're looking at Travis Etienne, you like, you know who he really reminds me of, his style of play or his potential reminds me of? Anybody spring to mind when you watch Travis Etienne on the field?
Yes, it's Chris Johnson. Actually, Chris was a little taller for Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, CJ2K.
Yes. So he has the speed, he has the burst. And Chris wasn't a big guy. He was taller than Travis, but he wasn't a big guy. But he carried a load. He carried a load, and he'll run, and then once you think he's running downhill, he'll bounce it outside, and you'll see his speed. So he has that type of ability, and it's exciting to see that he's in between our tackles doing it.
It's on our team. Yeah.
That's a good one. You know, we've talked about Kamara and other backs. We haven't really said that name, Chris Johnson. And you're right. He was a more physical runner than people gave him credit for because everybody wanted to talk about his speed all the time, you know, and he was like
durability.
Like he was fast, like 4.2 fast at the combine, if I remember correctly. So
yes, he was. He was one of the fastest ever.
Yeah. So I like that. I hadn't thought of his name in this context, and I would take that. He was a darn good player. All right, last one, then we'll let you go. Appreciate Rasheed Mathis being with us. Mathis on Mondays, each and every Monday on ESPN 690. The Chiefs are good. The Chiefs are tough. I know last night they didn't play that great, and there's been other moments, but come on. Patrick Mahomes, the speed they have all around, Travis Kelce. I'm just wondering from a defensive view, is there anybody – well, first, let me ask you this. How hard is it to defend them? And basically because Mahomes will run all over the place before he even decides to throw it, and then he'll throw it from any angle and as he's falling down. And these guys make plays for him all over the field, Rasheed.
Yeah, so this is what I say about Mahomes, and this is what I say about the National Football League. It's hard to cover, right? It's a guy knows where he's going, and you're trying to react to it. And we're some of the best athletes ever to live, so we're able to do it. But when Mahomes is on, you have a long day because there's not that many defenders on your defensive side that is able to hold up for more than 2 to 3, 4 seconds. And when he's on and he's trusting himself, there's nothing you can do. Like I've seen a lot of talented quarterbacks, and I face many week in and week out, like some of the best that will ever play. But when Mahomes is on, the skills that he possesses, like it's unbelievable. Like I see why he's pretty much the face of this league, and people are falling in love with it because he has all the tools that you want in a quarterback.
I was trying to think. I'm looking back. I'm thinking in your career, the game's changed a little bit, even from the early part of your career. Manning and Brady, they don't play this style of football. Like, I almost feel like he's Vic without the crazy running ability of Vic, where he would keep everything open and alive and then still be able to beat you with a 70-yard throw because of the arm strength. But that's probably not a great comp. So
no, I like it. I like it, actually, because he's going to hold the ball for a split second longer than Vic, where Vic is going to be running up your back quicker. I would rather for him to run up my back quicker than to this guy double and triple move me and having a 70 bomb still being able to be thrown down the field. So it's a pretty decent comparison because he has the ability to beat you with his legs, even though he's not going to run 70 yards down the field to beat you. But the ability that he possesses and still being able to throw the ball, because Vic had a cannon as well.
Oh, he did. He could
just
flick
wasn't
it.
as accurate as Mahomes.
You know,
yeah,
they're physically built differently, but when I see Mahomes run around in the pocket but not move past the line of scrimmage, just dying to find someone to throw it to, I think of guys like John Elway and Donovan McNabb, who are constantly on the move, but weren't necessarily forward runners.
Is a good one.
But they would free up all of the action outside the pocket just by moving around and then just a wrist flick 50 yards down the field. Warren Moon would be another one. He wasn't exactly fast or really mobile, but he'd get out of the pocket and then suddenly it's downfield real quick.
When people ask you the best offense you played against, I mean, is it the Colts because you played it so many times? I mean, what is the best offense?
Well, I did play them so many times, but I think it was the best offense because they had Marvin on one side, they had Clark as the tight end, and then they had Wayne on the other side, and then they had Edger and EJ handing the ball off. So they had some Hall of Fame weapons everywhere you look. Just Saturday at center.
I was going to say, don't forget that offensive line.
Right, exactly. So they had studs in every position.
Yeah.
In every position.
Yeah, I would say, and studs.
And not to mention Peyton Manning as quarterback. Right? So forgot about that guy.
So they have the head of the snake. There is Patrick Mahomes right now. I guess the difference between the two, it looked so much more methodical than speed-driven that the Chiefs are just so fast. But I'd probably discount how much speed actually the Colts had.
How about
Manning
this
was
stat?
slow, but everybody else was quick.
Right. I
Maybe
think
he made everyone look faster.
Everyone else seemed like they weren't running as fast, but they were moving still.
How about this stat? Pat Mahomes, for all he does, threw the ball 68 times yesterday. Still only threw one touchdown. If I told you Pat Mahomes threw 68 times for 446 yards in a game, you would think he had 8 touchdowns on the day.
Yes, you would.
One touchdown.
Yeah, it was a weird stat line. It was a weird game overall.
game.
All right, Rasheed Mathis, that was fun, man. Thanks, and good to talk about a W. We'll do it again next week. We'll see how the Jags do against those Chiefs.
All right, awesome. You guys have a wonderful week.
All right, that is Rasheed Mathis. Mathis on Mondays. I always love the perspective and really cool. He had played against some of the greats now for a long time. That is an interesting comp to the Colts offense with all the difference. Well, listen, if you take the Colts offense now versus this Chiefs offense, the Colts are better from a weapon standpoint. They don't have Edgerrin James in the backfield.
Yeah.
They don't have Marvin Harrison or Reggie Wayne on the outside. Now they have a way better Dallas Clark. They have Travis Kelce.
Yep.
And they have Mahomes, who is different than Manning and at this stage every bit as good in terms of, where you would rank quarterbacks in the NFL. So, but I mean, really, that Colts offense is even probably more prolific and tougher to defend.
Just Manning always had guys to throw to. Like, you never had a Manning year with no wide receivers on the team.
It'll be a fascinating matchup with the Chiefs. Again, I said this morning, totally different game than yesterday. The Jags don't play the Titan style, so don't even read into that game. Like, that game is non-existent
But
for the
they do
Jags.
have to slow the Chiefs down to win
They have
this
to
game.
punch him in the mouth, but the Jags don't play punch you in the mouth kind of football.
But they
I
do
think we
play
have to
keep
notice
away.
that. They can do that.
They do long offensive
That's a good
drives,
call.
keep those teams off the field. I got a stat for you coming back on that.
All right, we'll be back on ESPN 690. Week 9 fantasy football picks fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau report card time. I told you to maybe try Justin Fields, but I didn't expect a three-peat performance. Instead, I said Chase Claypool, and, well, the targets just weren't there. 2 catches, 13 yards. That's it for Justin Fields' newest weapon. And the other player to keep an eye on, well, he'll play tonight for the Baltimore Ravens. That's DeMarcus Robinson. He and Lamar Jackson will see what they can do against the New Orleans Saints. My picks fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, you have reached the Crooks Arrest Training Center tip line.
Where we give expert advice for crooks.
You may have recently heard that SafeTouch Security is running an insane special for business owners. A 2-for-1 deal on 24/7 perimeter guard cameras.
Yeah, these cameras are game changers.
Correct. They are compatible with a SafeTouch system, a different system, or no system at all, giving business owners a lot of flexibility.
Plus, SafeTouch offers free installation, free storage, and a lifetime warranty, all for less than $1 a day.
So, don't be surprised when you see more and more SafeTouch signs at businesses.
And if you're a crook, be afraid. Be very afraid.
Only one security system is truly the best. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of SafeTouch Security Systems. Nobody beats SafeTouch.
Buy one, get one free cameras are limited and going fast. Beat the holiday rush. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVP's Pro Rewards Program. Terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
O'Reilly. See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
Auto Parts.
Yellowstone, television's #1 show, returns on Paramount Network.
I, John Dutton, do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Featuring an all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner.
The invasion is over.
They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way?
As the Dutton family fights to protect their legacy, they'll learn power has a price.
Signing this is a declaration of war. We're already at war.
Yellowstone returns Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern for an epic 2-hour premiere event exclusively on Paramount Network.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN 690. Join Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN 690 social media platforms.
All right, give it to me. What you got? Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. I'll wait until you're done
I got food
eating
in my
something.
mouth.
I saw that.
Don't eat candy on the show, Kasey.
Well, we weren't back yet.
Oh, we were back. I give everybody a fair warning. 15 seconds.
Yeah, you did.
no,
Give us a 15-second heads up. And I still got in what I wanted to say. You guys didn't think I could do it. Squeezed it in.
Yeah.
You did squeeze it in.
Barely. But
All right. So to the stat. Oh, no. I lied. All right, give me another couple of seconds.
This guy. What is going on
we
with him?
break in 90
I got
seconds.
it back.
Can you get it in 90 seconds?
I got it back. Well, because we stopped talking about it, so I had to go somewhere else. I was talking, Brent, to you about...
itchy toes.
I was talking to you about the defense, right? We were talking about how we got to slow the Chiefs down if we expect to win. And to your point, they're not exactly going to, punch them in the mouth and only run the ball. They like to throw the ball. But this team does a good job of keeping the offense on the field in the games that they win. You look at yesterday's game is another great example of it. Once they started scoring, once they got past the fumbles and the punts, in mid-second quarter, you go touchdown, field goal, touchdown, punt, miss, field goal. But you're talking about drives of 10 plays, 8 plays, 9 plays, 12 plays, another 9-play drive. Meanwhile, you look at the Raiders in the third quarter, they got the ball once for 3 minutes.
Yep.
And it was just a punt. In the fourth quarter, they had a drive of 38 seconds. They had a drive of 55 seconds. They had a drive of 1:09. That was essentially it, besides one other possession for 5 minutes. That's how they got to keep the ball away from the Chiefs to do some damage.
And early in the year, they did a great job of that, right? These long, sustained drives. That was a money drive. They had 12 plays, I think, for 7 minutes yesterday.
Yeah.
Chew up the rest of that.
7:02, 82-yard
third
drive.
quarter. And by the way, I love the play to start the fourth quarter. They hurried up to the line of scrimmage and caught the Raiders sleeping.
Yeah.
On the 3rd and inches play on the Etienne touchdown. I thought that was fantastic.
That was great.
That's good coaching. That's a good observation. Are you playing music?
No.
Oh. It felt like 90 seconds.
Yeah, I did wrong math. It was actually 2 minutes.
Oh.
And 30 seconds. Hey, by the way, this just popped up on the screen. This has nothing to do with anything. FSU is a 6.5-point favorite, even though Syracuse is ranked and FSU is not. Isn't that a weird thing?
College football is bizarre. I'll tell you something else that's weird. I just saw a tweet from NFL and CBS. Aiden Hutchinson, rookie ranks. Sacks 4.5 first. QB hits 9 first. Pressures 24, tied for first. He had 3 sacks in one of the games.
It was like the first game.
And he
the
fell on
interception
top of
yesterday?
people. I did see that.
He was floating on that interception a little
The
bit.
interception's good. But, I mean, come on. I mean, this is where numbers get skewed, right?
Yeah, he had 3 sacks the first game. Yeah.
And they were not like these unbelievable sacks.
But to that point, these guys don't come out of the gates blazing fire trails. That's why everyone looking at Trayvon, I'm going, all right, just give him a little bit.
Trayvon, man. I just keep blazing down the field, 30 yards down the field.
That
What
was
a
still a
play,
crazy
man.
play.
That was unbelievable. The athleticism is sick. I just get to the passer. A little more. Just a little more. Football at 5 coming up. We got tweets.
We do have tweets.
Do you see who I took a picture with yesterday?
No, I have to check that out.
Oh. Gosh,
Is it insulting to you when I don't look at your Twitter?
Yes, it is. Especially this one. All right. We'll be back on ESPN 690. I've been telling you about iCryo now for the last 6 months. Elevate your lifestyle and save while you do it. If you listen to ESPN 690, you can get a day pass to iCryo in St. Johns County for just $69. Tell them ESPN 690 sent you, and you can pick 3 of the 6 lifestyle services: whole body cryo, local cryo, compression, red light therapy, infrared sauna, cryofacial. Just has to be used all in one day, 3 out of 6 for $69. It's a heck of a deal for listening to ESPN 690 at iCryo.com.
The Card Player Poker Tour is going on now at Best Bet Jacksonville. The popular poker tournament series continues until November 14th and ends with the $3,000 No Limit Hold'em main event from November 11th to the 14th, and the Best Bet 500, a $500 No Limit Hold'em tournament on November 14th. There are $540 satellites into the main event going on weekly at Best Bet Jacksonville. Go to bestbetjacks.com to view the full tournament and satellite schedule. That's bestbetjacks.com.
What's better than all those Thanksgiving casseroles? How about 4 big ways to save on a new Toyota at Arlington Toyota? Like no payments until 2023 on your new Toyota purchase. Arlington will even waive your last payments. You got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. You'll also get no maintenance costs for 4 years. But don't wait. Shop Arlington Toyota in person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/thankful for full details.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Put their experience to work for you. Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. We did in our house. Absolutely love it. Have had it for years. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call today and save hundreds, even thousands, on a complete home solution for city and well water. Financing available with approved credit. And because the professionals at CGC Water are committed to being your go-to water experts, you can trust their master plumber with all your plumbing needs as well. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I've been a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment for more than 5 years now. CGC Water Treatment, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you or someone you know is a post-9/11 veteran looking for direction and purpose in life after military service, Camp Southern Ground is here for you. Warrior Week, our signature veteran-led transition program, will give you the tools and training you need to thrive in work, relationships, life, and family, all at no cost to you. Together, with a community of peers and mentors, we strive to make every day better than the last. Take control and get started today at campsouthernground.org.
Every weeknight at 6 p.m., it's Overtime with Kuhrts in Middleton, and check us out right here on ESPN 690.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
I'm Christine Lisi. A day after the Colts offense struggled yet again, the team fired coach Frank Reich. Indy's dropped 3 in a row, is 3-5-1 on the season. One of the biggest issues for Reich throughout his nearly 5-year Colts tenure, the inability for the organization to find a successor following franchise quarterback Andrew Luck's retirement in 2019. Former Colts center and ESPN analyst Jeff Saturday named interim coach in Indy. Couple of things they're looking for from Saturday, points out ESPN's Mike Tannenbaum.
Make this team tougher, won't beat itself, more competitive, play with a little bit more passion. It just seemed like, towards the end there, things just weren't working out for whatever reason, Chris, as it related to Coach Wright. And I don't think Jeff's going to come in from day one and have all the answers. In fact, I think it'll be somewhat opposite. It's going to take a minute.
Mike Tannenbaum on Canty and Carlin. ESPN's Chris Mortensen's reporting Bills quarterback Josh Allen's being evaluated for an elbow injury to his UCL and related nerves. Coach Sean McDermott said earlier today they do have to have more information on Allen at some point tomorrow.
Halloween is over, but hiring is still a bit scary? Indeed's end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kuhrts.
Yo! But what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
What's happening in Jacksonville and everyone else from all across the globe? Who's the farthest person away listening to us today?
Oh, that's a good question.
Roll call.
I thought I saw somebody, who was it in the chat last week from Wisconsin or something like that.
Well, that's certainly possible. I thought we lost all of Wisconsin when Austin left.
He took all the people who eat the cheese curds with him.
Yeah, right. Maybe we got a couple of hanger-oners.
Hanger-oners, sure.
Our best roll call, you weren't on the show, but the best roll call ever. Kasey, I think you were on the show for the guy in the ski lift in Wyoming or something, or Montana.
Yeah.
That was awesome. The guy was listening, while he was operating the ski lift in Montana.
Ski lift.
Remind me to send that guy a hat if he ever listens again.
Forget about, mileage. Ski lift couldn't be further away from Jacksonville, period. Forget about how far it is.
That was the greatest. We got some folks over there in England, of course, and Australia. We've had Italy before.
Nice. So far, our 2 entries are St. Augustine
and Ocala National Forest.
And the Ocala National Forest.
Ocala National Forest, you get us? How you listening to us? Is there cell service out there?
Look, 690 in the daytime goes pretty far.
I understand that. Does it go that far west?
I'm unsure.
Yeah.
Really?
It does.
Wow, I didn't realize it went that far west. I know it goes north and south and goes into the Atlantic quite a bit.
I used to get it towards Orlando.
That whale and sea turtle, they could listen to us 100 miles off.
The ocean hears us forever and a day. Jeez.
We got Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
Nice.
Calling Baton Rouge. Big weekend at LSU. Want us to talk some Tigers? Beat Alabama. What a game that was. Brian Kelly's doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, weren't you guys putting Brian Kelly to bed earlier this season? Yeah.
I was.
Brian Kelly, you talk about a character development.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, he got rid of the accent and everything.
Seriously, that's a hell of a job he's doing.
Did you hear his explanation after the game? I wanted to play for him all of a sudden. He I don't know where this audio, I heard it on 690 from a national show, but he said when he got his team together, he's like, I wasn't going to let somebody else decide who wins the game. That's why we went for it.
There it is.
I'm going to decide it. We're going to decide it. We're not going to let them decide. I was like, dog, I'll play backup left tackle at this point. Whatever I got to do.
He was emotional. Yeah. Listen, he can coach. He's a good coach. He can, I think, from a personality standpoint, rub a lot of people the wrong way. But, this is the guy that started at Grand Valley State in Division II and won national championships. Somehow ended up at went to Cincinnati, then went to Notre Dame and turned them around. I mean, it was unbelievable the job he did at Notre Dame. And then he gets a little hammered because I think in many respects, the Notre Dame people are like, why are you leaving us for somebody else?
Yeah.
And now LSU, and he starts all kind of quirky and all that stuff. But the job he is doing now, that is a terrific job. You don't see jobs like that at this level, I don't think, very often, where it's like, whoa, that is incredible coaching. And, usually you have to have all the talent. Now, here's the thing about LSU. They always have some level of talent. They always have dudes. And, by the way, whoever's listening in Baton Rouge, first job in Alexandria, Louisiana, tell them hello. A couple hours north of Baton Rouge. But anyway.
Drive down to the city and wait for Brent.
He's doing a great job. And if you can tonight, go drive home through a daiquiri hut just for me. I'll send you the bill, or I'll send you the payment in Venmo. That'd be fun.
Kasey will tell you not to believe that statement, but okay.
I would not. He's not going to send you the Venmo.
Oh my gosh, you don't paint this picture. I have more checks written to Kasey around here than anything else.
For my work. For my work.
Whatever that is.
I win bets. I don't get paid. You've promised hats to 18 listeners. Nobody's gotten the damn thing.
I know, but I haven't done
he's
that.
not sending you the money, bro. Like
I will send you the hat.
No.
I just ordered them.
What are
ordered
these
from
new
Dome
hats?
I got new hats. Do you think the station's paying for that? No.
You said it, but like, are they cool looking? Like, you didn't run it by nobody? You didn't tell nobody what the hats were
I
going
got
to
to
look like?
take a peek, I think.
Dude, are you kidding
Do you
me?
think I have?
Are you kidding me?
Do you think I have
Aaron
to ask-
Schachter got
I
to
have
see the
ask
hat?
you? I have to ask you for permission what the hats are going to look like?
What a disaster. I can't even get a look. I couldn't even see the Brent Friends logo until it was happening.
Yeah.
I knew about it for 8 months.
Well, because we knew like your eye roll was going to be. I didn't want to deal with
and
that.
I rolled it hard, buddy. Rolled it hard. Come on, somebody.
Anyway, go buy a daiquiri
rib crab.
in the daiquiri hut. Will you? For me
give me
in
a-
Baton Rouge.
And by the way, as if the SEC needed another big-time team playing out there, but yeah.
Hey, one thought on the college, which we don't usually talk a ton about, but Alabama losing. I don't think Alabama's that great this year, but it's a pretty amazing to me that you've got to go 2-point conversion and crazy like kick in Knoxville to beat them.
Yeah.
Like they don't get enough credit for that. They're not that good. Like they really aren't. They're more penalized. I feel like than
Relative
ever
to past
before.
Alabama, or just
they're-
in general?
Well, no, they're not as good as they've been. Like Bryce Young's been up and down. He's been hurt at times.
Yeah.
Their defense has really not been that great for the last couple of years. They thought this team was going to be unbelievable. I just haven't seen any
Before
sign
the
of
season,
that.
they called this a historic Alabama roster, and Brent Martineau looked in his crystal ball and said, they say that every year. It's garbage.
They do. But the penalties and the lack of discipline on them is really what's uncharacteristic, I think, more. And I don't even know what they had the other night, but they've had some games that they was like, wow. But think about what it's taken to beat them. Now, LSU is a heavy underdog, so really that's a poor performance by Alabama if you're a 2-touchdown favorite and you get beat by them, because they should be way better than LSU, but that's what it took. Tennessee's pretty good, and you needed a ball off the goalpost, basically, to win.
And by the way, without even knowing the stats, you called it. I mean, almost 10 penalties, 9 penalties for 92 yards.
That's a lot for Alabama. And
Oh,
they've
yeah.
had some where it's like 15 this year.
That's crazy.
So it's
Tennessee, they had a lot, right?
Yeah, I think it was Tennessee too. And it's not the only one. And they don't even have an impressive win.
No.
They really don't. So, again, I just do give credit for Alabama. Even when they're not great, they're tough out, man.
Against Tennessee, they had 17 penalties.
That's what. Yeah,
17
it was outlandish.
penalties.
It was outlandish.
That is nuts. And by the way,
One of
should
them
I-
was a PI late, I think.
Should I go on my rant about Georgia being number 1 and everybody else can start at like number 5?
No, we
No,
don't.
are
have
we
time.
back to that now? Okay.
I mean, hey, is Georgia good?
They're the best.
Why are you mad at me?
I don't know. I'm just telling everybody that, like, I heard all this stuff about Tennessee. I think they scored 49 points a game coming in. They scored 13.
Yeah, they got dominated. I didn't see it coming. I'll give it to you. I guess that's why you're mad at me.
And that dude can coach, too.
Kirby?
He can really coach. And obviously, they're really good. They've got a lot of good players.
Did you see the graphic? I'm sure you did. That Stetson Bennett and Joe Burrow are the same age.
That's crazy.
That is nuts.
That's so whack.
It is wild.
Why does this guy get to play still?
I'm 37 years old.
Hey, I can tell you this. There are high school juniors and seniors all over the country asking that about every sport.
That's true.
In college.
Yeah.
Why are that guy still playing? He is married with 3 kids.
BYU's like, yep, Better believe it.
Yeah, everybody's BYU right now.
Hey, by the way, before we transition into more real things, people in the chat are asking about the photo that you got with somebody that you teased.
Yes. So this is what I was going to get to. So do you watch Yellowstone, Aaron?
Oh, here we go.
I'm familiar with the show. I don't watch it weekly, no. But I know that the dude was on the sidelines. I did see that.
You're telling me that there was a dude from Yellowstone on the sidelines and you just happened to be there?
Yeah. We were doing our show, and Kent came by. He was with him, and I didn't notice him. Like, I watch a show. Like, I'm not you know me, I'm not a big TV watcher.
You're definitely not.
But I love Yellowstone.
He loves Yellowstone.
Love it. And
yeah, I've heard you talk about this show twice. It's like the only show I've heard you talk about.
I'm not the only one that loves it.
No.
Like,
It's very popular.
Very popular show. And so now Rip is a character on Yellowstone. This guy, go look at the picture and go look at the Yellowstone character. You never know it was him. Like, I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not good at that stuff to begin with.
I'm terrible at it.
And so I didn't know. And Kent walked by. He's like, you know who that is, right? I was like, no. It's like, that's Rip from Yellowstone. It's like, oh, how about that? That's cool. Like, so I take a picture.
Wait. No, you're fast forwarding past the part that I want to hear about, though.
Wait, yeah. I just caught that too.
Did you approach or did someone approach for you?
No, I'm getting to it.
All right, because you said I take the picture. That's after the approach.
I took the picture from afar.
Okay, gotcha.
Once I was like, all right, I'm going to get the picture and see if people know. Yeah, it was a stalker picture. It was a longer view picture.
Yeah, the telephoto lens going. I see.
And so as we're walking out after the countdown to kickoff, I say to the other guy that I work with, and I said, hey, you know that was Rip? He's like, no way.
He watches Yellowstone,
yes.
too. Okay.
He's like, we got to go. He's like, I'm going to get a picture, like, of him. So then we walk back around, and now we're full stalker mode. We're getting a close-up picture.
You're just chasing him now.
And he's taking pictures with people.
All right.
And so we're like, let's just take a selfie with him. What the heck?
Yeah.
So we did it. And that's how
Was he good about it?
Oh, he's great.
All right.
And so we walked out a little bit with him. You know, and those guys don't want to talk to you, really. But I was like, I just asked him when the show, I said, the show's coming up again, right? And I didn't know exactly when. He said, yeah, November 13th. And then I just asked him, I said, this has had to change your life. Now, keep in mind, this is Brent. I have no idea what else he's been in.
He could have been like the most famous actor. You'd have no idea.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. I just looked it up. He's not.
I know,
but
and I kind of thought
it would be funny.
No. But it was like if Kevin Costner was there, I was like, well, I saw Field of Dreams. Like, I know that he's a big guy, right? Okay. But this guy's like, I'm not sure. And so I just said, this must change. He's like, it's been a crazy few years, you know? And that was about it. It was just a little small talk, and that's it. But so he was nice. Good
Has
enough.
it been a few years for that show?
Yeah. They're on season, I don't know if this is 4 or 5 now.
That's crazy. The pandemic really screwed up my clock.
So do you have to lose your credential now? Like, it says no photos or autographs.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. Take it away. After the first half, I kind of wish they had.
Because I know if Kasey gets a photo with anybody on the field, I'm definitely going to jail. Forget losing your credential.
I don't remember actually ever taking a picture with anybody. I probably have. I don't think I have. So that
I know two
first.
very, very inebriated ladies who would disagree with you from earlier this season.
Oh, that's right.
No, I mean like somebody famous.
Well,
like that.
They became famous when we talked about them here.
They did. That wasn't on the field, actually. That was on the concourse.
Okay, it makes sense.
As they were getting another beer.
Sounds like you broke the rules.
I probably did. So anyway, hey, all this for Yellowstone is back coming up next Sunday.
Congrats.
I don't know which one it's on. Peacock, Paramount Plus.
Paramount.
I got them all just to watch the show.
It's that season, man. We're getting to the end of the year. Everyone's TV shows are coming back. I keep a list going with my wife because, you know, these platforms don't talk to each other. We're in the middle of 7 different TV shows. I got to reference the list every time we turn on the TV. It's kind of frustrating.
I just caught what Brent said. He's like buying subscriptions to things he doesn't know what they are. It's like, is Yellowstone here? Yeah.
Well,
and he's like, oh, we got to get the next one.
No, they did this. Like, they put the first couple of seasons on one, and then they transitioned over to another one.
Yeah.
Like they must have bid it out or something.
That happens
right?
a lot, though. Yeah.
Like, that's crazy, man. Can we keep it on one?
He's scrolling through NBC Sports.
I don't
Gold.
even
He's
mind.
Like, where is it?
I don't even mind that there are different streaming platforms. I would just love a company to make an agreement with all of them. So you have this third-party app that says, hey, here are the shows you're watching. You've got new episodes or not. Because we're not watching them live at this point, a lot of these shows.
Yeah.
A lot of these shows just get released on a certain day. You kind of forget you're watching them, or at least I do.
Yeah.
I'll miss like 3 or 4 episodes and then get back to going, oh, yeah, I was in the middle of this episode, and then I haven't watched it in like 5 weeks.
I was watching 13 Reasons Why, and I haven't gone back in 3 years. Totally forgot about it until you just said it.
Here's the popularity of the show. I put this on Facebook as well as on Twitter, and you wouldn't believe how many people reached out to me. Like, they love this guy. And they love the show.
It's one of the higher rated. Isn't it a network TV show?
No, it's not on network. It's
I
always
thought
been
it was
streaming.
on Hulu or something.
Hulu's not network TV.
But that's where I get my network TV from.
No, I don't.
I just
know. It's on
associate Hulu
Paramount.
with
I'm
network
almost
TV.
positive it's on Paramount
I think it is on
because
Paramount.
I watch soccer on Paramount, and every time it's like Yellowstone. I'm like, I don't give a crap about Yellowstone. Can I please get the soccer?
Can we just get recordings of Brent calling up the Netflix customer hotline asking where Yellowstone is?
Where's Yellowstone?
They delayed the shooting of it because of the pandemic.
Then he's on Peacock.
You know? And I don't know why. This one I knew it was November. So, have you ever, like, seriously, I had people from Rhode Island messaging me on Facebook, texting me, like my
That's
Auntie
funny.
Joss. I hadn't talked to her in 6 years. She texted me during the game. She's like, did you really just meet Rip? I'm watching Yellowstone now.
You've been on TV for decades. She's like, but Rip.
It was the weirdest thing. Have you ever you meet celebrities sometimes in the radio world? Have you ever met somebody and they're like, oh my gosh. Like, I took a picture with Garth Brooks and nobody said anything.
I got to be honest with you. I don't take too many pictures with celebrities, and I had my opportunity, especially when I was a program director. We used to throw concerts all the time. Here's a problem I got. One time I met my favorite lead singer of my favorite band of all time, Rivers Cuomo, lead singer of Weezer.
We just talked about this.
Yes. And I was so hyped for this meeting. It was like a milestone in my life. And as we get to this interview that I'm going to do with him, I started to feel real gross about myself at the thought that for me, this is a milestone. For him, it's like a Tuesday. So like there's a real disparity that like it's not like he's a special person. He can just sing and write pop songs. Like there's nothing that makes him a better human than me.
Well,
why am I aside from the fact that I'm a terrible person?
Yeah.
But why I didn't like the disparity. So I couldn't help myself with him, but I really tried to with every other band I ever worked with or every other famous person I've had the opportunity to do anything with. I try not to put myself in that position.
Well, listen, this is one thing I think we are actually on the same page about. Like we're not liking a lot of ways.
Not on almost anything.
But I kind of feel that too. Like I think that's why I don't get too excited. I'm not going to tell you I was overly excited. We just took a picture.
Yeah.
With
I'm pretty excited.
I mean, that was cool, but I was actually interested to see the reaction. Like, I didn't think it was that big a deal until we put it out there, and then everybody's like texting me and all this stuff. It's like, wow, this is bigger than I thought. But I'm with you. I don't value the superstar, the actor. But I have my best friend Pat at home. He loves it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you should see the stuff he says when like that. He's like, no way! Like, he gets so excited. And I'm like, dude, it's just like, I'm with you. It's like another person. They just have a lot of money and probably are talented.
I wish I felt that way. I don't feel like but that's the problem I have is that I don't feel like they're just another person. I do feel like they're more special than me, and I don't.
I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying that. Yeah,
I don't like that feeling.
Oh, okay.
So I try to work in the opposite of it.
Yeah,
You guys
I don't put him on a pedestal at all.
I don't either. You guys would have hated me in high school though, because I was like in high school, doing the autograph thing. So I'd get pictures of these people, post them on Instagram. People would eat it up. They'd be like, "How'd you do that?"
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't know.
No, of course.
It made me feel good.
But
Listen,
isn't it funny that people like that? But I guess that's why they
this
watch.
mental gymnastics. If it's you, I don't know about you, but Kasey, you tell me if you feel the same. If there's like a famous person you're going to get to meet or that's coming in and you're like, oh my God, this person's coming. There's like this weird infantile fantasy part of your brain that goes, well, if I say this to them, we'll become best friends.
Yeah.
And now we're going to hang out and do all this rich, famous stuff together, and it's going to be amazing. And that just feels so gross to me.
Mine's like, what can I say to get 2 more albums done?
I forget who it was, but first Super Bowl I covered when it was with New England. It was in New Orleans, and Radio Row was even bigger then. I felt like you got more stars there, and we interviewed, I don't even remember. It was like some supermodel or something. We were getting like on the Patriots game.
I happen to know a lot about supermodels. Go ahead, I'll help you out.
Dude's a world-class storyteller. I don't know who or where, but this is what happened.
I was in New Orleans. I told you at the Super Bowl, but I don't know who. I can't remember now. But again, like Pat it wasn't Giselle, but Pat was like, I mean, you would have thought, name your biggest like hero ever.
Yeah.
And
Aaron
it's just,
Schachter.
I agree. Like, I don't get that way, Kasey. Like, I actually enjoy interviewing like these stars now more for like Pat's reaction. Like, I really do. I'm like, I can't wait to see if he thinks this one's a big one, a good one, or not.
Well,
like,
look, it goes both ways, Brent. I got Matt
I used to do
Masters.
that too,
Matt Masters checking in on the chat. He said he chickened out of saying hi to you. once a couple of years ago.
There you go. Hey, Matt, make sure you say hi, and maybe I'll send you a hat, too, whenever they come in.
Whenever they come in.
I get a hat.
And then
at this point, we're out of hats.
tying one more loose thread before we hit that music to go to break. Another person checking in on our roll call from San Diego.
Oh, there we go. San Diego. How's Cali doing out there? San Diego's always good, right?
Yeah, man.
So anyway, Rip Yellowstone's coming out next. I feel like now I'm pushing the show.
You really
for
are.
it, right?
Like a paid endorsement.
It is. It's like, that's what I like.
I'll bring the music, I'll fade it down, and then you can do the read.
This is Brent for your favorite show, Yellowstone.
You can find it on
we said
Peacock,
it was-
ESPN, Disney Plus,
Whatever the hell you have.
PBS, I don't know.
Why can't we just do what we do on podcasts? Wherever you get your podcasts.
There you go.
Wherever you get your Yellowstone, you can watch it.
Find more
It's a new
Yellowstone.
season, November 13th. Like that. By the way, when I do that, we did it last night on primetime. We were like, November 9th, 13th, a new season of Yellowstone. Like, that's the only time in my life I've ever felt like a network guy. Like, I feel like Nance or somebody right there, because that's what they do, right? Like, Joe Buck's going to tell you when whatever the Masked Singer is starting again.
True.
Well, not anymore. He works for ESPN. He used to have to do that.
Yeah.
Also, we got a South Dakota.
South Dakota checking in.
Never been to
little-
South Dakota.
Little known fact, there's no such thing. Both North and South Dakota are just Dakota. It's how it
Go
is.
to break.
It's a conspiracy,
Go to break.
the North and South
Go to
Dakota
break.
thing. Trust me, look it up.
Football at 5. We'll get back to talk football. We got some tweets on ESPN690. It's got nothing to do with Rip and Yellowstone.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Breezy tonight into partly cloudy skies with a few brief showers. Temperatures dropping into the mid to upper 60s. Your Tuesday, Election Day. Partly cloudy and breezy with an isolated shower, but plenty of dry hours and highs in the upper 70s. From the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Right now, get 42% off everything in the store. Don't buy until you get our price.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Is your digital marketing strategy keeping you up at night? Do you have more questions than answers? CMG Local Solutions can help you take all the guesswork out of digital marketing. Let CMG Local Solutions create the best marketing plan for your global, regional, or local business. CMG Local Solutions has the right tools to fit your business's marketing needs.
Learn more at cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville. That's cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville.
As a business owner, wouldn't it be nice if you could eliminate all the waste on advertising to people who just aren't ready to buy from you? What if you could spend your marketing dollars talking solely to people who are ready to buy a product you sell? Cox Media Group has a very large database to help you reach those exact people. Cox Media Group offers a program called Omni-Channel that starts with an email to your ideal customer who's ready to buy now, and then once they open the email, they will start seeing your message on Facebook and through display ads and video ads. Let us answer any questions you have by heading to cmg.com to find out more. That's cmg.com.
I'm about to give you even more to be thankful for this year, thanks to our friends at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. You got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What are you waiting for? This sale won't last long. Shop in person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/thankful for full details.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at UNFospreys.com.
Everyone can boost their digital confidence with NordVPN. All it takes is one simple click. NordVPN will block online trackers, hide your virtual location, and secure your devices from malware-infected files during downloads. It will also detect malicious websites. So catch the Black Friday deal for a 1 or 2 year plan at nordvpn.com and get 3 months for free. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays, 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN690. All right, let's get back on track here. Football at 5. That one tweet really threw us off. Let's do more tweets. More that have to do with football. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey, Kuhrts. It's football at 5. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton coming up at 6. 7 o'clock, we have Andre Cisco on the show tonight at Sneakers in Jax Beach. So come on out. Actually, the next 2 weeks, we'll have Cisco on the show. That is the schedule. Andre, we'll talk to him a little bit about that. Man, he missed a pick 6 opportunity, so we can have more fun with it now that they won the game.
Cisco had more targets in the Jags game than Elijah Moore had in the Jets game.
Cisco has had his hands on some footballs the last couple weeks. He already has 2 interceptions this year, 1 a pick 6. He really could have at least 4. And the leader, I think, is Chauncey Gardner-Johnson with 5 on the season. So he could be right there. I think he's been inconsistent, if we're being honest about Andre. I think he can play better and more consistent. But he's another one of those guys that he's a second-year guy that didn't play at all last year. I mean, he played very minimal snaps. Yeah. And so I think we're even, we brought that topic up with Rashean. I think he fits in the category. He's probably making some young mistakes. We knew we talked a lot about him in the opener against Washington, where he did make the mistake on the McLaurin play, him and Shaq Griffin. So we'll ask Cisco a little bit more about it, but you can do it off a win because the Jags got the W 27-20. 3-6 now on the season. If you can't get out to Sneakers, which we hope you can, 7 o'clock on Fox 30 for that. What you got on the tweet front?
We will start with a topic we visited at least once or twice during the show, but we should visit it every hour of this show. It's big. It's probably the biggest news of the day. From Adam Schachter, it's no longer breaking, but at the time that I grabbed the screen cap, it was. Colts are naming their former 6-time Pro Bowl center, ESPN analyst Jeff Saturday, as their interim head coach. Saturday's been a consultant for the team, is in its Ring of Honor, and was also the head coach for Hebron Christian Academy football in Dacula, Georgia. Dacula. How do you say that one?
I think it's Dacula.
Dacula it is.
Dacula.
Is it Dacula?
Not a clue.
Who cares? All we know is it's not a professional football team. Brent, what does this say to you about the
football team?
I feel like we've asked how to pronounce that recently too, and now I'm lost on it because you guys have said it both ways. So I don't remember.
What does this say to you guys about the Colts franchise and the state of their season? I mean, clearly they think the season is a loss, but is there a bigger picture message they're sending to the team right now?
I don't think they have a direction. I think Rasheed Mathis hit it right on the head. He's like, they don't have a locker room. That was pretty profound.
Yeah.
Like their season's done and they don't. I mean, that's it. Everybody's tuned out now.
Have you ever worked at a place you hated working? Or gone through a period of your life where you didn't want to go to the place you were working? because that could be peaks and valleys as well. I got to imagine everyone working at that organization, at least in the locker room, does not like going to work these days.
Really good question, by the way. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'm not really. Like, and I've worked some interesting jobs, like overnight and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure there was probably a time or two I didn't want to go check in at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
To do I used to work at like a CVS, loading the trucks up.
I did CVS for 2 days.
Did you?
I could not do that job.
It was like at a distributor. So it was like at the warehouse stuff where you're loading up the trucks.
They had me what they called facing the shelves, which is just turning all the products forward on the shelves. And I was like, I'm going to blow my brains out. I got to go.
But I don't know. I don't remember. I was too young and dumb to be mad about going to work probably. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think now that could creep in.
Well, we could throw it to an expert, Kasey.
I was just about to say, bro, don't ask.
Kasey, every day that you come into this office, isn't it hard to open up that door?
It is getting harder and harder as the minutes
imagine
go by.
if opening up that radio door led to concussions and CTE and torn ACLs and stuff. Like, how do you convince these guys to go to work at this point?
That's a heck of a comparison that is somewhat accurate.
Well, there's part 2 to this tweet. Also from Adam Schachter immediately following. Here's one of the biggest issues that the new Colts interim head coach will encounter once he arrives in Indianapolis. No one on his staff,
Sam Ellinger.
0 people on that staff have called NFL plays before. None. It's going to be one of Saturday's first orders of business, figuring out who on the team is calling the plays Sunday versus the Raiders.
Crap.
Don't they have Scott Milanovich on that team? Did I see a tweet about that? And Milanovich took over in some capacity when Nathaniel Hackett got let go. Is Milanovich on that?
I'm not seeing his name on their coaching staff. Yes, he is. He's the quarterback's coach.
Okay. So I guess, that's a very small sample. So
19 years in the league.
My gosh. What a disaster the Colts are. What was this move? This was a joke. Like, this is a $1 billion industry, and they've got a guy coming off a set. Like, I get he played the game. He's a nice guy. Like, he was a good player. He knows the organization. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ludicrous. Dumb.
It's a disaster.
Offensive. Disaster.
And it goes to show you how boring Indianapolis is that they'll still go to football games in that town after this. Nothing else going on there.
Yeah, because the Pacers are garbage.
I just stay at the bar of St. Elmo's and eat shrimp cocktail and drink some whatever.
Next, we head to the West Coast, guys.
Okay.
Sean McVay says he doesn't necessarily think it's panic button time, but he admits the 3-5 Rams are clearly, quote, clearly offensively not even close to good enough, end quote. That might sway Odell Beckham Jr.'s looming decision. Another article about where Odell is going. The news on Odell Beckham Jr., he was just cleared early to start football exercises.
Listen, Odell Beckham ain't saving the Rams. Can we stop?
I'm with you, man. These people are fascinated with what they think this guy can do. It ain't going to happen this year.
What is this, Jerry Rice?
Maybe.
Jerry never took a year off.
It's not like Odell took a year off.
He wasn't on vacation, but he hasn't played, though.
Hey, by the way, is it like Sean McVay was on his way to being a genius? He won the Super Bowl. Is it okay to take every label away from him now and just say he stinks? How can the Rams be this bad?
They are pretty awful right now.
How can the Rams be this bad? This is an offensive guy.
And it's their offense that's the problem.
And by the way, I watch Doug Peterson dial up plays every week, and they're open. I didn't see many plays open for McVay and the Rams.
Just look away from the cup.
Yeah. You're right, I haven't. But come on, we can kind of assume they're not open. They're not scoring at all.
They're certainly not throwing it to guys like Allen Robinson or Tyler Higbee as much as you would think they would.
Is the shine off McVay?
No.
I get he gets the honeymoon from winning, but they're drunk, baby. This is like hangover. What are we on, number 4?
I don't think the shine's off of him, dog. He just won a Super Bowl.
This is terrible. What's the worst Super Bowl team to after they won?
You usually find a team who wins the Super Bowl struggling the next season to make the playoffs or get back to the Super Bowl, but not this bad. This is a legitimately bad team now.
All 45 fans are fine. They're okay with it. They got the Super Bowl T-shirts. They got all the things.
People in Jacksonville will like this because Jalen Ramsey's now pointing fingers at the offense saying, yeah, they got to figure it out.
Saw that coming.
He ain't wrong, though. He's not wrong.
If the team's going to go bad, do you think Jalen is going to be part of the implosion? It's quite possible.
Okay, let me ask you this. The Rams, the Bucks, and the Packers are really disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Rams the most surprising?
No.
It's a good question. I would say yes. And I'll let you get your thoughts together. The only reason I wouldn't pick the Packers as most surprising, the Bucs don't surprise me because it's all injury related. The reason the Packers don't surprise me because they didn't replace what they lost, and they had all that drama with Aaron Rodgers. Not really sure where that came from, but it was cool. If you want to groove, man, let's groove.
What's that?
They didn't give Aaron Rodgers any help, so it's not surprising. But Aaron Rodgers almost never has any help, right? So, like, you would expect him to overcome that. The Rams have the tools. They have the weapons, and they're still bad.
Casey?
I would say Tampa because I didn't think Brady was going to be that bad because of the weapons. I guess after the offensive line, okay, but they figured it out yesterday, but I would say Tampa's more surprising.
I mean, he was down wide receivers at the beginning of the year, too, man. I think they're going to come around.
But also, Brady, you could see at some point Father Time catching up and saying, okay, he's just not going to play well.
But he's still not one of the – he's still not even like a middle quarterback. He's still like in the top 15 quarterbacks in the league, in my opinion.
Hey, guys, I'm now comfortable telling you what just happened.
Okay.
That's good.
Because it's somebody else's fault.
Oh.
So that music you just heard was from the Florida State Seminoles. And I don't know if they were just testing their situation or what, but that's where that came from.
So we got the show tonight, or is that tomorrow night?
It's tomorrow night, but
Okay.
I don't know why they sent the cue 2 hours early, but God bless
How
them.
about the Seminoles, by the way? That's a good time to jump in. Nice job, Florida
Hey,
State.
nice job,
Big
but
win
figure
over
out who's
the
running that
Hurricanes.
radio operation, baby. You know what I'm saying? It's 5:30, the show's at 7.
We probably should
Settle
talk more about the
down.
Knowles. Knowles are feeling good about themselves.
Now let's talk about Justin Fields.
We'll do more of the Knowles later on. Yeah, anyway, the Rams are disappointing.
Yeah. Next tweet coming from Pro Football Focus, their fantasy football account. Taking a look at Justin Fields. Everybody pay attention here. Weeks 1 through 4 for Justin Fields, fantasy QB 31. Weeks 5 through 9. Brent, you want to venture a guess how good Justin Fields has been?
Top 2.
QB 1.
Oh, 1.
Weeks 5 through 9.
And by the way, this is your best way to start him in the NFL. You want people to think you're better than you are? Be good at fantasy. No, seriously.
Get the reputation.
That's
sure.
true. That helps build your reputation. And he's been terrific on the run.
Yeah, my question to you is this the beginning of a legacy for Justin Fields to be a great quarterback, or are we seeing more of a stats guy right here?
Well, no, I think this is – you guys know where I am on Justin Fields. I think he's a good player, and I think he's going to be a good player. I'm a fan of him. I also think we're getting a little crazy on some of the stuff, but I think 3 weeks in a row is significant, and I said that last week. Can he get 3 weeks in a row? And he did it. He looks good even in defeat. And let's be honest about Fields. Of all the quarterbacks and really of anybody in the league maybe, he has the worst weaponry around him and worst help. They're sitting on the bank bucks there in Chicago, and they didn't spend any of it.
Now, he finally went to Cole Kmet this week, twice in the end zone.
So listen, we're going to have Clay Harbor on a Wednesday, and Clay is like blushing and drooling all over Fields right now. And so I'm not sure we should be that carried away with it, but I think it's a terrific sign. And I just don't, can you run for $150 every time in the NFL? I mean, Lamar has done a lot of it. Kyler has backed off it. We're seeing every quarterback from Josh Allen actually really does it. Now he's banged up a little bit.
Yeah.
Where we saw Trevor do it this week. Not run for that much, but run significantly. It's a big part. I mean, does he have like 600 yards rushing now on the year? He has almost as much as Etienne.
Yeah, I'll get you that number, but 6'3", 230. He's a big, big dude. But to your point, like, how much can you run before you're putting your career at risk? Let's see. Rushing for the season. Sorry about that.
I think it was 601 yards.
We are looking at... Man, they make it hard to find sometimes. Should be right in front of my face.
Either way, Justin Fields is coming out of the weeds after a really tough start to his career because of the position that Chicago put him in. And it's a great sign for other quarterbacks, Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, like other guys that have struggled or been inconsistent. I think it's good. I just don't know if a 3 game is going to be enough to be like, okay, here he is. He's going to be the next star of the NFL.
Now, that was the milestone we set for him last week.
No,
we
no,
wanted
it's
to
a
see the
great sign.
consistency.
It's a great sign.
He certainly delivered. But to your point on the rushing last season as a rookie, 6 attempts a game, they've bumped that up to 10.1 this year. So he's averaging over 10 attempts a game. Certainly some of those are designed runs, but I would say the vast majority of them are I've got nobody, and the pocket has collapsed on me yet again.
He's a terrific athlete, and he's putting it on display. And he's making some highlight reel plays, too. And he kept up with Miami. I mean, Miami's high-flying offense. He did it last week a little bit with Dallas against a good defense. They put up 29 points. And he went in and beat the Patriots at Gillette Stadium. It's been a nice run for Justin Fields in Chicago. They've found something now. And what does it look like when they actually spend money and put stuff around him, I think is a fascinating part of the equation. They're doing a nice job. They're coaching it well. He's playing well. And I like it because I'm not that surprised by it, other than the fact that they were just abysmal around him.
Now, they're not necessarily asking him to do too much with the football, and it shows. I mean, 10 TDs, 6 interceptions, been sacked 33 times.
He has 10 passing touchdowns. He had 3 yesterday, so.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't had much this
How
whole
many
season.
rushing touchdowns does he have? Does it say?
It does. Rushing and receiving. He's got 4 this season.
Okay, so he's got 14 overall. He's actually got 14 and 6. It's the same as Trevor.
But if you look at his attempts and yardage throwing this year, 121, 70, 106, 174, 208, 190, 179. He's not throwing the ball. And who's he going to throw it to is really the question.
Problem. Yeah, and they were stuck in the mud for a while there, and they figured some things out. They finally got him out of it, and now he's playing good football. He's a good player, but I just don't really know how good of a player we'll see. Like, he's not going to really take off this year. He's starting to here in a stretch, but I think it's next year when they put stuff around him that you see, because – again, it's hard to tell how good of a passer he is or how good he's going to be from the QB position. Right now, he's doing it all on athleticism.
Yeah.
And which is nod to him. But I think he's going to want to pull back and play in the pocket.
Well, if he wants a long career,
right?
Yeah.
And he just doesn't have a lot to go to right now. And that's not the way their offense is really working at the moment. It'll be fun to talk to Clay about it and see where it's headed. But a lot of positive signs on Justin Fields, and that's a great thing. And it was a good day for the 2021 class yesterday. Mac Jones got a win. Zach Wilson got a win. Justin Fields looked really good. Trevor got a win and looked really good. Those are positive things.
Well, speaking of the Zach Wilson win, I got one more tweet to go to, fellas. This one coming from the New York Jets Twitter account. It says, raise your hand if you picked against the Jets, showing all the experts picking the Bills to win by 2 to 3 touchdowns. Fellas, have the Jets arrived, or is this on the Bills? What do you think?
No, they arrived. I mean, that's legit. Now, that's a big win. 6-2, come back from 11 down, I think. Yep. And they're doing a lot of this. Wilson's playing okay,
maybe even a little less than that,
but not great. So it's totally different. Like, if he was playing like Justin Fields right now, and they were doing this, but their defense and Sauce Gardner's made a huge difference. They've given him a swagger and a confidence with that guy alone. They can run the football. James got a touchdown. And Salah's coaching it up. I like Salah a lot. He's done a great job this year of turning it around. But that's a bona fide big win now. When you're in the AFC East and you beat Buffalo, I mean, 2 weeks ago we were saying Buffalo and the Chiefs and the Eagles are far and away the best team. 2 weeks later, I still think Buffalo's a really, really good team. But the gap in the AFC East is tighter than we thought.
I'll tell you this. I thought the Bills were the best team in the league going into this weekend, and now I think it's the Chiefs again.
Kasey, did we do this earlier in the show? Yeah, we did earlier in the show, AFC East and NFC East.
Yes.
I've been on the radio a lot today.
But, talk about big-time wins for my guys.
But, by the way, I finally think that you are on board and can get excited about the Jets. That's how I know they are for real. Because you have been Debbie Downer on the Jets, even when they're 3-2, 4-2, 5-2. It's like, what the hell is this going to take for them to do?
It took that Buffalo win, and now I believe they'll come off the bye week, make things right against the Patriots, and be on their way to the playoffs. Let's go, fellas. Come on.
And they actually kind of it felt like they got that one get away from the Patriots, right?
Oh, yeah. No, they want that one.
The Jets, are they 6-2 or 6-3? They're 6-3. My bad.
I'm going to get a Sauce jersey for real. Guy's a legend.
He's earned it.
Guy's good. I tell you, that corner position, man, when you have it.
They got 2 good corners.
I feel like the corner position might be. Well, we know it's quarterback.
If it's a quarterback-driven league, it's got to be hyper important.
It really, corners stepped up in the last handful of years to people have put it on the pedestal of the pass rusher, the left tackle, and the QB, right? There used to be the 3 positions, left tackle, defensive end, and QB, and they kind of pushed corner into it in the last 5, 7, 8 years. And it might even be creeping up ahead of like left tackle. It might be more important than a left tackle.
Or like if defensive ends take 2 to a year to 3 years to really develop from rookie to good veteran, like maybe corner is more important from the draft.
That's a good point. Like you can splash right away at the corner position.
You got 2 of them this year doing it.
And I'll give you another. I think I said this morning, Kasey, but Christian Fulton's come on. It took him like 2 years to come on for Tennessee. He was doing nothing for him. Now he's in year 3, and he's really playing well. So I think it can work both ways. But, yeah, Sauce has made a big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference for them. We'll be back football at 5 on ESPN 690. Put a bow on the show and overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton just around the corner. Thanksgiving is up next, and ESPN 690 is partnering with City Streets to Student Athletes for Turkey Bowl 2022. It'll be November 19th at Atlantic Coast High School. It's a flag football tournament and a turkey giveaway. Register a team in the tournament at ESPN690.com. You can also help us give turkeys to families in need. Follow the link on ESPN690.com to make a $20 donation and help Jacksonville families this holiday season. Turkey giveaway and Turkey Bowl. All the details at ESPN690.com.
Heard of the job? Dial pound 529 on your cell. Pound law, that's all.
It's tournament time this month at Best Bet Jacksonville, Orange Park, and St. Augustine. The GOPO 500, a $500 no-limit hold'em tournament, will be on Saturday, November 19th at Best Bet Orange Park. Then the 10th annual Turkey Bowl Deep Stack Bounty, a $200 no-limit hold'em tournament, will be on November 24th, Thanksgiving Day, at Best Bet Jacksonville at 7 p.m. There are also weekly no-limit hold'em tournaments going on at Best Bet St. Augustine every Wednesday and Saturday. Go to bestbetjacks.com to learn more.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good. Smoked for hours, served in minutes. Now that sounds like good barbecue, and it is at Willie Jewell's in St. Augustine at Marabella Crossing. Fast casual dining served up old school barbecue style with a heaping side of Southern hospitality. Need catering? They do it. Third-party delivery? They have it. Need a job? They have openings. Visit williejewels.com. Kids eat free on Wednesdays. Best jumbo wings in town and TVs for football season. Visit Willie Jewell's at Marabella Crossing in St. Augustine. Old school barbecues, smoked for hours, served in minutes at Willie Jewell's.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
If you're experiencing domestic violence, it is not your fault. Hubbard House is here for you. You are not alone. Hubbard House provides free services and emergency shelter to survivors of domestic violence in Duval and Baker counties. Call 904-354-3114 anytime, 24/7 to confidentially speak to a caring advocate.
You're pregnant. How far? 1 month, 2. No doctor yet. I can't afford it. Protect yourself and your baby. The health department can help you out. Test for STDs. I don't have diseases. You don't know. You don't always have symptoms. STDs make you and your baby sick. I don't want my baby sick. No one cares more about your baby than you. I'm calling my county health department.
A message from the Florida Department of Health, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Did you know that you have the power to positively impact a local child's life? It's as easy as donating to Daniel, Florida's oldest child service agency. Daniel provides counseling to abused children. Daniel helps homeless teens find shelter and learn to live independently. Daniel connects kids with foster families and strengthens at-risk families so they can stay together. They've done all this and more for 135 years. Please become a part of improving the lives of local children and families by donating at danielkids.org today.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies' Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
You've been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. You have to carefully monitor your health for the rest of your life. And you have an increased risk of developing cardiovascular disease.
Cut. Take 2. Action.
You've been diagnosed with a new purpose, to fight for the amazing life you made for yourself. To look that risk of heart disease square in the face and say, no, not me. You've been given a new opportunity to live. Get started at NoDiabetesByHeart.org.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jacks on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
A couple more minutes to go. Let's go to the phones. Yeah, baby. On the phone is Daniel. What's happening, man?
Brent, I just wanted to tell you, earlier today, after the greatest morning show, 8 to 10 on Monday mornings on ESPN.
I thought you were talking about the Eagle. Now I feel bad.
He's a competitor, Daniel.
Dang it.
But anyhow, I went through and I listened to all the different interviews on the Jags.com today, and I got to give it to you, Brent. You have really come a long way in your interview questions.
Thank you.
Doing a phenomenal job.
Now, since when? Because I want to know when you thought Brent was garbage. Curious.
Well, I got to admit, a few years ago, he did ask a lot of well, how do you feel now question. And I've always hated that. It's like, have you not ever won anything in your life? You have to ask somebody or lost something in your life?
Brent, comment?
Got to ask that question.
I haven't won or lost anything.
But no, seriously though, you are definitely a great interview questioner.
Now, as opposed to before.
Yeah.
Just want to get clarity. That's
Daniel,
all.
I appreciate this, but I'm not sending you 2 hats.
Oh. Hey, have a great night, man.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. That's funny. That was an interesting. I didn't expect that.
That was an incredible moment. I laughed very hard.
I'm a professional interviewer.
All that was a shameless plug for Jaguars.com. That's what I heard.
I think he was saying you're better, though. Or they're garbage. I think we can look at this in a bunch of different ways.
There are a couple of different ways.
By the way, you were in there, Kasey. Why didn't you ask a question?
Why didn't I ask a question? To who?
You were in a couple of those interviews, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
Did you ever do a one-on-one interview yesterday?
Okay, I actually have a story about that, but we can't share it on the air.
Oh, boo.
Did you get turned down?
No, I didn't get turned down. Well, I sort of, because the dude I was trying to interview did like a 60 minutes interview with one of the other media members and then went to get treatment.
Here's the problem with Kasey's interviews.
I've got a couple of selections on the 60-minute interview part. I'm not sure which one, but there are a couple
Probably the one at the top of your mind.
The problem with Kasey's interviews is that they're all one question long. It's, hey, will you sign this?
It's a dangerous game, dog.
As a matter of fact, he said it to our boss on paycheck day, but he couldn't get the autograph.
Aaron's found prime form in the last 4 minutes of the show.
I was going to say, man, where were you for the last 2 hours and 50 minutes?
He's killing it right
Welcome
now. This
to
is
Monday.
a great segment.
It's just when I stop recording too.
You can't wait to get that USB jump drive out, just so you don't have to wait around for another minute.
It's funny because it's
just take
true.
the toll road home.
Look, I saw cops on the Autobahn today, so I'm not taking the express lane. I'll tell you that much.
By the way, I know you guys have to deal with that. I now have to deal with that. Kernan now going
Cops
towards
crazy?
Atlantic,
Is it
dude,
cop season?
everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm out here going 30 just to be safe.
I mean, maybe the police officers are out there getting people earlier this week or
Ticket
this
season.
month because they don't want to do it around the holidays.
I don't blame them.
I appreciate that.
Get all those tickets out of the way so I can speed along for the holidays.
This is a disaster.
Well, hey, we got anything else to talk about? Hey, it's basketball season tonight.
Shut it down.
Yes, it is basketball season.
It's just so weird. I will say locally, they've got, I wouldn't even know it's basketball season tonight.
Well, football is the thing, right?
Well, yeah. But basketball season, we have UNF going to Gonzaga.
Yeah.
And JU's playing Duke.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that's pretty awesome, though.
It's cool games.
Would you mind getting your butt whooped?
Probably.
By those two teams, would you enjoy playing that?
In case you're an alum, right?
I am an alum of the University of North Florida. And no, I would not be thrilled to go all the way to Washington or wherever it is. Where's Gonzaga?
Yeah, Washington.
Can you imagine going from Jacksonville to Washington and knowing you're going to lose by 65?
Well, yeah, but they're going to stay out there and they're going to play Washington, the Huskies, on Friday, so you get like a week out of it.
I would not be excited. I'm answering the question.
I don't think you're right about that. Like, I played
personal
Michigan's
opinion.
I know, but I think if you did it, you'd feel different. Like, I played Michigan State when I was in college.
Yeah.
And struck out on 3 pitches against Mark Mulder, and I like telling the story.
Oh, that's right. Mark Mulder.
That's a cool story, though.
But I like telling that story. By the way, we also played Ohio State like 3 times. They don't do that anymore, Division II to Division I, because of the RPI system. But we almost beat Ohio State. We lost 1 run each year in the middle of the week games. Of course, they threw their 10th guy. We threw our top guy, but that's the way it happened.
And he thought it was cool.
But
that is cool, though. If you're a student at one of these programs and you get to play against an eventual star or like a professional.
Or you go get and play in a neat facility.
Yeah, like a stadium.
JU's playing at Duke.
Yeah.
They're playing at Cameron Indoor.
That is cool.
Is pretty cool.
That is cooler than the
butt whooping they're about to get.
Yeah. They're like, hey, at least we're here. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Not a neutral site thing.
Fun day today. Jags get the win, and we'll talk a little bit more about it tomorrow. We'll talk some college football as well. A lot of college football stories happening. We'll talk that on Tuesday. Hope you win the Powerball, everybody. Share with us, and maybe I'll buy more hats with whatever you donate.
These
so we
hats
can give
better
it away.
be incredible.
For Aaron Schachter, Kasey, Kuhrts, I'm Brent Martineau. We've got Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton coming up next on ESPN 690.
My doctor told me my blood pressure is borderline. I figured I could worry about it or do something about it. So I took control with Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula. It works safely and naturally to help maintain healthy blood pressure with a custom blend of garlic, vitamins, and minerals. And it's odor-free. I'm taking charge with Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Jacksonville area attorneys. Offices in Jacksonville and by appointment only in Ponte Vedra Beach. Online at CordellCordell.com. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
There's life before sports injury, and there's life after. You're in pain, and you need answers, fast. Mayo Clinic's orthopedic and sports medicine team will see you same day. No referral necessary. Rest assured, we'll get it right from the start and have you back in action as quick as you can say. Ranked the #1 hospital in Florida for orthopedics. To schedule, visit sportsmedicine.mayoclinic.org.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
Week 9 fantasy football picks fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau report card time. I told you to maybe try Justin Fields, but I didn't expect a three-peat performance. Instead, I said Chase Claypool, and, well, the targets just weren't there. 2 catches, 13 yards. That's it for Justin Fields' newest weapon. And the other player to keep an eye on, well, he'll play tonight for the Baltimore Ravens. That's Demarcus Robinson. He and Lamar Jackson will see what they can do against the New Orleans Saints. My picks fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Developing story, ESPN's Chris Mortensen's reporting Bills quarterback Josh Allen is being evaluated for an elbow injury to his UCL and related nerves. The team hopes to have more information tomorrow. In the middle of his 5th season as head coach of the Colts, Frank Reich is out. Indianapolis fired Reich a day after the 26-3 loss to the Patriots and one of the worst offensive performances in franchise history. What plagued Reich's Indianapolis tenure? The constant turnover at quarterback since Andrew Luck's retirement in 2019. Notes our Chris Canty.
The objective is to get a franchise quarterback. Until you get that guy, it's going to be hard to have sustained winning. Frank Reich is a decent coach, got a winning record, couple of playoff appearances in there. But why have they been on uneven footing? It's because they haven't been able to have stability at quarterback.
Chris Canty of Canty and Carlin. Reich had a different starting QB in each of his season openers in Indy. Former Colts center and ESPN analyst Jeff Saturday named Colts interim head coach. NBA, after missing the last 4 games with knee soreness, Nets point guard Ben Simmons says he'll return tonight against Dallas.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at unfospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at unfospreys.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Can you believe it? Jacksonville Jaguars have done it. Victory Monday has returned. It only took a couple months, multiple games, but we're back, baby. 3 wins on the season. Apparently not that far out of the wild card. Trevor Lawrence is dealing. Devontae Adams is getting 100-something yards, a touchdown or 2, and they still can't win.
Give me a hell yeah.
Smoot's like a $100 million man. I don't know. What's going on around here?
That is correct.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are playing football. Finally. Man, what a day.
To this day.
To this day. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. ESPN690. Brian Middleton is the broadcast on. Kasey Kuhrts with you as well. For 90 minutes. We talked the Jags. We talked the rest of the NFL. Maybe sneak in some college. We got Monday Night Football coming up on the station. It is the Ravens and the Saints. I need a big night from Will Lutz if I want to win my fantasy football matchup. So we'll hope for that. Brian Middleton, how about it?
How about it?
The Jags.
I'm with you. I just saw that, man. I guess it's been known for a minute that Jeff Saturday was taking over for the Colts.
You just saw that.
I was ingrained in did it happen yesterday?
Nah, it happened to like noon.
Yeah, I was already, it's already dealing with,
What a disaster,
work.
huh?
Ain't that something? Yeah, that's crazy.
That's horrible.
If I'm Jeff Saturday, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Like, I get it.
Hey, I like him as an analyst.
I get
With
it.
you.
I get it as Jeff Saturday. I don't get it as the Colts.
You get it as Jeff Saturday. That's the kind of stress you want just in the middle of the season?
Why not? Like, nobody expects
Why?
If they win a game, they'd be like, oh, look at Jeff. And I'm sure it's a pay raise.
There's like, what? Hold on, 9, 10. There's 8 games left for them? No, if they win a game, it's not like, oh.
Yes, if they win a game. There's not a person alive right now that thinks Jeff Saturday, who's never coached in college nor professional football, with the quarterback of Sam Ehlinger, is going to win a game.
Listen, I'm not trying to talk Colts football for the first 10 minutes, but that's just flat out wrong. There's no way that they are picking him up and say, you know what, if you just win a game.
Brian, they're trying to lose. They are trying to get the number 1 pick in the draft.
Okay.
You don't agree with that? You think that
I agree that they won't be mad if they do get the first.
You think that Sam Ehlinger is better than Matt Ryan?
Who is they are trying to lose? Because the
Jim
players
Irsay.
aren't.
Jim Irsay is trying to lose.
Well, the players aren't trying to lose.
Well, that's fine. It doesn't
bump
matter.
What Jim Irsay says, I get if he just says, okay, I'm going to put people on the bench. I'm going to cut people right now so that you just have
He did
terrible.
put Matt Ryan on the bench.
I know. That's kind of why I led with that. But I'm just saying, the players, when they actually get on the field, they're not going to be like, hey, you know what I want to do as a 7-year vet? You know what I want to do going into a contract year? I'm going to make sure we lose and lose and lose so that this team that I'll probably get cut from or released from and not re-signed to will get the number 1 overall pick next year.
You're missing the point.
No, I'm not. I understand what you're saying. I don't think I don't think that's
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the deal is with the players. They have a coach that's never coached. They do not have a person on their staff that's ever called an NFL play on offense.
Oh, no, I did not know that. There we go.
I mean, they're not the administration is not trying to win. Yes, Michael Pittman Jr. is trying to score touchdowns. Sam Ehlinger is trying to throw touchdowns. They are hoping a best case scenario they lose, as in the administration, the rest of the games. Like, that is a proven fact.
Well, yeah, I agreed to that at the very beginning. I was like, yeah, I'm sure they won't be happy at all. I mean, they wouldn't be mad at all if they went, 0 whatever the rest of the way out.
And they will, as long as they can somehow find a way to lose to the Texans in the last game of the season.
But the Texans are right there, baby.
Well, they do have to play the Raiders this week.
Hey.
And that's proven to be somewhat of an easy task to beat the Raiders. But
nice segue back to the Jags.
There you go. Go ahead.
I like how you did that, Kasey Kuhrts. Are we doing it the same way? Are you going to just open the floor? Is the floor open automatically?
Open, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Kasey Kuhrts, I was thinking about this, and I was like, man.
You going to do this weird high school thing again?
You know what? No.
Remember that?
But I should do it. Actually, I'm going to do elementary school, Kasey Kuhrts. Here we go. So the Jags found themselves in a predicament of epic proportions, right? They found themselves in a 17-0 hole at home, and they looked inept in just about every way, from the defense to the offense, from corner to quarterback. And I was sitting next to you, Kasey Kuhrts. You had lost interest, and you were just saying, you know what, man, same old Jags. You didn't say it, but your energy did. And then, the other guy we were sitting next to, who was already trying to, get his story together, already had the headline written up. I laughed to a certain degree because I was like,
publish it.
Yeah, you did. I mean,
I did.
Why wouldn't you? Other than the fact that the game still had like 2.5 quarters left. But the way that it was going, Kasey,
they were getting demolished.
Exactly. And I laughed, but I was like, you know what? Yeah, feel like that's a good bet. Feel like you could do that right now and you could go to sleep. You could leave right now, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow and be like, look at me, Magic 8 Ball. But Kasey, here's the deal. There was a time in elementary school when I wasn't the size I was now. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I found myself on the wrong end of a bully. Okay? Found myself on the wrong end of a bully. His name was Jesse. Actually, we call him Jesse, but Jesse. Okay, this is in South Carolina. That's the name that they like to use out there. Anyway, so he used to just thump me in my head and like flick my ear on the school bus, right?
Yeah.
Like every time, like every day. And I'd be like, yo, bro, stop. Because I'm a man of peace, man. I'm a lover. You know, I'm not a fighter, especially at 8 years old. And I remember one day he pushed me to the edge. And you know what I did, Kasey Kuhrts? I made a decision as an 8-year-old. I said I could just stay right here, continue to get bullied, continue to get picked on, or I could turn around and I could do something about it.
You could.
And I did something about it, Kasey Kuhrts. I turned around that school bus seat. I said, yo, I told you to stop. I caught back, and I knocked him smooth across his jaw. You, Draymond Green? Huh? He got that from me. He got that from me, Kasey Kuhrts. Luckily, we didn't have, cell phones and stuff then. Anyway, Jesse and me turned out to be friends after that, right? I mean, not that day. Not that day. I punched him dead in his face, and I sat back down. There was no more bullying or anything.
Nice.
But we turned out to be friends, okay? Now, the Jags and the Raiders, I don't care if they become friends, but the Jags found themselves being overwhelmed, being bullied in the first quarter and a half of that game. And you know what they did? Especially once halftime came through, Kasey Kuhrts, because they started fighting their way back. I believe it was 20-10 when they went to halftime. It might have been 2017. I can't remember, but I know they had gotten on the board. They'd made a drive. It was like, okay, they're starting to move the wheels. They said, I'm going to do something about this collectively. Trevor said it. Etienne said it. Christian Kirk said it. The offensive line said it. The defense said it. Your boy Tyson Campbell, he proved it. And I got to be real with you, Kasey. I don't want to say watershed moment, but I will say this is another cog in the wheel. This is another brick by brick moment. And not only was that cliche learning how to win, but understanding how to dig yourself out of a hole. Granted, at home, on the road, it might be a little bit different. But this is something that is beyond just a win. It's beyond just being a positive for the team so that the press conference isn't so, or going in the locker room like you did isn't so, man, it's going to be, a terrible time in here again. This is something that allows you to build calluses in the right places. Muscle memory when this happens in the future. This grows you in each position, but especially with your young players, Kasey Kuhrts. I think, granted, the Raiders aren't good. Everything you were saying last week, especially from the defense and that secondary, Kasey Kuhrts, you should be a scout, okay? Because it was proven over and over and over again. But the fact that the Jags were able to do it and see what that looks like, experience that, it helps them come together and it helps them be a better team moving forward, Kasey. So I was excited. I mean, on top of just the comeback in general, but understanding the implications of what that means, Kasey Kuhrts. They didn't let these bullies take them over. It's elementary school. We got middle school in the next couple of weeks.
Hopefully not. Okay. I understand it. They were getting bullied. I get it. They made adjustments. Sure, everybody loves the adjustments, and apparently they did make some. Lot of good things. I will start with this though. Well, not start because we're 12 minutes in, but I will say this now. Derek Carr looked horrible in the second half, and the Jags came back. They did their thing. It was a good team win. Derek Carr helped them though because he was brutal in the second half. They also had Josh Jacobs, who was like 5.8 in the second half every time he touched it. They just didn't give it to him. I know they got into a situation where they had to throw a lot. The Raiders only had the ball one time in the third quarter. Once. For like 3 minutes. That. Yes. I mean, it was... I think it was... The way that I would describe it is they've been building towards these wins, right? They've been building and building. And then they just, something does go right. This happens. This one was the things weren't going right, and then they just exploded. It popped. Oluwakin's been saying that, or he said that to Brent, right? It's going to pop. I think it popped. The question is, what do they do now that it has popped? The chat says, bad Sunday coming up for the Chiefs. Well, I don't know about all that.
Talk that talk.
I listen, I don't think so, but,
okay.
If it did pop for this team, right? If it did pop, then maybe. But here's the thing that I have to see before I go off on anything crazy like that. We've seen this from the quarterback, right? We've seen the high completion percentage game and I guess they didn't beat Indy. But the two games they did win, he had a high completion percentage, threw for a lot of yards, hit the touchdowns. Looked good. Looked good against Indy as well, high completion percentage. But then it disappears. It goes back to 51 completion percentage. It goes to 47. They need any form of consistency they can find, especially on offense and especially from the quarterback. He's put 2 good games together, yes. But outside of that, in a row, no. So he needs to figure that part out. They need to figure that part out because it's not just him. Consistent play from the wide receivers. We've talked about Christian Kirk going away. He had a good game yesterday. Can he put another one together and build that consistency? The only guy that's consistently been good back-to-back weeks is Travis Etienne because he's been great. But outside of that, they need to find that consistency. It starts with the quarterback, and it starts with Doug Peterson, right? He's made a lot of good calls, but I like the way he coached yesterday. He tried to take the points. Riley Patterson missed the kick. He gave him another opportunity. He makes it. So I think that it's a learning experience what they went through yesterday, but if they can grow from it, if they can get more consistent from it, then that'll be a great thing. That'll be a fantastic thing. On the defensive side, Tyson Campbell, boy, it was rough in the first half.
Boy was getting walked to the front door of his own house.
That is true. But they figured it out, and it wasn't just him. They figured out a better way to defend Devontae Adams. They had Cisco shading. They had safety help. They were doing all kinds of things because they figured that out. We're not going to let this guy beat us in another half. And they didn't. They sure didn't. He had opportunities. He dropped a couple of footballs. Derek Carr threw a couple of balls that were nowhere in his zip code. But outside of that, they didn't have much else going. They should have gave Jacobs the ball more. They did not do that. The pass rush, mostly from Smoot, made Derek Carr uncomfortable. Smoot really made him uncomfortable when he sacked him a couple of times. And they get the W. But, man, it feels good to win again. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some things, Brian, that we could point to. Not a ton. There's some things. But we ain't got to. We ain't got to.
A ton of things that point to them moving in the right direction. Is that what you mean?
Point to now, I'll give you that. There are a few things in the right direction. I will agree with that. I would say that you could nitpick at. But I'm not going to do that after a win.
I get you. Well, you know, now let's nitpick. We got 90 minutes.
Well, we can do that on the other side. We can stay with stuff that's positive.
Right okay. There you go. I mean, usually by this time over the past 5 weeks, we've already at least mentioned Trevor.
I've called for CJ Stroud multiple times. Yeah.
You know, and I've been his lone defender in the building. So I think that's a win right there. The fact that I had to just bring up Trevor forcefully, like that wasn't a smooth transition at all in order to get him on the show right now. So like, hey, I will go because you mentioned it a little bit. And if we do start bench remove, you'll be able to give your opinion some more on that as well. But listen, that completion percentage, that's what people said they wanted to see. And there's something interesting, Kasey. I want to go back to something you said last week because you were talking about like 70%, 55%, 49%, 38%, 80%. And so, you know, to kind of piggyback off your consistency description of what you want to see out of the team, but especially Trevor, I think that when you have a game like this, one, you always feel good. I do think that you shouldn't have to feel the pressure to perform at that level. Like, whatever it is that he actually did for that game. Like, I know there's game plan. I know he preps. I know he watched video. Like, I know that the whole team, they're doing their due diligence as far as scouting and practicing and working on plays. But I think that there is a certain level or a certain mindset that you go into each game where it's like, okay, I don't have to get 80%. I don't even got to get 70%. How about this? I'm not worrying about the percentage per se. But if I can keep in the same energy, where however he was going through his progressions. I mean, we were watching the game, and you saw the open guys right there, and it looked like he was catching them more times than not. I know there was a couple of times with certain plays where maybe he brought the ball down and started running and whatnot, or maybe, you know, he might have missed a pass, or he just didn't catch that open guy for whatever reason, maybe pressure or whatever reason. But it seemed like he had more of an ability to get through his progressions faster. It seemed like he had more of an ability to hit his guys. I didn't see a lot of the initial overthrows either. You know, like when we would say earlier on in the season, you know, Trevor, settle down. In the first quarter, you're throwing like 10 yards above Christian Kirk. You know, the guy's only like 5'10". Like, bring it down a bit. So, like, when we start talking about, you know, the positive or keeping on the positive train, I think that some of those things that Trevor did and he exhibited, if he can figure out a way to bottle that up or at least try to replicate it at a 70% clip, because he don't have to be as great. If he wants to be that great moving forward, by all means. But if he can just be somewhat like that and continue not to turn the ball over, because 0 interceptions, and I don't remember a play where it looked like he even threw a poor one.
He made one bad throw.
He did. Okay.
To Evan Ingram, but like literally just one.
That's right. Yeah. We'll take it. And I think that spells a lot of success for the Jags as well. So.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think not a lot, but I think what part of the success is he got it going on the ground as well, right? Career high in rushing yards in a game for him yesterday, and he made a big run up the middle, but he used his legs a lot and decisively, right? There's a difference between I'm a go and it's I'm going. And he did that. He did a lot of decisive runs yesterday, whether they were called or whether they were not, and he just made the decision, I've got the space, I'm going to use it because I'm an athlete. And I think it gets him in a groove, and he makes big plays with his legs. He's done that in college. We haven't seen it to a huge extent yet, like I said, career high in rushing yesterday. But a lot of good things from the quarterback yesterday. There's no doubt about it. But it also helps when you only had one drop, and it came on the first pass of the game. Your wide receivers are making plays for you. All the tight ends got involved. Luke Farrell, I looked up. Luke Farrell's running down the field with the football. Holy cow. Your running backs are making plays for you. Besides, the fumble, the turnover.
You're gonna get there.
You got to bring it up. But listen, I guess it's easier to say coming off a game that you end up winning, but I'm still not sure who I'm putting that on. But it doesn't really matter at this point because they won the game. But that did happen. But, I mean, outside of those couple of things, I really don't have much to say negatively about the quarterback after yesterday. And one guy that I definitely have nothing negative to say about is Travis Etienne. I mean...
It looks good.
I mean, this is a first-round running back. This is what it looks like.
Urban Meyer guy. That's an Urban Meyer guy.
I can't believe he's this good.
When Urban, wants a running back in the first round,
Like, when they picked him, right, and this, I should say this, after the injury and in the offseason, me and Brent and Aaron, when he got here, we talked about, what the numbers could look like, and I think we all felt somewhere like 1,100, 1,200 total yards would be great. Well, forget that. He's going to have 1,100 rushing yards.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I did not know that he was going to be this good, and I didn't see it coming. I thought he was going to be electric, but for every down, for the most part, for 4 quarters, I mean, he's popping a huge run to win the football game late in the game. The speed never goes away from this guy, and it looked like he got a little bit banged up at a time. He appears to be okay.
Yeah, that made me,
This dude is incredible, Brian Middleton. He's incredible.
No, I'm with you right there. By the way, Baylor won 117-53, the Baylor Bears in college basketball.
I told you.
Okay. Here's the deal. With Travis, the Raiders actually did a pretty good job for about 3 quarters on him. Because he had 18 rushes, and it was like 53 yards that he had. And then he had about 4 rushes in the fourth quarter, and next thing you know, it was like 105 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he still had, I think, the 2 touchdowns prior to...
Yeah, that last drive was big for him.
But that's the point. You think about some of these major running backs that we have, because there's a lot of running back by committee, or, we can get a running back that's serviceable. But you start thinking about the main running backs, especially like in the AFC South. I know Jonathan Taylor's nicked up right now, but him or Derrick Henry, or you start going in the past, and I'm not quite equating Travis Etienne to them yet, but I got a point. Just stick with me.
Okay.
Maybe like an Adrian Peterson. These guys, you could bottle them up for 3.5 quarters, and they just keep banging. And then you look up, and they break 1 or 2 runs. They break the back of the game of your defense, and they got 115 yards and 2 TDs. And Travis Etienne is looking like this more and more. Now, granted, it's early on. You brought up the fact that he looked like he got nicked, and that makes me nervous. Like, I just need to make it to the end of the season with him.
Yeah.
Just, pretty healthy, and I'll be like, okay, I get it. It's a part of the football. But Kasey, electric is a very accurate word. Every time he gets the handoff, every time he catches the ball, because he does that well too, I will say, we're not going to nitpick, but that near fumble, the kind of,
Yeah, that's right.
I was just like, man, Travis, but you know what? When you got a guy this good, got to be real with you. We got the win, right? All right, let's keep on moving then.
Travis Etienne has 63 less carries than Derrick Henry and is only 190 yards off his pace. Travis Etienne has 680 rushing yards on 120 carries.
Yeah. It's something.
That
It's
is
something. And I also want to say it's a good combination because, yes, he makes people miss. The offensive line needs to get some credit here, too. Like, it's not like they're just like Olay kind of blocking and then Travis has to make 5 people miss before he breaks the line of scrimmage. So it's working really well, whatever Doug Peterson has been installing in that run game, on top of the fact that Etienne is that guy. Or how you say in case he's him. Yeah, there you go.
Him. There's no doubt about he is him. And that's a good point, right? The offensive line's probably not getting a ton of love. They didn't have Cam Robinson definitely didn't have a banner day against the Broncos. They played well yesterday. The offensive line played well yesterday for the most part. And to your point, yeah, they are. The wide receivers are blocking downfield as well because when you get a guy like this, you need to block downfield because he's there all of a sudden. And they're doing a good job of that as well. By the way, Etienne, 6 carries of 20 or more yards. That's 4th in the league.
He was.
I mean, it is.
He was sharing carries for about 3 or 4 or 3 games, 2 games.
He leads the league in carries of 40 plus.
Man, we got something here. Thank you, Urban. You ready? You don't want to say it yet? Y'all can pull that sound from me.
Soon.
Nah, I'm there.
Soon. We'll have to make a big deal about it.
The quarterback, the running back.
Like he's earned it. Campbell.
Come on.
I'm not giving him credit for the quarterback.
Yeah, being so terrible, with your regime that we messed around and got Walker as well. Walker running people down at 285
that was incredible.
pounds.
That was incredible.
Running down wide receivers, tight ends, like, okay, dog.
That was incredible. Let's talk
scary.
a little bit more about the defense when we come back, Brian Middleton. We'll get some more positives. And if we have some nitpicky stuff, we'll have to do that. I will say, if you've been watching the stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and Brian Middleton's talking about fighting some bully on the school bus, right? I was listening. Don't get me wrong. I'm doing my job. But, Brian, I don't know if you know this. The U.S. men's national team roster is coming out tomorrow for the World Cup.
Who doesn't know that, Kasey?
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
But there's leaks coming out right now. And I am significantly thrown off about what's happening.
Okay.
Share? I will share, not yet, because we're still talking American football. But when we do this segment, the last segment of this hour before we go into the power half hour.
Sounds good.
I will talk about it because, again, it's just leaks, right? I don't know if it's true or not, so I don't want to give too much credit to it. But this is definitely and without a doubt a decision. I don't know if it's a good one.
Okay.
I don't know what to say about it. I'm surprised at what I'm looking at for a couple of reasons. So that's soccer talk. And we will do that, not this next segment, but after that. You'll want to stay through for it. It's riveting. But anyway, more on the Jags, more on the defense on the other side. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. We'll be right back.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Breezy tonight into partly cloudy skies with a few brief showers. Temperatures dropping into the mid to upper 60s. Your Tuesday, election day. Partly cloudy and breezy with an isolated shower, but plenty of dry hours and highs in the upper 70s. From the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Right now, get 42% off everything in the store. Don't buy until you get our price.
If you have certain chronic conditions, such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52, 36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor about getting vaccinated.
With Prevnar 20.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're going to feel when you get that biggie bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
At the Home Depot, we have Black Friday savings all through November. And with that comes a joyful holiday bustle that we just love to hear. Although we also love the sound that comes after the holidays, when people put their new tools to use. In fact, we love it so much. When you buy select Milwaukee M18 kits, you'll get an extra tool for free. So after you're done filling the air with holiday magic, you can fill it with the sounds of doing. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Dave Binion with Zero Res. Let us help you get ready for the holidays. Book today and Zero Res will clean your carpets for only $49 a room. Plus, we will give you 25% off your tile and grout cleaning. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Here at Rhino Shield, we've been protecting homes for over 20 years. We're your go-to coating company for repairing and coating stucco, but Rhino Shield is engineered for any surface. Our coating is perfect for any siding or other material used on homes. From stucco to vinyl, brick, wood, or hardy board, if it's on your house, we can coat it. You know how in every good ad there's always a, but wait, there's more. Well, here it is. Not only do we protect homes, but we also do commercial and industrial buildings. If your business office gives the wrong impression or your warehouse looks the worse for wear, we are ready and able to get your building up to standards you can be proud of. Come check us out. Learn how we can help you or your business look great with 30% off your next job. It's a new day at Rhino Shield. Call or visit us online to set up an appointment. Rhino Shield, engineered to outlast paint.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the chief. Chief meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, 24/7 support, free access to product specialists, and experienced staff at over 250 local branches. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Morgan and Morgan. All you gotta do is tell Pella. Morgan and Morgan. All you gotta do is tell Pella. Yeah. An army of attorneys ready to serve. America's largest injury law firm. Fighting for full and fair compensation. Dial now for a free case evaluation. Fight for your right, no fee unless we win. Best believe that we'll battle to the end. Dial pound law, that's all. Or log on to forthepeople.com. Come on, all you gotta do is tell Pella. Come on, all you gotta do is tell Pella.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Come on, all you gotta do is tell Pella.
Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, or follow me on Twitter at BrentASJacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690.
Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton, ESPN 690 on a Victory Monday X3. 3 wins in 2022 for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Obviously, to get to 3 wins last year, it took a little bit longer than this. So, gotta feel good. Gotta feel good on a Monday. And now 2 wins against the division you weren't sure you were going to win any games against. Ain't that something? Chargers and the Raiders? And
AFC West, man.
You knew you were beating the Colts.
Did you?
At home? Yes.
Oh, at home. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the AFC West, man, they got some splaining to do.
They struggling.
Got some splaining to do out here.
They big struggling.
Minus the Chiefs, the best team in the AFC. Best team in the league.
Best team in the league.
Power rankings, y'all gonna be upset with me.
Now, yesterday you told me the Jets were the best team in the league.
I know.
So the night game that they almost lost to the Titans with Malik Willis changed your mind.
It could have. You know what? To be real with you, it didn't change my mind because, let's take Philly for example. We're not gonna do power rankings. I just wanted to use Philly for example. You know what I mean? To be down like that against the Texans, I mean.
But they won.
Yeah, I know. The Chiefs won. You see what I'm saying? Against a better team. So there you go. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about now?
The defense of the
there we go.
Jaguars. Yeah. That's what we're going to talk about. So we talked about the Tyson Campbell part of it, right? Didn't start great. Didn't start great for the secondary.
Walked them.
There was a play Devontae Adams scored, and there wasn't anybody in the camera shot.
ESPN couldn't wait to post that either. They had it posted. They were like, what did they say? Devontae breaks ankle. Oh, they said Devontae Adams isn't fair.
Yeah,
and
well, he's not, because here's the thing, Brian. I said this to you multiple times during the game.
Yeah.
There was like one of the multitude of passes he caught in the first half. It was like a quick slant. It was like 6 yards. He cooked him with his footwork, as in Tyson. I mean, it was disgusting. And then the crazy part was Tyson still caught up to him. He made the catch, first down with the chains, whatever. Devontae Adams as a route runner,
impeccable,
is insane. Even with he don't even need his hands. Like the catch he does, you could tie his arms up. He'd still run these routes with his footwork. It's incredible. And then the second half,
them boys wasn't having none of it.
He wasn't having none of it.
They said, not today, sir.
He was not having any of it, which is impressive. They made an adjustment. The Raiders did not. Derek Carr got inaccurate, and they came through. Now, granted, he had a lot of yards, but Renfro made one incredible catch that had to be an incredible catch or else nothing. Mac Hollins, nothing. Foster Moreau had a play where he was wide open, but outside of Devontae Adams, he had a huge day, but they didn't do much. You know what I mean? Just mid at best for the Raiders offense outside of Devontae Adams. And, testament to the defense, which is what we are talking about. And how about we clap it up for DeJuan Smoot, please?
Oh, man. Pay DeJuan his money.
Now,
Mr. Khan, pay DeJuan his money.
That's a serious thing. Because this guy's in a contract year. This guy's deserving to be paid. His last 2 weeks have been incredible. And, doing more than Josh Allen.
Oh, boy.
Don't
let Marcus Wilson hear you say that.
Doing more
oh, boy.
than Trayvon Walker?
Nah, well, okay.
Well, the stats say he is.
Well, the stats say, yeah. Listen, man. Actually, you know what? Finish. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I mean, those were the two. I could say he's doing more than Arden Key, but I think Arden Key's doing a good job, by the way. What I'm telling you is, if I had to get a sack to stay alive right now, I would pick DeJuan Smoot on the Jacksonville Jaguars. No question.
Oh, you got to pick from the Jags?
Yeah, I'm saying on the Jags.
Oh,
I need one to stay alive.
That wouldn't be my first pick to stay alive?
No. Just on the Jags. I need somebody to get home. The way DeJuan Smoot is playing right now, I'm taking that guy.
Okay.
I'm taking that guy. So please go ahead and make your argument.
It's very 0 to 100 right there. Nah, the only thing I was going to say about Trayvon is that's the problem, right, when you go number one overall. if Trayvon Walker went at number 25 in the first round, I think there would be expectations, but not what you're getting right here because of the placement, right? And so it's like we saw him, and you just, you gave him props. You're not like piling on him or anything like that.
No, he's gonna be fine.
About his freakish ability, athletic ability that he showed.
The play running down the field is something that most humans cannot do.
Like, guys, he's like 275.
They have
with pads on.
Yeah, with pads on. They have, without a doubt, an elite athlete in Trayvon Walker. There's no doubt.
And so my point was going to be like, listen, man, I know it's 9 games in. I know there are other rookie, defensive players that might be popping a bit more, but he's going to be fine. I don't necessarily like the comparison, but you weren't comparing. You were just looking at the stats and saying, who's doing more, Smoot or Walker, Smoot or Allen? So, that's why I was like, go ahead and finish. I didn't mean to cut you off. But my, overall, yeah, listen, DeJuan Smoot, 2 huge plays that we can actually put numbers to with those sacks. I mean, that second one was just as, vital to the win.
They call him Mariano Rivera because he's the closer, Brian. Oh. He closed that thing down.
Well done.
Lock it down. Close it out.
Yeah. I mean, he has shown something, especially the past couple of weeks, where it's just like, is this somebody that you're going to pay money to? And if he continues doing, going on this trajectory, Kasey, just for this season right here, that makes it tougher, especially if you have other guys on your team that may not be doing as much, but may be thinking that they deserve just as much, if not a lot more money than Smoot. And if he gets a contract done first on the team,
which you would have, in theory, you would think,
then whoever's coming behind him is going to be like, well, you're not going to give me anything close to that because I'm this person. I'm trying to keep names necessarily out of it because I want to keep it hypothetically. But I'm just saying, man, DeJuan Smoot, man, we don't win that game, I don't think, without him. I think that he was that vital.
I'm not mad at that, by the way.
Yeah.
You could be right there.
I think he was just that vital. And that entire defense, again, from whatever the adjustments were made in that second half, credit to the coaching staff, credit to Mike Caldwell, Doug Peterson, down to the players for executing whatever it is they were trying to do against the Raiders, on top of the fact that Derek Carr came back to earth or Devontae Adams came back to earth with his catching ability. Whatever happened, whatever combination percentage happened with all those things, I give props to the defense because they've had some rough goes over the past 5 weeks during this losing streak as well. They've had some games where it was just like, man, we can't put this on the defense. Then they've had some games where it's just like they couldn't get a stop. So good for them for getting this stop right here. And again, learning how to close out a game. That's another step in the process of, being a contender to go to the playoffs. And you said they're still in the wild card run, but, as you continue to grow and have these experiences, you can, pair those together and become a better team.
Smoot is 9th in the history of the Jacksonville Jaguars in sacks. 9th. He is 1 behind Josh Allen. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Josh Allen has played significantly less games due to injury. Okay? I'm not saying that. I'm saying 9th. This is not a guy that you can let walk away. And I know they're going to be in a cap situation, and maybe somebody would pay Smoot a lot more money, and if that's the case, you go be rich and great somewhere else. If they get outbid, they get outbid. But you got to do what you got to do to keep this guy. Because, again, you start this year, you bring in these other pass rushers. I said it on Twitter. They brought in guys. They drafted one at number 1. They signed Arden Key. They buried Smoot on the depth chart. He was MIA, missing in action. And he fought his way on the field and has had 2 incredible weeks and is once again going to have another season over 6 sacks, which this year isn't that big of a deal for the landscape of the Jags because they finally have guys that can rush the passer. But the last 2 years, they've had Smoot, and that's about it.
When did DeJuan get here?
17.
He's been here that long. Okay.
Was there a follow-up?
No.
Okay.
I was trying to look it up quickly, but I figured I'd ask you when you took a breath.
Now, here's another crazy thing.
Yeah.
Calais Campbell had 31.5 sacks in his time here. That is insane.
Yeah, he was a problem.
Also, Jan had 37.5.
That was bonkers.
Yes. DeJuan Smoot's just like, and you know what? He's so likable. You know what I mean? Just a good dude. Not that any of these other guys aren't, I'm just happy for him. You know what I mean? Can I be happy for him, Brian?
Yeah, be a first. Be happy for him.
I am.
Okay.
I'm going to nitpick one thing real quick before we go to break.
Okay.
Boy, Andre Cisco got to catch the football.
You don't want to be great.
He's got to catch the football.
He's kicking himself still probably
I know
for that.
he is.
That looked like pick 6 almost. It looked like it could be because he could take it back now. Oh, man.
Oh, he was already taking it back in his head. That's why he didn't catch it.
Yeah.
That would have been a second pick 6 on the season.
I felt for him. But you know what? I don't think that happens. I don't think that happens the next time. I'm going to say
said
again.
that a couple times now. So
I don't know how many times he's done that. But
hopefully he did it last week against Denver. Hopefully you're right. But
yeah, that's right. Yeah. He's due. Let me change it up. He's due.
By the way, he will be on Jags Report Live tonight at Sneakers and Jags Beats in about 15 minutes time. So if you're on your way out there listening to us, we appreciate you. He'll be there with Brent Martineau. And you can see Andre Cisco at Jags Report Live. Let's take a break, Brian Middleton. The Jags win the football game. Victory Monday, X3. But we have more to cover. There's other stuff in the NFL to talk about. We got a football game coming up tonight on the station to talk about between the Ravens and the Saints. College basketball starts tonight. The UNF Ospreys are in action against Gonzaga. JU's in action against Duke. Those sound like easy games. Also, the Florida State Seminoles are in action tonight. We will not have that one tonight because we have the football game and the Westwood One coverage of the football game. But I will do my best to keep you updated on FSU until we get off the air. I believe they get going at 7 o'clock. So we will keep you updated on that one as we go along. College basketball is back. The NFL is in full swing. College football is alive and well. Good time to be a sports fan. And a good time to listen to ESPN 690 because Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton continues right after this.
You can't always see bad weather coming, so it's essential that you're able to see through it when you drive. Michelin wiper blades with advanced technology hug your windshield like a Michelin tire hugs the road, channeling away water, snow, and ice so you can see clearly, drive confidently, and breathe easy. Michelin wiper performance, clearer than ever. Upgrade to Michelin premium wipers today at Walmart, Amazon, Tire Kingdom, and other fine retailers.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
The unimaginable became our new reality. Seeing that the world is starting to pick back up from where it was left in 2019, the chip shortage will be no more and manufacturers are going to start sending more cars, skyrocketing inventory. But cars won't be flying off the lots as speedy as they were before. So how often do you really put in the time and effort to continuously make your dealership's website more reliable and credible to your potential buyers? Cox Media Group has the capability to enhance and significantly improve your website's traffic. Let us help and answer any questions you have by heading to cmg.com to find out more.
I'm about to give you even more to be thankful for this year, thanks to our friends at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. You got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What are you waiting for? This sale won't last long. Shop in person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/thankful for full details.
Here at Rhino Shield, we've been protecting homes for over 20 years. We are your go-to coating company for repairing and coating stucco. But Rhino Shield is engineered for any surface. Our coating is perfect for any siding or material used on homes. From stucco to vinyl, brick, wood, hardy board, or stone. If it's on your house, we can coat it. It's a new day at Rhino Shield, so give us a call or visit us online to set up an appointment. Rhino Shield, engineered to outlast paint.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
If you're a veteran looking for direction, purpose, and community in civilian life, we've got your back. Warrior Week at Camp Southern Ground will give you the tools and training you need to thrive in life after military service, all at no cost to you. Get started today at campsouthernground.org.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690, and you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Couple of random things before we hit the top of the hour. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. Because I have some other things now than we just talked about. I've already changed my plan.
Hey, man.
Yeah, you don't even know yet. I'm just on Twitter and I'm seeing things and I'm like, I should throw that out there. Jarvis Landry will not play tonight for the New Orleans Saints.
There you go.
So that will be on ESPN 690, the Ravens and the Saints. And Jarvis Landry will not play. Will not play in the football game. So I'll give you that one. AL Rookie of the Year finalists. That list is out, Brian Middleton. I'm sure you're just waiting with bated breath for that one. They're announcing all the finalists for all the awards right now. Baseball is, but AL Rookie of the Year, Julio Rodriguez is going to win it. Adley Rutschman and Stephen Kwan are your options for the AL Rookie of the Year. Who you got in that one?
Julio.
It's a good pick.
Julio.
That is a.
Give me his stats real quick. Who did he play for?
Seattle.
Seattle? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The run that they had.
He's going to win.
He was a big part of that run, Kasey Kuhrts.
He was.
They don't make that run without a Julio Rodriguez on the field, 162 games that season, then into the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with that, even though he didn't get called up till halfway through. But anyway.
Oh, man.
AL Manager of the Year finalists.
Whoa.
I mean, I see Terry Francona of the Cleveland Guardians. I see Brandon Hyde of the Baltimore Orioles. I see whoever manages the Seattle Mariners, whose name escapes me. I do not see the guy that celebrated today on a float in the city of Houston. Huh? And that's Dusty Baker.
Some haters.
I don't know how he's not in the running for that, but the point of the story is Houston Astros are world champs, and I'm looking at video of the parade today. It looks pretty fun.
Hey.
And here's the thing, right? So they won. As far as we know, they didn't cheat. Right? We're not confirmed.
It's
but
great comedic timing with that, by the way.
We feel pretty good about it.
Uh-huh.
We felt good about the last one, so we'll have to see. So I have the right to retract this statement.
Nah, dog. That's not the way I'm cutting up the video.
Well, cut it up however you want.
Okay.
They're kind of fun now. Like, they didn't cheat. They won for real. They have likable guys now. Like Trey Mancini. How can you not root for Trey Mancini? Guy that missed a year due to cancer, comes back with the Orioles, gets traded to the Astros, wins the World Series. I mean, just Dusty Baker. So many good stories from the Houston Astros.
McCullers making history.
Lance McCullers, yep.
History maker and a champ.
There you go. A lot of other guys I would have named before Lance McCullers.
Altuve.
That's the one that's still tough. I'm not going to lie to you. That one is still tough. Yordan Alvarez, happy for him. Even Bregman a little bit. Happy for him.
Altuve is like, you can check me, man. I'm good.
We're going to check. Like, we have to. We have no choice. They've already checked.
They definitely did.
Like, I don't know. Astros win the World Series. Here's the thing. You don't always get this in sports. The Astros were like the best team in baseball all year. Like, the Dodgers had a better record.
Really?
The Yankees, you can say what you want. Like, the Astros were the most consistent team all year.
It took them a while. It felt like they slowed start, even though they were leading their division for a while.
They did slow start, but, I mean, I think they were just so deep everywhere.
Okay.
They get Mancini at the deadline. The right team won. Right? The Phillies are not better than the Astros. They were on a heck of a run, but the Astros were the better team, and they win the World Series. So, shout out to them. Shout out to Dusty Baker. All right, soccer talk. I promised it. Right? I promised the soccer talk. I've got 2 minutes or so before we hit the top of the hour. We hit a Sports Center update. We come back for the Power Half Hour. So, the U.S. men's roster comes out tomorrow for the World Cup. I don't know if you've heard about the World Cup. It's pretty important. Well, it's definitely pretty important. So, there's been some questions at two positions for the U.S. men. Striker and center back. Everything else is pretty much locked down. You know what you're going to get, maybe minus a surprise or two. So, the center back pair that they want to run, they cannot because Miles Robinson is hurt and he cannot play. Okay? You following me, Brian Middleton?
I am.
So the other one is Walker Zimmerman, who was going to go. He plays for Nashville. There was no doubt he was going. The guy that everybody did not want to see on this list is Aaron Long. He's on the list. This is just a leak.
Okay.
He plays for the New York Red Bulls. He did not have a good finish of the season. He did not. It's not a good situation. But the other spots were kind of what were they going to do? I'm not saying Adam Long's going to start here, or Aaron Long, but there was a question of what they're going to do. And the interesting one for me is not Cameron Carter-Vickers, who was on this list. Good player, not mad about it. Tim Ream from Fulham apparently will be on the roster for the U.S. men, which I know nobody listening has really any clue what that means. But this is a guy that's kind of been an outcast from this association, this part of the U.S. men's roster. He has not had a lot of opportunity to play, at least recently, in big-time competition. And it sounds like he's going to go having a great year for Fulham, which obviously, as you know, owned by Shad Khan. Also with another U.S. men's national team teammate now, Jedi Robinson, who will without a doubt be on the roster tomorrow.
Jedi.
Yes. Jedi. That's what they call him.
Government. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not his government name. But Jedi will be on the roster and will start every game in the World Cup. And he's teammates with Tim Ream at Fulham. So I'm surprised to see it. I'm happy to see it on the prospective rosters that I made because, I'm a weirdo and I do that kind of stuff. I had him on the team. I didn't think that Greg Berhalter would do that. But it sounds like he did. Again, just leaks. We'll find out tomorrow, and we'll update you on this breaking news.
Oh, will you?
I'll update.
Please do.
But it feels like I feel better with this. If you care.
So you're happy with it?
Yes. If you care even a little bit, you're like, I just want him to do well. I feel better with this decision made than some other things that were being floated around that could happen. So I don't know what that means fully, but hopefully the leaks are at least somewhat correct. Anyway, the Power Half Hour coming up next.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Main office, Jacksonville.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now. 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
What's better than all those Thanksgiving casseroles? How about 4 big ways to save on a new Toyota at Arlington Toyota? Like no payments until 2023 on your new Toyota purchase. Arlington will even waive your last payments. You got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. You'll also get no maintenance costs for 4 years. But don't wait. Shop Arlington Toyota in person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/thankful for full details.
People often ask me, how much money do I have to pay you up front to be my personal lawyer? The answer is nothing. It's free unless we win. What about a slip and fall or car crash case? Free unless we win.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here at Rhino Shield, we've been protecting homes for over 20 years. We are your go-to coating company for repairing and coating stucco. But Rhino Shield is engineered for any surface. Our coating is perfect for any siding or material used on homes. From stucco to vinyl, brick, wood, hardy board, or stone. If it's on your house, we can coat it. It's a new day at Rhino Shield, so give us a call or visit us online to set up an appointment. Rhino Shield, engineered to outlast paint.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
Dave Binion with Zero Res. Let us help you get ready for the holidays. Book today and Zero Res will clean your carpets for only $49 a room. Plus, we will give you 25% off your tile and grout cleaning. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Could your business service more customers if you could just find the right staff? At CMG, we have a large database of people who have specifically opted in the last 14 days to receive more information about job opportunities. Through our omni-channel approach, we can launch a complete marketing approach across email, social media, and video to market to these people, and with a message about why they should come work for you. Let us do the work for you to find the talent you need. Head to cmg.com to find out more, and we will get back to you with the next steps.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is Sports.
I'm Kevin Winter. Monday Night Football, the final game of the week, number 9 of the National Football League season. The Baltimore Ravens on the road and visiting the New Orleans Saints. Baltimore a 1.5-point favorite, according to Caesars Sportsbook. Your total is sitting at 46. No Jarvis Landry for New Orleans tonight. Of course, no Michael Thomas. His season is done. And meanwhile, for Baltimore, they're expected to have Roquan Smith back, the linebacker they traded for on Tuesday night's deadline. The ESPN's Marcus Spears.
The fit is perfect for this defense and the way they play it schematically. But the fit is also perfect from where we think about the Ravens from a defensive standpoint and their mentality. Downhill, full of pin type guys in the run game and linebackers that can run east and west, sideline to sideline.
Baltimore Ravens and the New Orleans Saints. Again, a kick comes your way. 8:15 Eastern time. Baltimore 5-3, New Orleans 3-5. But if the Saints pick up a victory, they actually go into a three-way tie for first to top the standings in the NFC South. Baltimore, meanwhile, with the win, will move into a tie for first with the Cincinnati Bengals. Coverage is underway on ESPN television. The kick 8:15 Eastern time tonight. Meanwhile, one day after a putrid offensive performance against the New England Patriots, the Indianapolis Colts fire head coach Frank Reich and name their former Super Bowl winning center, 6-time Pro Bowler and current ESPN analyst, well, I guess not anymore, Jeff Saturday is their interim head coach. Saturday has only coached in the high school ranks, but pretty much smart move. 13 years in Indy. He is in the Colts Ring of Honor. Frank Reich 40-33-1 during his tenure. Chris Mortensen reports Bills quarterback Josh Allen being evaluated for an elbow injury. Angels manager, general manager Perry Manassian told reporters Shohei Ohtani's not going to be traded during the offseason.
Coming up Tuesday, are the Packers the biggest disappointment in the NFL this season?
I've been counted out many times, as have many of my teammates. I hope we just dig deep and find a way.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, Tuesday morning, 6 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Power half hour. Victory Monday X3. And it's the power half hour of overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. The station is ESPN 690. Brian Middleton is the broadcast on. I am Kasey Kuhrts. We have Monday Night Football coming up. Saints and the Ravens. And we have another half hour to keep you entertained until that time. We will also keep you updated on the Florida State Seminoles and the Stetson Hatters, which is who they will start the season with on the court. We do not have the game tonight. We have the baseball game. We will, though, have FSU's second basketball game of the season as they take on the UCF Knights on Friday. So on Friday, we will have that. It will be... Brian, we might not have a show on Friday, just so you know. Just to give you that on the fly. Start doing some quick math. You're like, things ain't mathing. So I'll keep you posted.
Oh, good.
Anyway, we will have the game on Friday, guaranteed, whether you get me and Brian or not. Florida State and UCF. And then immediately following the game is when we will go with the Blitz Scoreboard show. So that's kind of an update for all kinds of things on Friday, but it is still Victory Monday, so we continue on with that. Brian Middleton, do we have an NFL Jags-related start bench remove on a Monday?
That music says we do, Kasey
like
Lamont.
We do. I like it.
All right, Kasey. I
What
know
do we got?
last week we did a Halloween edition. There was
We
different
did.
music.
Yes, the
different
spooky
feel. Yeah. Do you need
I love this bed. Sorry. What song is this?
This is Beyonce.
Really?
Yeah, so, I got to keep it low because, copyright strikes.
Yeah, we shouldn't have even said that out loud. You should have just said next question.
Somebody's like, yeah, you know what?
No.
We going to dead all that. All right, first up, Kasey Kuhrts.
It's actually Iggy Azalea. That's how you get out of it.
Oh, yeah, because no one's checking for that.
Right.
All right. Trevor's our guy. Okay, you're going to name the part of Trevor's game that was the most important to you, Kasey Kuhrts. Start, bench, remove it, all right?
Okay.
Completion-
Yesterday? You're talking about yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Completion percentage above 80%. No INTs. Touchdown pass.
Start the completion percentage.
Okay.
Because
All right.
now, granted, the Colts didn't prove this example, but they should have beat the Colts. The defense could stop nobody at the end. The game in Indy, and good things happen when he completes a high number of passes. So yeah, I'll start that. Let's bench the no interception because I think that's important as well, especially off of last year. He's made some bad interception decisions recently, so I think it's important that he did not do that. And we'll take out the touchdown pass because, they have a guy in Etienne who can, it seems like, score at will. I don't think they need Trevor to throw interceptions to win, especially when they have Etienne healthy. Granted, it helps a lot. But I think the completion percentage, I think not turning the football over are more important than him necessarily throwing the touchdown pass. And by the way, I want to get this in since we're talking about Etienne. Al Stewart, who listens to the show, hit me up with a new nickname for Etienne, E.T. him.
Ooh. Yeah.
I like it. I like
Yeah,
it a lot.
sir.
What else we got?
Next up, biggest college football surprise season, all right? Number 4, TCU. Number 7, LSU. Number 8, Southern Cal.
You got to start LSU because of how it started. No pun intended, starting because of how it started. But
I'm going to hold off.
It did not look good.
Yeah, it didn't.
They lose to Florida State, which, again, Florida State's a good team, but they shouldn't have lost to Florida State in the venue they played it. They were the home team, even though it was technically a neutral site. But in New Orleans, come on, somebody, that's not a neutral site. And the fake accent, all of those things, it did not start well for the LSU Tigers. And it flipped. And I said this during Brent and Friends, but I'll tell you, Brian, and I'll tell the listeners now. When I heard Brian Kelly after the game in the locker room, they had the sound of him. And he said, the reason we go for 2 there is because I wasn't going to let somebody else decide how this game was going to end for us. And I was like, you got me.
Talk your talk.
I'm sold. I think that's a great quote.
Kelly!
Because he's right. Alabama could make that decision. You never get the chance. Brian Kelly said, we're going. And a great play call, the classic pick play when you need it. And yeah, so I'm starting the LSU Tigers. After it started, I'm very impressed with where they've been. It was USC and who? TCU?
Yeah. TCU, yeah.
Yeah. I'll bench TCU. I didn't see this coming.
Wow.
I think it's impressive.
Wow.
Southern Cal, you could have made this connection.
No.
Yes, you
all
could have.
right, yeah. Okay,
Lincoln
yeah.
Riley and Caleb
Yeah.
Williams, you could have made this
No
decision.
one's making that.
Nobody saw this coming from TCU.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. What we got?
Next up, Travis Etienne is our guy.
E.T. him.
E.T. him is our guy.
Yep.
Can we trademark that before
Before
who
what?
sent that to you? Who sent that to you again?
Al Stewart.
Before Al Stewart does?
It's his.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
We can do it as like a team. I don't know. Do they just keep going?
All right. Travis Etienne. Etienne is our guy.
Yes.
All right. Same thing as the Trevor question, okay?
Okay.
Which one was more important a part of his game? Breaking 100 yards for the second consecutive game, rushing, scoring 2 touchdowns, or no fumbles?
Give me the first one again.
Breaking the 100-yard rushing.
Okay.
2 weeks in a row.
I will start, even though we are dangerously close to this not being accurate, I will start no fumbles. Okay. We were very, very close to fumbles.
He broke the plane.
He broke the plane, no fumbles. So I will start that because that's the key. They don't fumble going, or he doesn't fumble going in against the Giants. Who knows? I know this isn't a fumble, but if he doesn't drop the football in Washington, who knows? So I think if Travis Etienne, not Trevor, that's his brother, when Travis Etienne holds on to the football, good things happen. I'll bench the rushing touchdowns because if If I remove Trevor throwing him, somebody's got to run him in. Etienne running him in. And then over 100 yards. Here's the thing. He didn't get over 100 yards till that long run at the end that he popped. And they were still in a good spot even without the 100 yards. So I think he doesn't have to have 100 yards as long as the 70, 80 he has are in big moments.
Good stuff, man. Next up, baseball dynasties, Kasey Kuhrts. All right. The Yankees from 96 to 2003, 4 titles in 6 appearances in the World Series. The San Francisco Giants from 2010 to 2014, 3 titles in 3 appearances, but they missed the playoffs.
In the other 2.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. And then the Houston Astros from 2017 to the present, 2 titles, 4 appearances in the World Series, 7 league championship appearances.
They're also impressive, but I have to start the Yankees because they won the most. It's unfortunate, but you do have to start the Yankees there. Now, in that span, they did have some crushing losses, but they were there, they were in it, and they won the most. You know, I got to do it. The Astros, got to bench them. You couldn't even tell me one dude on those Giants teams.
Sure
so
couldn't.
Don't do that.
But I can tell you that they won 3 out of 3. Huh?
They did.
Each year they had so much disappointment in between.
They did.
And then they just came back and said, you know what? We're going to do better. We built different.
Okay.
Anyway,
but the
this is your
Astros is more impressive. Okay. The Astros is more impressive.
Okay.
From where they came from to overcome the cheating, keep in mind they lost their whole regime, coach, GM, all of that, and they come back and get it done. So I think the Astros are impressive there. And then the Giants, I like those Giants teams. No knock on them. But I got to go with the other 2. All
right, Kasey. All right, next up. Makes Kasey the happiest. All right, which Jags performance were you most excited by? Okay. DeJuan Smoot, 2 timely sacks. Christian Kirk, 8 receptions for just under 80 yards and a touchdown reception. Or Trevor Lawrence, averaging nearly 9 yards a carry.
Got to be Big Smoot.
Okay, like that.
I mean, you almost knew I was going to do it, right? Big Smoot making plays. So I will go with Smoot at the start. What do I got? Trevor's legs and Christian Kirk?
Yeah.
I'll go Trevor's legs. I think that was important. I think that was, I think it was a good thing for him to get that rolling, get that momentum, get hype. You know what I'm saying? He can make plays with his legs. In big games, he's done that in his career, especially at Clemson. So, yeah, I'll go Trevor there. And again, no shot on Christian Kirk, but I got to remove you here.
Okay. Next up, last place teams in the NFL, Kasey Kuhrts.
Uh-oh.
Patriots at 5-4. Commanders at 4-5. The Cardinals at 3-6. This is a softball, if I've ever given you one, Kasey.
The best team out of those 3 is who I'm starting, right?
Yes.
The New England Patriots is who I'm starting.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely the best team out of those. And then Washington and Arizona.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to.
Don't be a hater. Don't be a hater. Let's see. Where
what
you
do you
going?
mean?
Where you going?
Wait. What do you mean don't be a hater? Because you know that I'm benching Taylor Heineke and the Washington Commanders.
I knew you were going to do that. All right. There you go.
Now, here's the crazy part.
Yeah.
Here's the crazy part. Imagine having the power to hit that button.
Yeah.
And make me sound like the idiot, right?
Imagine
having the power to take a good take, a correct take, and play that little button. So now people on the radio think, oh, he was wrong. He wasn't wrong, actually. Because I see one team in the Arizona Cardinals whose quarterback is getting in fights with his teammates on the sidelines. I see him screaming with DeAndre Hopkins, who is night and day a better player and understands what it is to have a good quarterback. Meanwhile, I look at the Washington Commanders, who are playing with the Minnesota Vikings, who you say are one of the best teams in the league.
They sure are, man. Here you go.
And are on their backup quarterback, who they absolutely love and rally around, and has already gotten them 2 wins.
He's grown on me.
Come on, somebody.
Yeah, Heineke, yeah.
Cardinals need to fire and cut everybody.
Hey,
that's a disaster.
I called that, what do you call it, that Cliff Kingsbury firing beginning of the season.
That is a disaster. They paid Kyler Murray all that money for this?
Okey doke.
Holy cow.
Okey doke contracts.
Can you trade him to the NBA somehow?
I thought he played baseball.
Or the MLB? Canadian Football League? That's a disaster.
Just get him out this league. Oh, wow.
Love Taylor Heineke. Love that guy.
Next up. Sneaky good, Kasey, and I don't know how much you know about these teams. Okay, yeah, there you go. I agree. Sneaky good. We'll see how much you know about college football, okay? 15th ranked UNC at 8-1. 16th ranked Tulane at 8-1. Watch this. 19th ranked Liberty at 8-1. I know nothing about them. I hope you do. If you don't, we can move on.
Start UNC.
Okay, that's it.
Drake May is him. Write it down. I promise you he wins a Heisman Trophy at some point. Tulane and Liberty.
Yeah.
Let's go with...
Flip a coin.
No. Let's go with Tulane.
Okay.
And here's why. Cincinnati, UCF, they're beating all of those teams, which is not an easy thing to do. That's a sneaky, not easy conference, and they're at the top of it right now in a good season. Liberty, I respect what you're doing, but I cannot put you in front of Tulane. Can't do it. Can do it.
Oh, I don't have it ready, man. I wish I did. Okay, next up, AFC South running backs, Kasey Kuhrts. You're going off of this season alone. I'm naming 4 running backs. You have to cut 2 of them, okay?
Yep.
Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, Travis Etienne Jr., Damian Pierce. This is a sneaky one.
I'm cutting Jonathan Taylor and Damian Pierce. Do I have to bench somebody still?
Yeah, start somebody, Kasey.
Oh, Etienne.
Oh, all right. I'll let everything else slide. There you go.
Because Derrick Henry, he leads the league in rushing. He's a great player, don't get me wrong, but Etienne's doing some pretty incredible things with much less carries. So start Etienne, Derrick Henry, and then Taylor and Pierce got to go. Got to go.
Pierce has been having a really good season.
I like him. Florida Gator.
Yeah. Okay, next up and final one, Kasey Kuhrts.
Yep.
Now that it's November and we're getting closer to Thanksgiving, we'll revisit this more and more, I'm sure, but Thanksgiving side spreads, okay?
I feel like we've done this one.
Yeah,
a long time ago.
Probably.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been last Thanksgiving, though, because we weren't on the air yet.
Yeah.
All right, next up. No. Here are your choices. Mac and cheese, collard greens, or turkey. They're not sides, but you know.
I'm so sorry. Brent Martineau is doing push-ups with Andre Sisco live on TV right now.
That's breaking news, to be real with you.
Did you say mac and cheese?
I said mac and cheese.
Watch this. Watch this.
Yeah.
I wasn't listening at all. I'm be perfectly clear.
Hey,
I don't know what you said outside of mac and cheese.
Don't know why I build these segments anyway. Go
I
ahead.
will start mac and cheese and bench mac and cheese.
Actually, Kasey, that was...
I love mac and cheese.
I don't have a sound effect, but yes, that's the right answer. That's the right answer, Kasey Kuhrts. That's it for this segment, but that's the right answer. Holy smokes, I'm going to stand up like I'm Pat McAfee, man. You take us to break if you want to, man.
Thank you. See, this is what I need on this show.
That's what I'm talking
all right?
about.
I should be getting that a lot more often. Anyway, the Florida State Seminoles lead the Stetson Hatters 6-5.
You don't
5 minutes into the game. By the way, JU down 18-10 to Duke right now.
They in there.
They in there. You know what I'm saying? So we'll keep you updated on that before we go to the Ravens and the Saints, but we do hit a break and wrap up the show right after this.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Breezy tonight into partly cloudy skies with a few brief showers. Temperatures dropping into the mid to upper 60s. Your Tuesday, Election Day. Partly cloudy and breezy with an isolated shower, but plenty of dry hours and highs in the upper 70s. From the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Right now, get 42% off everything in the store. Don't buy until you get our price.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
I am Dion Wellington, owner of Ice Capade Frozen Treats, and a Jack's Chamber member and graduate of JWBC's Entrepreneurial Certificate Program. Connecting with JWBC has provided me with the education, resources, and meaningful relationships to be more confident in growing my business in historic Springfield. This support is invaluable to women in business, and I am most thankful to be part of it. For more information, visit jacksjwbc.com.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
Main office, Jacksonville.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Okay, smile naturally. Perfect.
Cam's photography knows wedding season ramps up in a flash. They need to say I do to a studio assistant before clients go full bridezilla.
I'm so sorry. I have to get a different lens. I'll be right back.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm about to give you even more to be thankful for this year, thanks to our friends at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. You got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What are you waiting for? This sale won't last long. Shop in person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/thankful for full details.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
If you're getting engaged this holiday season, celebrating an anniversary, birthday, or shopping early for the holidays, you do not want to miss Beard's Diamond's incredible 42nd anniversary sale.
Everything store-wide is on sale up to an unbelievable 42% off.
It's Beard's Diamond's incredible anniversary sale, going on now until November 30th.
All GIA-certified loose diamonds, all designer settings, pendants, bracelets, earrings, engagement rings.
For over 4 decades, families have been shopping at Beard's Diamonds for the absolute lowest prices. Now to say thank you, everything in the store is discounted up 50% off.
Nobody beats Beard.
Popping the question on Christmas, New Year's, celebrating a big anniversary, or shopping for the holidays.
Now you can go even bigger and save thousands. Everything store-wide is on sale up to 42% off.
But only until November 30th. Shop the largest inventory in North Florida and never seen savings.
Don't buy until you get our price. Beard's Diamonds at the St. John's Town Center or at beardsdiamonds.com.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN 690. Join Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN 690 social media platforms.
Florida State Seminoles continue to lead the Stetson Hatters. It's night 1 of college basketball. JU still down 10. They're fighting. They fighting on night 1. The UNF Ospreys will fight in a few hours when they take on Gonzaga.
Yes, they will. Tell them to fight the way that the Dolphins fight when they got Tua at quarterback. Holy smokes. Little preview of my power rankings.
Talk about the Bears, though, huh? Out of nowhere. Out of left field, Justin Fields is cooking. He looking like Lamar Jackson, but better. I said it.
Yeah, but you don't mean it.
I don't.
Yeah.
But, like, he ran for, he was running all over him. You see those numbers? Holy cow, Justin Fields.
He's fun to watch.
He really is. He is really fun to watch. Talk about development from where the season started with Justin Fields. They didn't even, you came on the air one time and said they invented the forward pass like 80 years ago. Throw the ball. You remember that day?
I think that I said that's what the wide receivers were hoping.
Yeah. And
but
now,
yeah, I do remember that.
And now he's cooking. It's an incredible turn of events for Justin Fields. Happy for him. I think he's a good player. I thought it would have been dumb for the Bears to give up on him, but it looks like they will not now because he's out there cooking. All that to be said, yeah, the Dolphins won the game. Dolphins are a problem. Here's the problem with the Dolphins. They can't stop nobody. So, when you get to the playoffs and you have to make a stop, can they? Also, how are the Jets, the Bills, and the Dolphins all going to go to the playoffs? Because it's going to happen. But, who?
It happens. But, they stopped the Bills when they played them. That defense did. Bills had, 21 points? 17 points? 21? I can't remember.
Something like that. Can you imagine if the West was actually good and you had those 3 teams and the 3 teams from the West?
Yeah, someone would be hot at the end of the regular season.
That would have been crazy. Crazy
stuff. I tweeted that out, man. I said the AFC East and the NFC East are what we thought the AFC West was going to be.
Yeah, that's right.
So, that's one of those, that's why you got to let the season play out, man. That's why you got to let the season play out.
The Jets, though, huh? I mean, I don't think they're the best team in the league, but they legit for real.
They are more than legit, Kasey Kuhrts.
You gonna have them as the best team in the league?
I don't know, man. That's a great way. You're the tease master. You're the white Don King. That's what I say. You always promote things. You know, the power rankings tomorrow. is going to get some people in certain regions in the country hot that listen to our show. They're going to be hot. They're going to be tight.
Sauce Gardner is legit.
MVP candidate. Sauce Gardner.
Well, I don't know about that.
I said it right now.
Hey, by the way, I do want to let you know the University of North Florida Ospreys, the women's basketball team in action as well. First basketball game on the new court, the CSI's company's court.
Yeah,
it looks
man.
nice. It looks nice. I don't know if you've seen it.
I saw the court, man. They got the suites, the little
Yeah.
UNF, boy, that tuition, it hitting different, ain't it?
Yeah.
What's that tuition at UNF, Kasey Kuhrts?
I'm going to pay it no more. I don't got to
years?
pay it. It's probably more now. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, 24-14, the UNF women lead in the opener on the floor. So I just want to get that one in there as well. For the Ospreys, check out Florida State, who are now losing. Stetson, 14-12. And JU has cut it to 8. All right. This is like a live college basketball show. We should do this one.
They said Coach K ain't there no more.
Not there no more. Hey, we got the Ravens. We got the Saints. I need a huge night from Will Lutz for fantasy purposes. I also need Taysom Hill to do nothing, which is probably a problem now that Jarvis Landry is out, as well as Michael Thomas, who is out for the year. Ravens looking better, but not complete yet. Saints, I think, still could be dangerous. Who wins football game tonight, Brian Middleton?
I got to go with the Ravens, man. I said I'm a glutton for punishment, but I think...
No Mark Andrews, you know.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
No Rashad Bateman, you know.
Listen, man, what's the boy's name? Isaiah Likely. He's proven to be serviceable in the absence of Mark Andrews.
Some would say that he's a Celsius tips for picks.
Yeah, I would say.
Did you pick him? I picked him.
I did too.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Look at us.
Yeah. But he's been serviceable. He's been showing that
he's been good.
It's
the
not
rookie
gonna
out
be,
of Coastal.
It's not going to be a drop-off of too much. Maybe there's a bit of misunderstanding if he hasn't been there as long as Andrews. But my point is this, Kasey. If I think Lamar Jackson is the guy, if I think that the Ravens, they're in my top 10. I know you're not giving them any more respect because they keep letting people down. I got to go with them. Granted, the Saints, they may do it up today, but I got to go with Baltimore for the win.
Baltimore apparently will also play Deshaun Jackson at wide receiver. That's how desperate they have become. It is 2022, and Deshaun Jackson's still playing. God bless him.
Yeah, I didn't know he was still playing.
Okay. He's active tonight for the Ravens. I will go with the Saints because I need a big night from Will Lutz. Also, I need a couple of catches from Juwan Johnson as well, and I need Taysom Hill to do nothing. So really, I need a lot of touchdowns from Juwan Johnson and a lot of field goals from Will Lutz. We'll see how it plays out. I'm on the Saints. You're on the Ravens, and the game is on ESPN 690 in just about 3 minutes' time. So stick around for it. You can hear the game, and then you can hear us again tomorrow because we are back tomorrow. For Brian Middleton, I am Kasey Kuhrts. Have a great night, everybody. Coming up next, Westwood One's coverage of Monday Night Football between the Baltimore Ravens and the New Orleans Saints. Have a good night. I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to ask?
Ask yourself,